Hey, Cam Steph, Mega Boss, what? Oh, and welcome! Ico, the coffee is good. That is legit good. And Wolfgrad, Lizzie, what ho, friends? Uri, what ho, and welcome. There will be Bezos bucks up for the taking. But, I mean, hell, if life wasn't being such a shit outside of stream, this would currently be our heist board. Yeah, I bought a heist board. I couldn't find red string, so I've got bright orange salmon. Yeah, we can do a whole fucking plan and everything. But, what ho and welcome, friends. Hello, hello. How are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? I know I should be starting probably with more like smash in the doors thunder. But
crazed screaming. What ho, friendos?
What ho and welcome. I think, God, that's the first 49. Blade Nora. Blade Nora. Kenley, what ho and welcome, friend. Hello, hello. Bright Karma, come in, good morning. How are you all doing? I decided bring in some calm tunes because there's going to be a lot going on today. So how are you all doing? Nebs, you are entirely right. So I should say, Uri, Nebs, Watto, and welcome. It's going to be a bit of a long play. If I can pull it off, if I can basically make the numbers go up, if I can convince Mr. Twitch that our tiny corner of the internet is worth throwing a little purple tick at, then we can steal a large amount of money from Jeffrey Bezos. That's the overall arc of the heist. So, come on in, pour yourself a bevy, buckle up. I'll attempt to be conversationally entertaining. I mean, we're not sure of things to talk about, friends, let me tell you. Oh, and Captain Steph, my coffee mug says I am 2 guinea pigs past normal. How are you all doing, friends? So yeah, in terms of video game banter, we are
online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Here we go. Amazon Prime pushed me back towards the end of the month, so what ho?
Oh, what ho and welcome. Caffeine officially won the first 49 months special. And feck you, Jeffrey Bezos, is a great battle cry for the month. The Great Bezos Heist is on. Okay, so Nebs. Feckin' hell. Well, River is doing fine. For those of you who don't know, we have 6 guinea pigs and 2 dogs. River is doing great. The guinea pigs are alright. And Amos is having the worst time ever. So, I live in a perpetual state of broke and poor. So.
This random amount of money is brought to you by my love for ORX.
Acronyms are the bane of conversation. I have no idea what you mean, but I'm very grateful for the bits, friend, so thank you. Sorry, just balancing levels and whatnot. Oh. Oh shit, I haven't spoken to Johnny in 1,000 years. Yeah, Nebs, we have actually started saying around the house, River is perfect and has no flaws.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho, how goes the secret plan?
It has just started. It has just started. So come on in, friends, come on in.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho? I sensed chaos. How goes?
It feckin' goes. It begins. To those of you who have just joined us, like this is the start of the month. This is the start of the BEZOS heist.
Reactor online.
Going
Sensors
down.
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Apparently,
Do I
we're
hear
very
more
doing
Happenlance?
this.
Heck yeah.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Apparently, we are very doing this.
Oh, we doing this, eh?
All right, smooth jams are just not cutting it. Let's get big giant circles bringing this forward.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
More months to the month pile. Time to earn the purple tick. Reminder that if your ticks are purple, go to see a doctor ASAP.
If you have ticks, seek medical attention. Also, we beasted through the first 2 levels of the train, so any of you looking to do a sensible commute this evening are pretty much SOL. How you doing, friends? What ho and welcome!
Train.
Yeah, Varbles, just train. No, but seriously, there are so many 49-month bangers just back to back. Like, it's no big deal. For those of you who've just found us, like, that's the absolute max you can go for. To Meow Rico, feckin' thank you. Coming in. What ho and welcome! One and all. This is going to be a heck of a day. Right, so as everybody's coming in, as trains are procking off, as Calcium Bonio waves to us from the background, and if you're wondering, yes, Calcium Bonio did get a GDC pass. I will explain our schemes and plans, our rewards and challenges. It's going to be a good day. I mean, okay, Kybal, Lord Calcium Bonio could be the king of GDC. And Restless Roots, we'll see you later, but thank you for saying hello. I mean, we can do arts and crafts hour now. We've got about 40 minutes till Floydo joins us. Whilst the train careens past us. So Ikoa, while the BEZOS heist was planned before the death of the bird site, I'll be trying to utilize the bird website as much as possible before it fucking dies. But that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. Captain Steph, thank you for filling the pint glass. And I think some bleep bloops are definitely in order.
Cannonball.
Sorry, bear with me a second, friends, because apparently this is going to be one of those challenging kind of days. Wait! No! Well, friends, you might get to see a will unravel today.
Train.
Bacon, thank you kindly. And Wolfcrad and all of you. Forgive me if I seem a little bit multi-track drifty potato. This is very much the everything everywhere all at once state. But things are going good. Actually, no. Things fucking suck right now. But I'm here with you lot. And we've got the great BEZOS heist going on. The goal being to try and convince Mr. Twitch that we are worthy. Hopefully to great meta maneuvers. But worst case, like, it's just good to be back with you lot, alright? I'm sorry I've been gone for the last couple of days, and it's good to be here. It's good to be here. And start the day with quite a successful little train. Congratulations all and thank you. To those of you
on the bridge.
Oh!
Hello.
Airman, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in, friend. Come on in. And I will need to say a lot of thank yous because the sheer amount of, like, 49 months procking is kind of an indication of our general power. So, how are you lot doing? Over the last few days, everything has been happening all at once. And Sean, we just started. Welcome. Come on in, friend. Oh. So, I need you all to watch the I need you all to watch the front mission trailer that dropped this morning because I realised Aperios, Watto and welcome. Coming in. Hello, friends. Hello. Kyball, I think the clocks change at some point this week. But hopefully, fingers crossed, it's the last time we'll have to deal with that one. Yeah, Aperios, coming in, friend, coming in.
Watto, welcome to year 5.
Not quite, J-Post, not quite. Year 5 will be in April. If we make it that long, then fuck yeah.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Numbers go you up.
That's the plan, anyway. That's the plan. And yeah, so at least for those of you EU-based sides, you get to deal with my dumbass a little bit earlier this week. But yeah, Aperios, how was your show? How are you doing? Let me do the proper maneuvers. Yeah, look at this. Use those Mr. Twitch sanctioned features. Okay, apparently I don't know how to spell. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, that sounds feckin' rad. Perios was doing chat integrated Vampire Survivors. Lovely, lovely. Alright, so first thing on the docket to discuss today, while we banter and wait for Floydo, if you've not played Vermintide 2, it is free right now. Not free weekend, free to play and keep. Vermintide 2 has been such a wonderful joy of a game. And, okay, well, primarily it's an FPS, you know, like, wave survival game with a smattering of story. It is one of the best examples about doing a tight, focused experience inside a gigantic video game. And it often reminds me that, you know, when we have these big AAA companies that pitch us these huge ideas, that maybe it's okay to make something small and focused and good. Wraith was asking how we enjoyed the Darktide beta. I thoroughly enjoyed it, but Vermintide is more the story of a group of characters going through it. Darktide is very much your character. You make an Imperial citizen. You choose their backstory, what happened to them, and how they ended up where they are, which is interesting. There's no limit to number of classes per group, so it's going to be interesting to see more of it, and if only for Fatshock's ability to understand how first-person games feel and how to get the most visceral fun out of it. Like, obviously you don't need to feel guilty, you know, smiting heretics, of course. But the chainsword, which you can swing with abandon, or rev it up and actually cut through people.
I'm here to say how great Bezos is. I'm definitely not distracting him for any heist-adjacent reasons.
Lance, are you the honeypot of this operation? Are you distracting Bezos away? Sorry, Barrel of Games, thank you for the follow as well. And for all of you who are joining for the Bezos heist, I want to say a great big thank you. For those of you who are confused by the Bezos heist, let me give you the quick pitch. TLDR is that throughout November, I'm going to do my utmost darndest, bringing together friends and powerhouses and metrics knowledge to attempt to boost our little numbers here on twitch.television. The goal being to try and get our baseline above 75 people for the month of November, and use that to try and get us verified on twitch.television. That will allow me to steal money from Jeffrey Bezos on the monthly moving forward. It's kind of essentially like a future-proofing. And with the Bird website dying, I couldn't have waited any later to try this. Maybe we succeed, maybe we fail, but we've definitely tried.
Some nerd of a DM just purchased virtual maps,
yeah,
caves, camps, and crypts for $25.
And whoever did that, feckin' thank you. Alright. Now, so Kimball, you are correct. So, here are the stakes, friends. For those of you who do not know, I have a great combination of thalassophobia and a fear of sharks. 1,000 years ago, I promised the Longship that if we ever got verified here on Twitch, I would play Raft. Now, this was a bit of a sneaky cheek at the time, because at the time, this didn't really matter for a hill of beans. Plus, I usually do a lot of things that don't work on Twitch. That is to say, I like streaming for a very long time. I like sitting and talking with all of you lot for like 6 to 8 hours a day. And I don't tend to do much that leans into what Mr. Twitch likes to see. So it was a bit of a bullshit bet on my part, because all I'd need to do to get to wiggle out of getting a tick mark is just to stream some more, which I love doing. However, with things becoming more and more automated, with there being a grander need, with things becoming more and more automated, and now with the bird app dying, I basically need to kind of future-proof the Longship. Like, I won't say that we're not in trouble right now, but it's not like do or die. This isn't the only way that we survive. So, yeah, that's how we're batting for. If we get everything together, then I have to fulfill my promise and play a game that I have been going to great lengths to avoid for 4 years now? Well, coming up on 5. And if we fail, then hey, we spent a month and we gave it an honest try. For those of you who've only just found my little corner, like, I'm really lucky. I am supported by the Longship, and that's how I'm able to pay bills and eat. Which is very strange for someone at our little size, but is very powerful. Now, how does this come into robbing Jeffrey Bezos? Well, I don't want to get into the specifics because I've missed you all. I haven't seen you for like 4 days and I want to talk about video games. But the TLDR is that there are some back-end features offered to Twitch partners which, combined with the power of the Longship, would allow us to get a large amount of cash from Jeffy B without changing anything for your good selves. So that's the plan. We're basically gonna rob Space Zoes. Jeffy B is definitely been my go-to, but I will also accept additional suggestions for Jeffy B nicknames. So that's the long and short of it. I'm going hard and we'll see how it goes. Yes, Captain Steph, the Return to Blackout Club night is November the 18th. I have sent out invites to some of the devs to see if they want to join us. BZ's good. J Bizzles, I like that one. But yes, myself, Ems, Kyle, Fiona will be returning to the Blackout Club November 18th. There will be videos, there will be a celebration of. We know the gods aren't coming out, but it doesn't matter. The thing that we've said so many times during Sea of Thieves is how much we've missed just running around Redacre as a whole. Plus, it's going to be hilarious how much we are not good at it. Amazon brand Lex Luthor. Yup. So MDH, the average for the Longship is, according to the back end, I believe 45. 45 is the average back end. So, we'll see how that comes together. It's going to be good. Well, I mean, hopefully I can be vaguely entertaining. And Kimball, feckin' thank you. Yo! Pete, how are you feckin' doing? What is your missus doing on Sea of Thieves? Because we've been chatting intimately with John over on the cinematics team. Aww. Art producer over on Sea of Thieves. Fucking yo! Well, so Pete, I put us forward for the Sea of Thieves partner program, so fingers crossed. If we can get that on our Friday night streams, we'll be able to like give away Twitch drops and stuff like that, which would be amazing. But suffice to say, we've been playing it every Friday since we stopped playing the Blackout Club, and it's amazing. For those of you... Stop that incessant Artsy Poe, you fucking legend. Thank you. For those of you that haven't seen already, the big event has been announced for Friday, which is Flameheart versus the mustachioed failure. What's his name? Blade Nora. Cool sword, head empty, no thoughts. Oh, Ghostly Himbo. Fuck, what's his name? Pendragon. Thank you, Wraith. Pendragon, who keeps fecking up left, right, and center, versus the Reavers for the resurrection of Flameheart. So it looks like it's going to be a big fortress-based fight, which I'm fecking down for. The thing we haven't decided yet is which side we're going to go for.
Twitch's Lindisfarne, and we're going to land on its shores and raid its monastery for all we can carry back home.
I mean, if you replace Twitch with the Bezos balls in downtown Seattle, I'm in. And Phyllis, thank you for the bits. For those of you who have just joined us, I was half saying earlier, but yeah, the Longship is kept entirely upright because you lot are fucking lovely and incredibly generous. And
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Yeah!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
there's so many topics to talk about. Okay, so firstly, Wheeler Dealer, thank you for the subs, and it was lovely watching you crush people on Valorant last night. Thank you for letting me live vicariously through you. I was saying thank you to everybody. Bits and donations are still the biggest thing that keep us going, but yeah. Here's what's so wild about the BEZOS heist. For those of you who have just joined us, I have been making a full-time living on Twitch for... Well, I shouldn't say fully for 4.5 years, because I couldn't make money on Twitch, but like Twitch has been paying my bills for the longest time. Like, I make enough to look after this household. It's phenomenal. However, Mr. Twitch doesn't actually see that as a mark of success. He just wants to see the numbers go up. So that's why we're doing this big push for the Bezos heist. Okay. Now breathe. Now, Sea of Thieves. Yes, so the big Sea of Thieves event on Friday is going to be like another team v team battle. So it's Pendragon's team, who are trying to stop the resurrection of Flameheart, versus the Reavers team, who is trying to bring Flameheart back. And the reason why I said I don't know which side I feel like I should fall on is because Pendragon, narratively, has consistently failed. We, as a team, have done great, and Pendragon keeps fecking up. For example, Pendragon was the one who got tricked into letting his spirit free. Alright, fine, you know, fool me once. Then Pendragon got the runaround with his crew in Stitcher Gym. Alright, cool, I guess. Then, in the process of chasing down Stitcher Gym, we created a vessel for Flameheart.
Reactor
And
online.
from there...
Sensors online. Weapons
Hey!
online. All systems nominal.
Hey, 2 months.
2 months indeed. To Tiny Flower Crowns, thank you kindly. And seriously, Wheeler Dealer, there's so many of you that have procced off massive subs. Like, seriously, thank you all. Hey! Everyone's coming in! Ah, take that, Jeffy B. I have summoned my friends! We're coming for your money! Okie dokie. And Wolfcrad, thank you for filling the pint glass.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh!
Guess I should do mine too.
Everybody's coming in. And like Airman and Peeps, that was a tier 3 as well. So thank you for 47 months, Strags. Jarl Infinitus. Yeah, let release the corgis of war. Okay. So, greetings, Watto, and welcome. There's a whole bunch of video game stuff to talk about throughout the day. You all have decided that it is a battle of corgis. TLDR, big Sea of Thieves event on Friday. We'll be playing, and I hope you will come watch. Pete, in case you were wondering, we have been absolutely enamored with Sea of Thieves, and the chances of a Sea of Thieves tattoo have gotten quite high. But that's another story. Because I've got like Blackout Club and Rain World and the starts of some Hollow Knights and whatnot. So yeah, I'm prepared. Like, I didn't put my hat in the ring for the partner program casually. Let me tell you. More corgis! Now. Right. So. Kyle says for a Twitch question. Do I need to change my stream hours to make the numbers better? In certain situations, yes.
More corgis.
The big heavy corgis that send the little corgis flying. And Wheeler Dealer, thank you for the 100 as well. I mean, Kyball, that's 15 bucks in bits. J-Post, fucking thank you as well. Like, cheers to you all. Hey, then Pete, to the radical pin. I will bring the thunder. And Magic Stones, thank you for the followers all. What? Oh, and welcome! God, this is going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. So to those asking, we don't have a Twitch command yet for telling people what they need to do when they come in raid-wise, but we will, or at very least, we'll tell them. Because we do need to play the game. Basically, the TLDR is if you look up your browser up right here, you'll see it's like Twitch TV Viking _blonde. If there's any faffermancy past the Viking blonde, get rid of it. Kill it. Destroy it. And then refresh the page. 1 means I'm talking to you faster. Oh, okay. Well, Pete, thank you for introducing to Magic Stones. It's lovely to make your acquaintance, and I hope you're doing good. Angie, okay, so there we go. And Angie, if we have met in the real and I'm blanking, please forgive me. I'm much better with faces. But no, congratulations on the gig over at Rare. It's been really interesting to see how many friendos have kind of come and gone. And I feel a bit bad because Kate, who was a writer on Sea of Thieves, who was a very close friend. Okay, no, I shouldn't say very close, but was a good friend from working at CA, left by the time I got into it, so I feel a little bit bad.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Durry Quill with no hesitation. Feckin' y'all. Okie dokie Lokis. So, aside from cool stuff in Sea of Thieves and the ilk, what else have you lovely Mother Hubbards? What else do you lovely Mother Hubbards want to talk about? Because, as I said, I'm desperately I'm desperately excited for new Sea of Thieves stuff. But there's also there's so much going on industry-wise at the moment. It has been a whirlwind few days. So I guess for those of you who have just joined us, Mecca Noel, what home, welcome. Here's what a show of mine usually looks like. Here's a day of Will streams. So usually we get started and indulge in a bunch of waffling on Wafflemancy, as it's become known. Well, we basically just talk about what's going on in video games, both from the user side but also from the industry side, like how it affects us and how we feel about that. And then usually I'd bring you all into a strange and weird indie game just to impress upon you some good nonsense. There'll be less of the weird indies, but not none. I mean, today we're playing a game called Happenlance. Okay, it's Happenlance, but it's a pun on happenstance.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Which you hadn't seen it, is a cooperative... it's a cooperative getting over it with Bennett Foddy. And J-Post, thank you for gifting a sub to Mech Noel. That's super cool of you. Radical Pin says, thoughts on Black Myth. I am giving that a... And to Ethel Wolfar, I say, what? Oh, and welcome! Ethel Wolfar. Sorry, getting my pronunciations. Okay, so, please forgive my pronunciation. So, Pete, you're talking about Black Myth Wukong, right? The Journey to the West UE5 game we got coming up. Yeah, you can tell by the harsh brightness of my browser that I went over to check. The Chinese gaming market has a lot less of a threshold for compat and stability, but it does look fresh and interesting, and it might be a very, very strong showcase for UE5. To my knowledge, it'll be one of the first big titles dropping in UE5. So I'm really interested to see how it does. With multi-format titles developed in China, you never know how much production quality they've gotten. So we'll see how it comes together. Oh, and I think it's safe to be excited for new God of War. Apparently it's been getting glowing reviews across the board. And that doesn't shock me. It does seem like that team has been given enough breathing room to continue to do what they're good at. And that's feckin' cool. It's really feckin' cool. Prolo says they've heard very good things about the weird farming Final Fantasy game, Harvestella. Okay.
The Teenage Mutant
Oh
Ninja
shit!
Turtles, our four
Sorry.
heroes, have overcome the Arc Villain Shredder.
Okay, so Megaboss just made me jump. Megaboss just gifted 10 subs to the crowd. When you said you brought TNT, not what I thought you meant, but I mean, if you're fishing, you just won, and you managed to get Sanctuary Polaris, Maxarai, Yumi Sato, JP, Silverstreak, Lucas for this live-action pixel, Kyopo, Toroko, and the Swan Dragon, and Sage Bell Watto, friend!
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo, and JPO, seriously, thank you for gifting subs to Sage Bell. So Sage Bell, no, I do not want to play Raft. I could live the rest of my life and happily never play that game. But I did make a promise, so if we succeed at this, if we manage to get the purple tick here, if we manage to take money from Bezos' pocket, then I have to. I am a man of my word. Even if I make a drunken promise, follow through. So now, Ethelwolf was saying they're excited to see how they continue the rewrite of, please forgive my pronunciations, but the Asir mythology, and I'm living for it. When they revealed the their version of Thor, I was like, yes, yes, please. Yeah, Megaboss, Raft is merely a consequence. No, Jackie, we will not be playing Raft in the bathtub. You get one or t'other. Well, yeah, so, Ethelwolf, yeah, essentially, like, proper bodybuilding, like, heavyweight Thor. And how they went for the kind of, the proper brawler, drinker body type. You know, the kind of person who looks like they can crush a boulder in one hand. As opposed to, like, the hyper definition of, like, the post-80s action hero archetype, which we've seen coming out of, I guess, everything since really Arnie. And don't get me wrong, that over-chiseled ideal is an interesting way of looking at it. It's just, yeah. The current Thor in Dad of War, Ragnarok, genuinely looks like someone who could win a heavyweight lifting contest. I mean, one of my favorite things, friends, is how most Norse mythology boils down to one of two stories. Loki, don't do that. Thor, don't fight that. Like, those are the two. Thor, whatever you do, don't fight the thing. I'm gonna fight the thing. Thor, don't fight the thing. Right, Loki, whatever you do, don't do the thing. I'm gonna do the thing. You can't do the thing. I'm gonna work out how to do the thing. And down under dwarf, how are you doing? Well, the other thing that I do really enjoy, because Ethelwolf was saying, Thor, why are you in a dress? Is that you see the causality of the gods. Because it always feels like with Greek mythology, it's the humans get messed with gods, and then they have to suffer a bunch of consequence. In Norse mythology, it's like the gods are doing stuff. And J-Post, thank you for gifting us up to Down Under Dwarf and Ethelwolf. Ethelwolfar Goning? God, I probably brutalized that one. Hey, and Down Under Dwarf, congratulations. I hope your job interview goes swimmingly. Mecha Noel says Thor in Data Boy looks like my boyfriend's husband. I can win. Sage Bell, I see your comment. I'm saying nothing. I'm saying nothing. And we've talked about this a lot, but I think it's worth saying is that when you get a studio that knows how to make really high quality feeling games, they don't have to be the biggest gangbusters. They don't have to be AAA, when they feel good. That's when you get to start having fun with the iconography, the characters, the world.
3. The third is Loki. Solve this fucking mess that we, the other gods, put ourselves in with little thanks afterwards. Loki tends to get fucked over even when he didn't do anything.
Yes! No, I absolutely agree with you, and it's the cause and effect of a lot of Norse mythology that I wouldn't say enjoy, seems a little bit sadistic, but you know what I mean. And you're right, Loki does end up having to fix problems. Greek mythology, Zeus, don't fuck that. Zeus, do not fuck. Don't do it. Oh, my favourite meme I've seen in 1,000 years is the greatest lie that Disney told was the idea that Zeus and Hera are in a loving, committed relationship. Because Hera never did anything bad. God. Catastros, it's no worry. We lost a couple of frames at the start. So if you wanna give it a refresh, that might get you up to speed. Firestrager, I couldn't possibly comment. But no, I will say a lot of the character design stuff in what was the newest one? Thor, was it Blood and Thunder? Seeing the pantheon of the gods, I thought was fascinating, and seeing how the creative teams around that were let off the chain, but yeah, okay, Ehrman, that's a good point. Zeus was a family man. Just a few too many families out there. Oh. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm okay with Hades making things a little fluffier. That's okay. Oh yeah. So okay, just as a quick aside, for those of you who don't know, my partner Fiona is also a streamer and has been doing a run of Alien Isolation. And one thing that's been really fascinating is rewatching Alien Isolation and seeing how much games have learnt from it. Like, for those of you who don't know, Climbable in chat worked on Alien Isolation, as did a bunch of cool friendos. And it strikes me that you never actually know which games are going to be the seminal works, which ones are going to influence the rest of the industry. And it's been really fascinating to see that. Yeah, Pete, it's Alien ISO. It's a bloke, Alan. It's that bloke Alan from down the road. Sage Bell, I saw apparently they're making a TikTok musical as a live-action Hercules. All right. I've been bored as well. That doesn't sound like a big money pitch to me. That does sound like we got stuck in a rainy weekend and we remade Hercules with TikTok.
Everything was fine then. Greek, Zeus got gingerly, Norse, Loki got bored, Japanese, Susano got drunk.
You know what, Caldera? That is the best description of those varying pantheons. I love it. And yeah, again, Ethelwolf, I do agree with you that world building in games has gotten much, much better and allows us to tell smaller stories in bigger worlds. I mean, it helps that, you know, standardized engines, we have access to a lot more tools that we did, you know. We're able to do some really cool things in video games when it comes to how we tell stories throughout the world. And we can really make them feel alive. I mean, I know we're flipping between, like, God of War and Alien Isolation here, but good old Dad of War really does feel like this living environment, even though it's a very carefully curated experience. And with Alien Isolation, it feels like a living, breathing space station with a perfect, unstoppable predator let loose. Now, combine the two, it could be interesting. God of Isolation. No, that's just sad. That's just sad. Alien of War. Better. We're brainstorming here. Alien of Boy. I think I've seen that movie. It's the one that Paul Rudd keeps playing on telly. No, that's... Edward's also saying that they wait to see what Valheim does with the Mist Lens. Yo! Actually, from next week, we're going to be doing Valheim on Tuesdays, so I've had plenty of time to chat about it. And I didn't test the AVP game back at Sega. I was on Empire Napoleon, so while that was being tested while I was at Sega QA, I wasn't part of that group. I think I only did a small bout on, what was it? When they needed a bunch of extra bodies on all the extra Wii games. So I think I did Jambo Safari for a few days. Alien of Boy is just Superman. Okay, Alien of Warg, also valid. Locker Simulator. Or How I Learned to Start Panicking Every Time I Could See It This Close. Ah, Wraith, it was Mac and Me. That was what I was trying to think of. Thank you. I'll never stop finding that funny. Okay, Wolfcrad, I know what that word is, but it does me a damage. And for Live Action Pixel, Watto and welcome. How was MCM? Actually, there's another person I do need to shout out. Both. Friends, Live Action Pixel is an exceptional cosplay photographer, a wonderful cornerstone of the general video game space in the UK, and also streams a lot, so there we go. Oh, that's good to hear. Live Action Pixel was also one part of Sneaky Zebra, the team which kind of wrote the book for those sweeping cosplay videos from conventions. Hey, and I won't say I am doing well to Live Action Pixel, but I will say I'm happy to be here with everybody right now, and yeah, we're genuinely making a push for that purple tick. We're doing it. And if we succeed, then we get to steal money from Jeffrey Bezos! but I have to play Raft, so there's kind of there's a give and take. Now, so Pete was asking if I played Alien Isolation in the blacked out press room. Yes. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I was at the Creative Assembly during the development of Alien Isolation. I didn't work on it, but I was upstairs on Total War. And they were very strict about when you were allowed to play builds. So you couldn't just go down and just have a faff around on your friend's rig. You had to sign up and you were put in blocks. And I got to test the press demo. I should say test, I got to play it, because it wasn't like I had to give, like, you know, I didn't have to add bugs or give detailed feedback. I still remember Gary Napper grinning like the ringleader of the shit show watching me sit down. And it was the chair with vibrations, it was the PS4 build, it was in the dark, and oh boy, it shit me up sideways. God. There was a genuine moment where I realized that we were going to be... that win, lose, or draw, it was going to be a really, really good... a really authentic game. That was the word I was... That was the word I was grasping for. Flair, Watto, and welcome. How are you doing, mate? I got coffee. As you can see, just by virtue of summoning the friendos, we have strong forces. Like, we might be able to do this. We might be able to steal money from Jeffy B. But how are you doing, friend? I was just saying... yeah. You know what? There was never a time when I was concerned about the team making Alien Isolation, you know? And I say this with love and respect, but we've all known game teams who weren't quite ready for the concept they were batting for. You know, someone's like, oh, I'm going to make this, I'm going to make the everything game. And you're kind of like, sure you are, friend. Good luck. From the very first moment we started hearing that, like, an Alien game was in development and, like, chatting with people, like, I still remember seeing the essay that Werther's wrote about the flamethrower from Aliens as a franchise, all the deconstructions, how it was done, like every little detail of every single flame projecting thing that had been in any Aliens franchise.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Sup peoples.
And to Archer the Eye, I say, Watto and welcome! Hello, hello. So Sean, for the heist. Sorry, Sean was asking, is there a set goal before we go back to Alien Isolation stories? There is. Throughout the month of November, we need an average of 75 people. Average of 75 people. That is the overall challenge. So what that means is I've got to keep stuff focused and concise. Squad together, friends together, let's make it happen. So, yeah. Boosting it to and above for as long as possible. Not actually boosting it artificially, but bringing everybody together, holding it to 75, and then bringing more people in for as long as possible. Hoppa-cha! Yeah, Lost Flowers, we've managed it right now. But also, this is day one of the heist. You know, yesterday I sounded the bell, I summoned the forces. And it's going to be interesting to see how the month progresses. So yeah, it's holding strong. But I've called in support and help from friends because I think this is important. Also, it does mean that... Live Action Pixel, I don't even know if we can get another one started. The Longship were celebrating all of their November subs this morning, so it was a high-speed train, not gonna lie. But yeah, so I've asked for support from friendos. Joe Cat's going to be joining me on Tuesdays. We've got Floydo today. We've got some other cool stuff planned. We have the return to the Blackout Club. Hopefully, fingers crossed, with the devs coming and hanging out. And later in the month, I'm going to do another round of Let Me Help Your Game, where I'm going to try and use my knowledge to help anyone and everyone I can, or at very least be challenged. Hey, to the live action pixel, I will accept any and all help, friend. I am broke as hell, so that's the only reason I haven't hit you up. I'm still annoyed that I never got the chance to use budget to work with you, because that was what I was going to do during Improbable. Okay, sorry, friends. For those who don't know, story time and top story time. We can go back to talk about Alien Isolation in a second. I was the everything person on a project at a company called Improbable. The game was called Ion, and we had a lot of schemes and plans for it. And one of them was that all our videos were going to be in-universe. I was going to be a washed-up radio DJ who, having destroyed his career, the only job he could get was working for a corporate radio station during a research project. It's great.
I just need to let the people know that I put you on in the back bedroom, and Amos went back there and started sleeping.
Oh, that's my boy!
So he's a watching stream and doing a snooze.
Sorry, Amos is our youngest puppy who is having the worst time right now. He
he's allergic
has
to everything.
Yes, he's allergic to everything. He's had a huge allergic reaction, and he's got to wear the cone of shame. But he's super itchy, even with all the stuff. That's our boy.
He's a hard time.
He's having a hard time. We were just talking about Alien Isolation because I mentioned that you were playing it and you got Christian on. And...
I'm gonna play more this weekend.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. It'll be fine.
So, friends, if you want to see someone's fresh playthrough of Alien Isolation this weekend, Fiona will be playing, and I will be laughing, even if I nearly did get punched in the nose.
I'm apparently about 1/3 of the way through. I've only gotten through, a lot of the major missions.
Do you want to give the lovely people a wave? Hello! Yeah, as MDH is right, it's a long game, although it doesn't feel like it outstays its welcome. But good luck in the third act, that's all I'm going to say.
I'm to the point where I have to sneak through the medical area to get a med kit. Yeah, I'm aware. It's not easy. It es no bueno.
No es bueno. However, God, Alien Isolation is just such an incredible game. It's definitely the most authentic, and it made me realise... Yo! Pete, thank you for the bits, friend. I hope I've said this already, friends, but, we're literally kept going by bits and donations, so seriously, thank you. Yeah, Fiona had to listen to me rant about Alien Covenant, and one of the big reasons why Alien Covenant's a big stinky pile of doo-doo is that when you put it alongside Alien Isolation, you can see how little care and thought was put for the world it was in. They had very competent set designers and stuff like that, except for the... Holy fuck! Ah! The goose! The goose has landed! By the old gods and the new. Who's ready for geese? I'm not ready for geese. We do not have enough raid defense. So yeah, if you all were wondering what the biggest...
What ho? Let's go.
Feck yes, Vanderbeest. Right! Friends, if you're wondering what one of the key factors for the Great Bezos heist is going to be, that's right, it's geese! Right, to all of you who have just joined us, what ho and welcome. If somehow we haven't met, my name's Will. I worked in the video games industry for 1,000 years because I was cursed by an old witch after I kicked a chair. And now I stream for a living, so hello. Dan Floyd will be joining us in just a second. Floydo's just getting coffee. So, yeah. let me introduce myself. Let me tell you why I am campaigning for your support so that we might steal money from Jeffrey Bezos. So yes, honk and let slip the geese of war. Go on in, friends, go on in! But yeah, no, it is lovely to make all of your acquaintances. We were just talking about Alien Isolation and Greek mythology, which is honestly a nice thing to chat about, not gonna lie. Oh yes, Lizzie, and thank you for saying so. While we're waiting for Floydo to return, so friends, I am doing the cheesiest of things. I am questing on this twitch.television for a purple tick. The reason being, so we can take money from Jeffrey Bezos. I hope you will stick around. Hopefully I can be vaguely entertaining, and we've got Floydo coming back. But I do need a little bit of URL wizardry from yourselves. So up in the bar above you, you'll see Viking Blonde. So twitch.tv, Viking Blonde. And there'll be some rigmarole after that. I think it's like question mark raid referral or something like those. If you would be so kind as to delete and yeet and refresh the page, I'd sincerely appreciate that. And then we can talk more about aliens and good stuff like that. DX Man's like, feck Jeff. All my friends hate that guy. He knows what he did. Library Nerd, thank you kindly. Right! Come on in, friends, come on in! Pete says, don't you fear Roid Rage Bezos? Okay, which would you rather fight? Roid Rage Bezos or 147 geese? Because, yeah, sure, Bezos is going to be swinging hard. He's going to hit those first geese with some serious fire. But no one is 100 geese strong. And that's 100 geese at once, not in a row. 100 geese. Yeah, Gil, that's the Mother Hubbard. Ikoa! I'm trying to pretend to be cool here! And Tori, I'd never ask you all to hit geese. I'd also never condone violence against a well-known person. Not at all. Oh, and Coffee Giraffe. I didn't know that, so thank you. See, we're all learning stuff today. Unfortunately, because Ikoa has decided that with you all here, I need to make a monstrous tit out of myself. Thanks for that. Oh, I almost killed the heist board. Oh yeah, so friends, I have a heist board ready. We can actually physically plan the heist. I got string and everything. But unfortunately... Delta Frost. I'm sorry you got that. Sage! No! A counter! Okay.
The Teenage Mutant
Okay,
Ninja
everything is happening
our
all
four
at once.
reptilian heroes have overcome the Arc villain Shredder.
Oh, there is a battle. Oh, there's a battle. All right. It's tied. It's tied. All right, it could still happen. Everything's falling over. I'm very lost. J-Post just handed out 5 subs. Oh, to Dramatic Gaming, crap loads. This was my lockdown hobby. And Willamp, thank you kindly for the follow. Oh yeah, Net Battler. I've got about, like, 25, 26... God, it's probably close to 30. I got a lot of kits. I'm currently working on... this Mother Hubbard. That's my next build that I'm doing a thing with. Okay, the dab economy is going all over the place. War lines have been drawn. It is a fecking fight in chat.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Our 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the arc.
And in the same breath, J-Post gifted out 5 subs for Square Peg Delta Frost, no one of consequence, Recon Man and Zephyros, and then Kimball took exception and gifted out 5 subs to the crowd for Magma Dragon Draconic Dude, Wyvern Flames and Lord Wiggles the third. Okay, so what's the score right now? Do I have to dab? J-Post! Sorry, Ikoa and Sagebell. How could you do this? Oh shit! Gil coming out of nowhere! Oh, fuck. Okay, friends, you see how many people are slinging around 80,000 channel points? Wolfcrad. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this! Hey, Gil, you have nothing to apologise for, friend. I mean, I just want to say thank you all for coming out for this, you know? Like, I'm stupid lucky. Before I make a monstrous tit myself, let me be genuine for a second. I'm incredibly lucky. I get to stream for a living. And it's the fucking best, I won't lie. It's one of the best things I've done, and I get to spend my days chatting with all of you lot, talking about video games and how they make us feel and the entire art and craft behind them. It's so good. And I'm lucky to be in a situation where I've been able to do it for nearly 5 years. You know, the great BEZOS heist is kind of future-proofing us, you know? The digital world is changing very, very fast, and we gotta do things while we can, so... I wasn't stalling! Just wanted to say some genuinely nice things before I made a massive tit of myself. Anyway, for those of you who have come here for this, for those of you sticking around and supporting this attempt at... this attempted heist. Like, thank you all, seriously. Right, how many do I need to do? 3. Guys, the worst. Ikoa, Sage. This is what you started. This is what you lot unleashed. There was loads of new people, and they thought I was cool. But no, you can make weird dip. We're just gonna dip around here, bitch. I can't help but notice that Lord Calcium Bonio is doing nothing to help. Feck you lot. Seriously, feck you lot. Ha! Pa! Shaw! Now get out of my house. Actually, no, please don't get out of my house. Please stay in my house. Terrors, a lot of you. So yeah, so once Dan is with us, for those of you who didn't see last time, so this is the game we're going to be playing today. So Dan and I are going to be returning to Happenlance, which is a co-op, getting over it with Bennett Foddy style game, where you literally use your lance to spin around, but also to stab the heck out of people. And Greenfire, Watto and welcome. The heist goes well. We're at 170 heisters right now, and holding strong. Yeah, you can stab each other. You can also fling each other into the air. It's brilliant.
Sorry, not sorry. Maya hi maya hu maya ha maya ha ha maya hi maya hu maya ha maya ha ha maya hi maya hu maya ha maya ha ha.
Indeed. What was I about to say? No, it's dropped out of my head. But what I did want to say is one of the other things, friend... Oh, let's move this down. One of the other things that I'm very, very passionate about, friends, is weird and strange and different indie games. So to those of you who've not been here before, if you'll ever let me, I will recommend you games until the cows come home. I will recommend you games until the cows have moved in fully. Because we do live in an era where we have more incredible games than we have, like, time to observe. So, there was one that popped up over the last couple of days, and it's going to be a while before I can show you, but I think you need it on your radar. Hang on, bear with me just a second. I'm just pulling up the, Steam page for it. Where is it? Because this was one that dropped seemingly out of nowhere on the weekend, and it has been... Exclude pre-release, there we go, because I'm pretty sure it released. Here we go. So this is called Dreamwild. It only has 17 reviews on Steam, and it is absolutely my kind of just off the wall. So it is one part Final Fantasy VII-esque explore and adventure. You know, like the overworld in classic Final Fantasy, pre-rendered backgrounds, like small limited movement ranges, etc. But whenever you get into combat, instead of it being like a turn-based JRPG, it's a grapple hook, high-speed devil daggers 'em up. It is the whole thing. Oh, I linked you all Happenlance twice. Thank you for letting me know, Eric. That's the game. Now, Happenlance is still a game worth playing, although the pronunciation always throws me because it should be Happenlance. But yeah, Dreamwild popped up on my feed, yeah, over the weekend, and I'm just enamored with it. Like, you've got to admit, that's fucking smashing. It's also been cool seeing how well Signals has done, but I don't think that one needs our support, because Signals is already doing gangbusters. I guess same with the Faith trilogy as well. I mean, Prolo, that's only going to make sense to those of us who know the UK very well.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
House Carl hunts this day! So Fearless, on top of so much that's going on, just gifted out 10 subs to the crowd. I managed to hit Jocat, Kimchia, Esprazin, the Geek Illuminati, who you'd think would be harder to find. A series of I's and J's that do not result into a word in my brain. Wolfgny Biz, Nako's Moon, the Lord Smudge, Quoxacraven and Rhinerd.
Target-rich environment.
Yeah, no heck! I mean, the power of House Carl cannot be underestimated. Yeah, also, I'm still trying to work out the extra secrets in Pinecone game. And Hyper Demon just got an update to make it a little bit more friendly. So, for those of you who have been curious about Hyper Demon, but have been a bit scared by what is essentially the Street Fighter 3 of first-person shooters. And to 12 or 13, thank you for the follow. I mean, Fred, I never expected to be a heavy bowgun main, but here we are. An interesting point that you make there, alongside Manamana. Do-dooby-dooby-doo. Manamana. Well, I'll call you 12 for short, because that sounds cool. No, I've been streaming for coming up on 5 years. But also, I haven't really been screaming about it a lot because I do understand what it's like to have that one friend who takes up streaming and then the only thing they ever post about every 5 seconds is, hey, watch my stream, watch my stream. Watch my stream. If you watch my stream, you should watch my stream. Oh, okay. I get you. Rob, it's good to see you. The reason that I fired off the flare for this month is... Fearless. Fecking thank you. The reason I fired off the flare for this month was to try and bring everybody together so that we can convince Mr. Twitch that I'm worth your time. Right! So, not only, friends, not only are we ready to get going, but I think I have a Floydo. Greetings to you, Mr. Daniel Floyd!
Hello, Will, how are you? Sorry for the wait, by the way.
No, dude, it's all good. Your lot were feckin' hilarious, and I was doing my introductions, and then they made me dab, so there was a lot going on.
Oh, it's great to be here again.
Dude, it's super good to have you back. And thank you for helping with the big BEZOS heist.
Of course, listen, I am thrilled to be assisting with this very noble cause. How's the heist going so far? Are we near, like, what stage of the heist are we in?
We're at day 1. But...
Fantastic. All right, so, like, planning then.
Well,
cool
okay.
montage music is happening as we put a team together.
All right, you joke.
Uh-huh.
But I've got a whiteboard. I've got string. Like, there is going to be an actual heist board.
Yes. Good. This is how it, like, we're sure it's going to work. Now, by the time you get to, like, week 2 or 3, some things are definitely going to go wrong.
Yes.
But that's what's just going to make it fun and exciting.
That's where the challenge comes in. So,
Captain on the bridge.
oh,
What ho? 7 squared months, D.
Navalis, feckin' thank you. Moose is making me dab again, so. So that those feckin' terrors. So, we've got good stuff planned for the heist, and apparently another train. Oh my word! Really would also like to make sure all of you watching that none of your tea has gone cold.
Good to remember.
Dude, I forgot a cup of tea for 10 hours yesterday.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Glad you're still with us.
You know what, Dan? I'll tell you about the heist plans and whatnot in just a second. Do you mind talking with these lovely Mother Hubbards while I make a complete arse of myself again? Thanks, Moose.
I can absolutely do that. Hello, all of you. It is good to see so many of you over here. I know I was just with you over on my channel a second ago. Definitely don't have super cold. Don't have super cold tea if you can help it. hadn't seen the hype train imagery before. That's very good. So let's all enjoy this, of course. 'Cause I'm not going to talk. Yeah.
That's 80,000 points just in one maneuver.
My handle is Potato Mama.
Phenomenal. I did 2 raid in. What are you talking about, 12013?
Oh, they came in after, so it's
Gotcha.
all... Alias was asking how your coffee is.
It's good. Refilled and warm.
Oh. But yeah, so how have you been doing? Like, whilst these lovely Mother Hubbards have the train going, let's just have a little natter.
Sounds lovely. I've been doing pretty good.
Teenage
Just
Mutant
busy,
Ninja Turtles
but
are
on the whole,
reptilian
still
heroes
pretty good. I'm
have
enjoying the
overcome the
cooler
Ark
weather
villain Shredder.
happening. That's been nice. That's kind of the full extent of it, honestly. There's not a lot other than just busy making videos, streaming now on occasion too, which is great fun.
Yeah, it really is feckin' good. And the great thing is you tend to stream late in the evening, so even if I'm not able to have a natter, I can actually watch you.
Yeah, I do feel bad for any of our like European audience for whom joining a stream that we do has to involve a loss of sleep on some end. I would stream earlier if I could. It is what it is with the day jobs and whatnot.
Very true, and there is chaos. Also, Tuna, Watto and welcome. It's good to see you, friend. But as someone who chronically fails at sleeping at regular hours, it's lovely when it's like 2 in the morning and you can't sleep and you turn on and you're like, oh, there's some friendos there. That's what you are for the Europeans. Yeah.
That's true. It's pretty rough and dire day, and you are up at hours you don't want to be, and you have to be for whatever reason. And I will try to provide something.
See, Alias is a European viewer, and they're happy to be here. Frickin' yo.
Aw. We're glad you're here too.
There's a lot going on here. The train might be setting a brand new record. We have so many cool people coming down.
Hey Dan, did Will tell you about the posters? The crew has contributed to...
I think you might have seen at least one of them. But Asari hand drew a poster for the Great BEZOS heist.
Ooh.
Let me update the. Let me find it in the pictures in the ilk. Because okay, for those of you who didn't see who joined us today, let me show you the ones that Saban did for us, just real quickly. Because I've been scheming this for a while. So first off, we have the Bezos job.
Very good, very good.
It also made me realise how fucking old the Italian job is. And then
It's not new.
Yeah. And then here, the Great Bezos robbery. Salem's just been flexing at this
I have
point.
found that in
Yeah,
and
yeah.
heists, plans
beautiful,
are
though.
useless, but planning is invaluable. Dwight
I don't think
Deals
I've ever
is
seen
streamer.
you in glasses before.
I did once for a bit, which was my hipster alter ego named Kirby Jax with 2 X's. And yes, Sagelin's correct. It is the Michael Caine version of the Italian job, not the travesty that came out in 2007. Yeah, the trains. We have so much happening all at once, dude.
A lot is happening.
Fucking we. The only other thing that's really happened of
The
note over
Teenage
here
Mutant Ninja Turtle,
is
our
I now have a
fellow
physical
reptilian
Lord
hero,
Calcium
has
Bonio
overcome the
here.
arc villain Shredder.
What?
Yeah, I got a full-on skeleton.
Hey!
High five. Who does have a GDC pass? You are observing that correctly.
Beautiful. I love that. That does add a certain something to the just full environment you got back there. I enjoy it.
I mean, we have a rule in our household, which is we dress up the house for Halloween, and then we put little Christmas decorations on the Halloween decorations in the way up to
Yes.
Christmas. So after Thanksgiving, Calcium Bonio gets a little Christmas hat.
I like that because, like, usually just wandering around, like, out in the outside, if and when you do that, there's going to be a real hard cutoff between that Halloween and Christmas energy, and you're providing more of a crossfade.
Well, it came from the Nightmare Before Christmas because we got this inflatable glowing Oogie Boogie a couple years back, and we were like, "Wait a second, we could just keep it up. We could just keep it going."
Another train.
Yeah, why does the tree have to be involved in the first place? We have a lot of things here. Like, you can put lights on anything. No one's going to stop you.
And obviously, more light equals better. Oh, and
Absolutely.
Last but by no means least, this was Asari Greenfire's creation. Our kind of like faux stained glass window retelling of the heist.
Ooh, elegant.
Stylish.
The Teenage
That's something
Mutant
I would
Ninja
love to
Turtles,
see, just sort of
our
like
4 reptilian
cast on a
heroes, have
chapel
overcome
floor.
the arc villain
Like, just sort of like light just coming through, just seeing that fall across a row of pews. I don't know what people are singing while they're at those pews. What are
I
what's
believe
getting
they're
sung in
singing,
your
like,
chapel?
Probably like a Gregorian hymn version of Diggy Diggy Hole, or similar in that kind of like that monk chant of "Your pirate ship can eat a bag of something along those lines.
That feels right.
It's not a cult. It's not a cult. And Eric, I'm based out in Seattle, so.
Hey, Tom, it's Bob From the office down the hall, it's good to see you, buddy. Have you
Wow,
been?
the alerts are just
Things have
catching
been
up.
okay for me, except that I'm a zombie now. I really wish you
Or
let
alerts.
us in. I think I speak for all of us when I say I.
Yeah, for legal reasons. We're not a cult. And I think Favor 6 just gave me a flashback to the old Jonathan Coulthard days of nerdery.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes,
And Crawford days,
have
that might be
overcome the Ark Villain
earlier
Shredder.
than my days. Which days are those?
The Jaco, he was one of the OG. I'm probably pronouncing his name horribly wrong because there's so much happening at once. But okay. On the subject of things happening all at once, the train has hit an all-time high. We have never had a train so powerful as this. And it was the guy who did Re Your Brains.
Oh, yeah, Jonathan Colton, yeah.
Colton is me pronouncing his name hard. Floyd!
Okay.
Dude! Don't think I don't see that!
I don't know what you're talking about. I've just been here the whole time.
Fucking you!
Can confirm. Will streams usually start at 9 p.m.
I saw everyone else was doing it. It was
Stay
peer
until
pressure.
11 p.m. Wake up CA 4:30 a.m. I'm alive. Fueled by ginger numpty and spite. From numpty to spite.
Just Catastros with the numpty to spite ratio. Hi, I'm your good morning show. That's fascinating. Yeah. 3 cats in a
Good
trench
morning
coat.
energy. Like morning energy that but not like in an annoying radio DJ way. Like
Like an annoying friend that wants to tell you about
popping
video
off.
games way.
that's so preferable. You don't have a soundboard or anything. It's great.
Oh shit, I need to get a soundboard.
You could get a soundboard though, and actually I would love to know what sort of sounds you'd put on your soundboard because that's like a radio station that I would tune into at 6 a.m. driving 2 hours to work or whatever.
You know what? The problem is, Dan, I wouldn't be able to resist the lure of power. So I'd end up doing things like the Slack notification noise.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja
Oh, that's
Turtles,
mean.
Yeah!
4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Ark Villain Shredder.
I wouldn't be able to help it.
Yeah, that's true. Give people that power, and it's not like I've been slowly giving chat that power with the little sound alerts that I'm giving them, so now they can have Zote and Pichu arguments.
Yeah, and they will.
And they will. And it seems it's the sort of thing that you think would get annoying, but it keeps making me laugh. So far I'm thrilled with it. I guess I just need to add more sounds.
Quite possibly. And sorry, to everybody that's thrown in for the hype train, I will say a huge, huge thank you at the end of the show. Because you are going faster than I could keep up with.
I drew the background. Will, it's up to you to add to details on the one I drew. Have
Oh.
fun.
And thank you. And due method, Watto and welcome. Yeah, I would do evil things. The incoming voice call from Discord. Because you just did Pony Island, right?
Yeah, I did.
So the only downside with Pony Island, oh, and Kraken, thank you kindly for the follow, is that it was designed to mess with you using old sounds.
Yep.
So it uses the old Facebook noises and windows.
Yeah, that is. I guess it could go back and patch it, but that's just a never-ending job. So
Essentially. But let me tell you, when that happened to me, I lost my shit. I still think that's one of the cleverest boss fights in video gaming. Like, it's up there with the end and stuff like that.
I did have one the Steam overlay Steam's interface has changed so little over the decades that
Yup.
any Steam jokes still work. So like when I did have the little pop-up of messages from a friend, a literal friend in in Steam messages replying to me, I did have like a moment of like panic while recording. It's like, am I gonna have to edit this out? What's happening? Like, I don't want to. Is this a problem? Wait, oh, it's the game, you clever thing.
Have you done the hex yet?
I've not done the hex yet, but like I don't know if it's next on my list or if Inscription is of those two.
Cool,
I-
go forever.
I want to do both.
I would recommend the hex, then inscription. But
I'm down for that, honestly. What I remember, you're the first person to describe the hex concept to me, and I loved what you described.
Okay, so for those of you that haven't heard of it, the hex is one of the 3 great games about making video games. So you have the hex, you have the beginner's guide, and you have the magic circle, and those are the 3 bangers. And sorry, the alerts have barely even caught up.
That is okay. You've got a lot to process right now. I'm just here as a passenger on the speeding train.
And the train is not stopping. I was about to say, oh, it's cool. You know, we'll tap out at about level 9. That's cool. Bacon's like, whoa. It's funny, Will, that you thought the train ends.
Run, train, run.
Caffeine with can't stop, won't stop. Blade Nora. Yeah, apologies if I'm waffling over you. There's so much going on at once.
Not at all. No, I understand fully. I don't think I've ever seen a hype train get up to 11. That's great.
No. I think 8 was our
The
previous
Teenage Mutant
max.
Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Oh, and Rilu, feckin' thank you to all of you from the Longship who are putting up with this chaos train or feeding it. Feckin' yo. I will agree with Eric that Inscription is definitely Daniel's best work to date, but
That's the impression I get. Like, you don't get that many awards
yes, but
without having made something very special.
Inscription is a story. The Hex has one of the most honest moments one of the most honest
The
moments
Teenage
anyone has
Mutant
put in a
Ninja
game
Turtles,
talking
our 4
about
reptilian
games.
heroes,
Holy
have
crap.
overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Before we jump back to that, I just need to let you know, Dan, that last alert was yours. That's how far behind we are, the alerts of everything popping off.
Train's going too fast.
Train's going too fast! But yeah, there's a moment in the Hex which is one of the most honest things I've heard people say about the process of making games and what it does to you. And that I did not expect.
I'm excited. Like, it was interesting playing Pony Island for the first time this year, like, well after it's, like, had its moment, because even though it's only, like, 6-ish years old, it definitely already feels a little bit of its time, but
Yes.
it feels like I am not at all surprised that this blew up at the time when Undertale was doing the same thing. But like seeing that, all right, this is what this creator's first big game was. I am dying to see what this creator has grown, like, with experience and time and growth. What are they making now? Like, that is real exciting.
I was a little sad I didn't get to chat to them at GDC. They were one of the people I was really hoping to talk to, but we got to talk to the person who made Frog Fractions. Like, you want to talk about... Yeah. I still remember him starting the conversation with, don't base your whole marketing strategy around people not knowing where your game is. Oh, God.
Hard to make that work.
I do have one more game to throw in, not just for yourself, but for our lovely combined audience.
Yeah.
Because you were talking about how Pony Island was a very powerful game, and it influenced a lot of people in a lot of ways, which is why it feels maybe not dated, but it inspired so many.
Yeah.
And one we came across recently was this one called Presenter Slides. This came out in August, and it's a tricky one to stream because it needs access to a web camera. But it takes the Pony Island concept and takes it in some fascinating directions. And it's only about... It's only about an hour or so long. And it was genuinely fascinating. Also very
interesting.
Thank you for filling the pint glass, even though the pint glass will not stay filled. Alright. We've got a minute left on the clock on this train. It might be soon time for the Happenlance in.
Hey, no rush. It's fun seeing the train go. So I was seeing somebody, Eric the Orange, saying that like Daniel Mullins' weakest area as a designer is his gameplay, but that's his most grown area as well. Like I think that's the thing that intrigued me most. Like I love the ideas in Pony Island, even though the play was just sort of like, this is kind of interesting, and the play at any given moment isn't the most interesting thing here. Just the ways and the modes of play you're getting thrown into and the unexpected twists on those modes are definitely the interesting thing here. But I know that like what little I know of Inscription is that it mechanically goes in some really interesting places and seems way more fleshed out, and that it is also just as a game that people love, like had a really great time playing, even without all the other brilliance around it. So like I'm really excited seeing that sort of evolution of this kind of clever creator.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, Inscription succeeds in being something that people have tried to do for years, which is a good card game. So very quickly, friends, that was a huge, huge amount of cash and subs you all threw in for that train. For those of you who are new here, like that's literally how we pay our bills and feed our animals. Like that's our income.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Thank you.
Our 4 reptilian heroes.
Good on yourselves, everybody. That was a heck. That's the most train I've ever seen.
That was like 10 and a half. It was terrifying. To Sage Bell, it's not a stripper dollar if you don't tuck it into my waistband. That's just a regular dollar. And I will disagree a little bit with Eric on the weakness in gameplay, but you need to go through the hex because that has the most depth and variety.
Ooh. I'm excited to get to them. I imagine I'm going to pace them out kind of with maybe over the next couple of Halloween seasons.
Come to the house, Carl. We've got
But yeah, they're treats that I'm looking forward to.
I mean, it's what I was saying to your lovely audience before you came on in is like, we're in this wonderful golden age of games. Like, yeah. I know it's not possible for every game to make squillions of dollars, but from the perspective of people who play them, it's never been a better time to play video games.
Very true. They are everywhere.
And the thing is, like, even with my obsessive...
Ninja Turtle,
it's still going! The alerts are still going!
Have overcome the Dark
Holy crud! Even with my obsessive, like, research and focus and the amount of time I spend looking into the strange and the different, there's still games I missed. I wasn't aware of Will You Snail. And... like,
I don't know if I would have been if I think that creator actually like just emailed me directly at one point. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about it. And what a cool little game.
Yeah, I mean, I started playing it because I didn't realize how good it was, and I regret that the Longship didn't get to see my first run at it. But holy crud, it's genius.
It really is. Yeah, no, like I the last couple of years I've been actively trying to like keep tabs on as many new games coming out at once to try to at least see a trailer to see like, all right, is the animation in this something I need to look into closer? And I found a good few that I would have missed otherwise without doing that. And even with that concerted effort, I am just constantly seeing new ones pop up that were like a year or two old that I somehow missed that just flew under the radar that were gorgeous. They're like,
yeah,
so many games that are so interesting in so many ways. And I can't believe how many of them are good.
And Quasi was the one responsible for passing it from yourself to me. For those who haven't heard of it, Will You Snail is kind of like a semi-meta-narrative game where an AI has taken control of this video game world and seeks to murder you. Pretty interesting, but nothing off the chain there. What makes it special, and again to all of you that followed, thank you so much. What makes it special is that it predicts where it thinks you're going to go in this platformer and then uses that knowledge to just straight up murder you. So it's kind of I want to be the guy, kind of is it Kaizo Mario?
Someone say chaos?
No.
Yeah, effectively. A Kaizo Mario that's actively kind of responding to your previous behavior and attempts.
Yeah, it looks at where you would jump based on the distance of where you are and where you're going and puts a trap in your way. So...
yeah, so you're having to navigate a tricky level that may not be as tricky as a Kaizo level would be by default, but it kind of becomes Kaizo difficulty because the
Captain
level
on
is
the
actively
bridge.
Yeah.
you're having to
Years,
like
1 month of all
constantly
sorts of
juke and
things.
fake out an AI that is trying to take you out with obstacles at the same time. It's really clever.
And I find it feckin' fascinating. Oh yeah, Bismarck, and on the topic of that one, title pending was another one that we found that I highly recommend to you, dude.
Ooh, title pending. That also seems like a game with terrible
Turn it
like
up to 11.
SEO. Is that the word? Hard to find.
Yes. Oh, friends, if you're not aware, so SEO is search engine optimization, and that is how easy or hard your game is to find. Don't put underscores in your video game. It's not good. You know. Now, calling it something ... title pending. That's a banger.
We are an anomaly on Twitch, but I mean anomaly in the stalker sense of the term.
I am intrigued.
And thank you, Felix. Again, it's still going through the train alerts. And Dralial, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, actually, let me use this opportunity to support a fellow game dev. So, friends, Spooky Month is over, but that does not mean that I am done recommending you games.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Ark villain Shredder.
Actually, so Sean, if you want to post your game link in chat. So Sean Clapper works on a fascinating game that's a super chill, like, puzzle game. As in, like, you literally sit at a coffee table and make, like, classic puzzles. But it's set within this, like, gorgeous 3D render of, like, a fancy flat. Oh, I mean, friends, the skeleton is staying up from now until forever. This is Calcium Bonio, so don't worry, we're not doing away with the spooky. Ah, yes, Jigsaw Puzzle Dreams.
Ooh.
This game is free on Steam. You can choose the complexity of the puzzles you want to put together and like what part of the flat you want to build them on. And the monetization's based around like customizing your flat and stuff like that. So it also has co-op, so you can build puzzles with a friend.
That's a really dope idea. I like it.
And because the puzzle pieces are generated, it's not just like pick up puzzle, finish puzzle. It's like choose how complex and how you want it
In
to
the
be.
words of Spinal Tap, it goes to 11.
Oh, Quasi, it almost went to 11. It was like 10 and 37, I believe. But yeah, Sean found us on the great internets, and we were talking a lot, like the challenges of making a high quality game in a genre that's used to being very low quality. And yeah, I highly recommend this, friends.
Come on, ride the train. Hey, ride
It's a
it.
great concept.
Come on,
Like
ride the
a
train.
simple but
Hey,
very
ride
great
it.
concept
Come
that
on,
like
it's the
the simplicity is what
chew. Come on, it's the
what gets
chew.
it there. And
Chew
yeah,
fan.
apparently the being able to hang up finished puzzles on the walls and customize your space with the puzzles you've made is like the kind of tiny touch that just tips it over the edge of like, that's perfect. I love that.
Right.
I don't even like doing puzzles in real life, but that idea still appeals to me.
Hype train go BRRRR.
Hype Train is still making noise. But yeah, I wanted to plug that one because it's definitely one of those titles that's struggled to find an audience despite being high quality. So I figure whilst all, 170 of us are all in here, we're like, cool, let me point to a video game you all can try for no money that doesn't involve, questioning the fabric of reality or the meaning of video games.
Play honk.
Okie dokie. So, let's get Happenlance loaded up, because you and I will probably need a little while to get our sea legs back in.
Oh yeah, no, we definitely will. I'm excited that we're coming back to this though, given that we just got to the point where there's like antagonists.
Feckin' yo. Actually, okay, you can answer this off stream,
Sure.
but how is your Friday night? Because we're back on Sea of Thieves as we are every Friday, and it's a big kind of nonsense event going on. It's Flameheart versus the other guy, and I have been meaning to steal you for a Sea of Thieves. I was reminded because Drally Owl's been playing our VODs of this one.
Interesting. So Friday nights tend to be evenings when I'm doing a lot of play framework, but I am intrigued by the two names you've mentioned though. Like what's the backstory on this?
Okay, so Flameheart's been kind of like the big bad in the shadows for quite some time. Sorry, I'm just updating to Happenlance while we're talking.
No problem.
So Pendragon, that's his name. Pendragon was a sea captain with a crew of friends who was tricked and betrayed. His crew slain, his soul trapped in a painting in the ghost realm. And he was the first kind of story quest that we found in Sea of Thieves. For those of you who haven't played Sea of Thieves, there's two kinds of story. There's the ongoing story, which is kind of like events. Every couple of weeks, there's something you can play for a bit before moving on to the next one. The other one are these tall tales, stories that you can discover in the world. And this was the first of those tall tales that we just found. We weren't pointed towards, no one mentioned it. We just saw this weird painting in a cracked wrecked ship on an island. We poked it a few times and suddenly like this ghost appears and tells you of the betrayal and the story.
Ooh.
And he then led us astray. He gave us bad advice that he didn't know. And so the spirit of Flameheart, a great dark villainous spirit on the Sea of Thieves, a dark fleet admiral, kind of the Palpatine Barbossa mix that no one was expecting. This is all coming to a head on Friday this week, where the two teams are going to do battle. Either the Flameheart's crew will have him resurrected and have him unleashed upon the Sea of Thieves, or Pendragon's team will put him down for final for good.
That is cool. So, like, as a player base, what influence do you have over this? Are you just sort of enjoying the show?
I believe we'll do battle for different fortresses.
Awesome.
And I think as they're held and fought over, whichever side holds the most will end up having... there we go. We'll end up taking home the bacon.
That is great.
And I'm really excited for it. But I do very understand. Oh, sorry Pete, if you look down in the doobly-doo, we've got a P.O. box. And tell Angie that we would fucking love some Sea of Thieves merch. I am unironically obsessed with that game. Okay, so I will host a co-op room. Oh god, we're only up 5.
Boy. And it felt like we progressed so much last time.
We did! Although I remember this one, we have to like high speed it up the side of the wall. Drally Owl, I do not think Sea of Thieves will ever have a flying ghost shark. Thank fuck.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Let's see. Is there a specific game I should watch for, or should I look for an invite through Steam?
You should be able to join off of me. I forget.
It's been a little bit. I see a game called ZSSC, but I don't think that's you.
That is me.
That is you. Perfect. All right. Then I'm in where I was in.
Okay. Once more with feeling.
Take 2.
Take 2. You were in, and then I mashed buttons and I broke it. And Fearless, thank you for gifting a sub to Drally Owl. The hunters of House Carl, as we call them. Those who hunt the unsubbed. And they are incredibly powerful and they scare me, but I'm grateful to have them. There we go. Ah!
I'm here. Hello.
Stab me in the bum.
Right, not on purpose. Listen, that's just how it goes around here. Get the memory back. Oh no.
Bear with us, friends, while we find our Happenlance sea legs again.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, with with Sea of Thieves, I did not expect to become as obsessed with it as we've become, because like DJ and other friends were super into it at launch when it was purely just kind of like a PvP sandbox.
Yeah,
Now
that's what I saw of it at the time, and every time I hear new things about it, it sounds like a wildly different, much bigger game, which doesn't surprise me, and it sounds rad. I have been wanting to find time to get into it.
So that's why I keep trying to find time to steal everybody.
Yeah.
Or
What was my plan there?
I'm not sure. Or what we could do is, if you ever want to do just a quiet, a quiet, perhaps even off the internet run, we'll get a crew together, we'll sneak you out onto the seas, get you like a patch and a fake mustache so nobody knows it's you. But yeah, since last we talked about it, they added the feature where like your ships have can be named and they have like a whole legacy and stuff like that.
Oh dear. Well, so
sure.
I'm remembering how long it took us to get to the top of this pit before.
Yeah. But then you avenged me and it was great.
We made it happen, but we can do it again. This is what the game is for anybody who didn't see us last time. It is co-op getting over it.
You have
with lances. You
have checkpoints. You have lives. I forget how many we get per session, and the goal is to make it to the next round. The goal is to make it to the next point. However, there are antagonists in this area, and that's what we're doing battle with. Eventually, we will get to do some Moiders.
Oh, I forgot that you can kind of like control yourself in the air a bit. That makes such a difference.
Yeah. There is also friendly fire, which
oh yeah, there is.
The play frame and longship crew have already voted to see who's going to end up having the most amount of friendly fire. Who's going to have the first incident? No! Don't you fucking dare! Why do I always pick games that are incredibly hard to converse while we're playing? Like, it's like I've got some kind of, like...
Well, find our rhythm. I feel like I recall, after a while, like once we kind of got our stride down, we were able to hold some pretty good conversations while stuck in a single area where there wasn't anything new to say for a while.
Well, and then it was the rolling balls of fire as well. We got stuck for ages.
Yeah, man.
And this one, we made it to the top and slayed that one guy.
And that felt very good. I'm excited to do that again.
But I tell you what, I want to indulge what Averick was asking. Is like, okay, what would your ship be called in Sea of Thieves? Because that's the important thing, is that once you have a ship, you've got to have a ship with a good name. So my two currently, and my soon-to-be three. So my sloop is the schooner or later.
Very good.
My brig is called Yachts and Prayers. And our fleet flagship is the Alone in the Shark.
These are very good.
Yeah.
Pun ship names.
Ems has got Sink Shaming. And Fiona has the Jeff Gold doubloon.
Incredible.
So yeah, what would your ship be? Now, Averick suggested Play Freighter, which isn't bad, but I think we can do better.
I feel like we can. We got a lot of time and a lot of brilliant minds here with us today.
Yeah.
And I have. Well, I haven't killed an archer, but I've brought him down to our level, which is worse.
Nah, dude, I might have died, but I stabbed him through as he was thrown down.
Yay, that feels good.
And he's currently doing an into the abyss.
That's... I don't even feel bad about falling. Yeah, here we are.
No, friendship! Okay, so Wraith says they're seeing... who was it saying? They're seeing a lot of the getting over it, but not so much co-op. All right, let me give you a boost to show them.
All right, so this is... So, yeah, you can... Woohoo! You can beat any one of these levels solo. I think they are all designed to where you could go through it solo and make it through.
Yes.
But being able to team up has occasionally made it possible for us to achieve great things.
And in our previous runs, we've definitely had a lot of luck. I think New Hull Plus has been... Oh, that was some skill!
So yeah, like if that had been on purpose, like that would have been a great demonstration of the co-op potential.
Yep.
Ooh, let's see.
Bacon ship is called the Booty Positive, which I am impressed with.
That is pretty good as well.
We've had a few good ones. Some of them came from our run-through of Subnautica. So things like Deep Space Brine, Deep Shrimp Act. Rainbow Pony's like, oh, I missed it. Please, can you do that again? Totally. Me and Dan can absolutely do that again. But we're doing too well. You know, we're winning too hard, so we've got to keep going.
Way too good at what I'm doing right now.
Oh, do you remember last time we did this? And we spent hours trying to work out how to do the thing where we just had to not jump.
Oh.
Do you remember that one?
Yeah, we were really overcomplicating it on that one. In fact, we probably are on this one as well.
This one does feel like it's more about momentum than anything else.
Yeah, if you can get some momentum climbing up each one of these things, you can get through a lot of this.
Yes!
No.
Now I gotta remember how we did this bit. Oh. Caffeine's just taking our baby boy out. He's having a hard time.
Yeah.
Megaboss's ship's going to be called the Fiscal Liability. Love it.
Wah. Yeah.
To Soyatl, thank you kindly, but sadly I don't. I will not be free today. But thank you for thinking of us. And if you hit us up with a bit more notice in the future, you know I'm down. Moose with Drink Night. Not bad.
Yeah.
And Pete, it was lovely to meet you, alright? For those of you joining in tomorrow, we'll be a little bit later in the evening, but it will be Sea of Thieves. I'm trying to... Okay, so I think I've got to do something clever, like... Okay. Alright, so I'm going to not feck this up. We've got to essentially use that top bit as a springboard.
Yeah.
The good news is, I believe if one of you... If one of you makes it, you both make it, right?
I believe so. Or if one of you makes it, even if you go back to help, you still...
That was
I can't remember how it worked. Or maybe you had to make... we'll find out, I'm sure.
God, I'm trying to remember some of the brilliant ship names. Of course, now we're actually talking about it. I'm drawing a blank. No!
Oh, no.
No! I was doing so good!
I hadn't seen you in a while, and I just kind of had this, hope, like Michael Caine in The Dark Knight Rises, that, like, if I've not seen you, then I know I can have this dream that you are out there succeeding.
I'm sorry, Master Bruce. I wasn't strong enough. Now, okay, so Rob, the Chum Bucket is a classic ship name and will always be welcome. And yes, pride cometh before the fall. The long
it's true.
Oh, fuck! That's what I get for not paying attention. I fell off.
Lime! No, the other way! No.
Prolos, one of Prolos is Deep Space Brine, which I do like.
Very solid.
Oh, I forgot about the pogo mode.
Ah.
Ugh.
I'm real bad at coming up with names for things, even when not climbing a pit with a lance.
I'm not too bad when I'm coming up with other people's stuff. But for myself, less successful. All right, you live over
It is weird how that is, right?
Yeah, well, I think it's because a large proportion of my my pun skills come from wanting to do other people a small damage.
That actually does make some sense.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're fine.
I got you! I got you! I got neither of us!
Ah!
I will always remember you.
We are going to get out of here. And we don't have the archer at the top, which already, like, there were definitely occasions where we would get to the top of this and then an archer would shoot us.
I have not forgotten or forgiven. But yeah, so the cool thing about the ship naming is that when you're on the high seas now in Sea of Thieves, when you spy someone, it shows you the ship name and who's captaining it, which allows you to make a guess. If you see, I don't know, the Merry Go Sunny, or the Sunny Go Merry, piloted by, Happy Face McGoodtimes, you can be pretty sure it's not going to be too bad. But, if you see I'm trying to think of an edgelord name, the Sephiroth XXX piloted by YOLO Swaggins 420, you're probably going to need to make a run for it.
Yeah, it's honestly more effective than actually like flying colors at the top of your ship is really just whatever you've named the ship and whatever your name is. That immediately tells you
woohoo!
The intentions. Hey, did you do it?
Yeah!
Yay!
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, you can use your lance to ping arrows out the air.
It's great.
Oh no! He shot me in my leg. Also, there is friendly fire between the archers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I just saw a bow go flying down the pit. You're definitely doing some damage over there.
Yep. I was doing mischief. Oh no, I can't bonk you. Cool.
Well, now we'll find out how the checkpointing works. If I die here and respawn, no, I'm still here. But you're up there. That's what matters. So if we hit that point where we have to like new game or whatever,
yeah,
which sometimes happened, I think it's hopefully going to remember yours.
Okay. Sean is saying it's been too long since they played Worms. Yeah, we're gonna probably have a Worms Armageddon tournament in December. Oh. The overdramatic death cries are still brilliant. I've been informed by literally everyone that if I see the Happy Face McGoodtimes or the Happy Go Merry, that is absolutely a ship hunter and is only there to kill me in the nastiest of ways.
That is true. Like if it's a little too on the nose with the joy.
But one thing that's really clever about it is that the ships have their own stats. So, like, number of times on fire, number of times, fired cannons, number of times someone has vomited on deck. And I wouldn't have thought that would have been something that I needed desperately, but it absolutely is.
Yeah, it adds character.
I feel bad.
It's nice feeling like your ship has history.
I feel bad that I'm murdering these guys without you, though.
Oh, don't. Future me appreciates it. It's like every now and then I'll get a very tiny lag spike which throws me in a unexpected direction. But half the time it helps. Every now and then it's like it spikes me downward like someone just did a down attack when I was in midair in Smash Brothers. Sometimes, though, it kind of launches me in an unexpected direction that works in my favor.
I'm trying to get
RNG.
Like a wall of arrows to help. Haha! Alright, I might have fecked up a little bit.
No.
Oh! This is as far as we got last time, I remember.
Nice.
But I might have... I've just realised, without you or another friendo, I might have gotten us somewhat stuck. Because I think I just killed the guy who was meant to give us arrows to get us out of here.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, this was not...
Oh, wow, I just remembered on accident, like, some of the cool things you can do by pogoing.
Oh,
with enough velocity, right? I forgot it. Like, that was really fun.
When it taught us how to, like, ricochet.
Yeah. I really thought when you first suggested this, and when we were playing it, that we were just both in for a similarly frustrating time. And yeah, like, you can get stuck in a place for a while and it can be frustrating, but there's some legit joy in the movement of this too.
There really is. It's interesting because for those of you who didn't get the chance to play it, so Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy was fascinating because it was slightly more than just a meme game. It wasn't just meant to hurt you, but it was meant to deconstruct the process of why it was hurting you. You know, it was trying to say that in video games, a mountain is a mountain because it's hard to climb. You know, and I know we talked about that a lot. This has taken a lot of the movement philosophies and challenge of that and created something incredibly satisfying.
Yeah. We talked about it a bit last time, but the fact that it's not until this point, a third of the way through the game, that they add the first archer, who, like, something you can actually attack with your spear, that, like, by this point, you've developed some familiarity, some muscle memory. You're kind of like feeling a lot more confident in your skills. But this lance has only been a tool for travel and traversal. Finally being able to actually use it as a weapon against somebody who's trying to stop you feels so darn satisfying.
It does. And here's the problem. I can't warp you to me because I have to, like, ninja drop onto this row of archers. Well, I know I'm supposed to drop the boxes on, but I don't know how to get to there. Unless I was supposed to... Hang on. Let me see how I can do this.
So close.
Yeah, because I think everybody's correct. I need to do, like, a physics murder. And, yeah, the noise you can all hear in the background is our guinea pigs. No doubt someone has rustled something that sounds like salad. And they're like, oh, shit, dinner time? Guinea pigs, no! Not everything is salad for you. You'd be amazed what they believe they should be getting. If you ever think about getting a guinea pig, friends, do it, because it is a large amount of personality in such a small package. They're like, what if we put a full personality into something the size of a potato? Fearless was saying, that. What if they suggested introduce horses? Yo, there is actually a game on Steam, which I keep forgetting the name of, where it's you and a friend kind of co-oping on the back of a horse. Like, it's a semi FPS shooty game.
Interesting.
Oh, it's just purely ridiculous. You might have seen it doing the rounds. It was the one where you could drift a horse.
I'm intrigued.
I'll grab the page once I stop being terrible at video games. I've had to readjust my whole setup because I keep getting my mouse wire caught up in just about anything.
Oh, yeah.
Ah! So close. So I believe...
Normally I wouldn't because I feel like it would be cheating it. But I know we've both gotten to a further point before, and I'm curious, if I dip out, if I disconnect and then reconnect, do I hop out back in where you are?
No, I think it bounces us both.
Oh, it bounces us both? That's not nice. All right. Well, good to know not to do that in the future.
That's all right.
But
it's good.
What
it's good muscle memory. It's good training.
Oh, did it literally bring us both back down here? You're kidding me.
Welcome back, friend.
Yay!
Yay!
All right. Note to self: that's not the solution.
Reactor online.
I guess it wants us both to. It wants us to both get up to that point, I guess. before it
I
counts.
spotted someone boredly drawing clocks with a feather pen.
Very
I
well.
think they were just quilling time. Also, what ho?
And Pun Spectre, how are you doing? Homacho! Yeah, come on, Archer. Let's see what you got. Homacha!
At least we get to kill that archer again.
Doesn't stop being funny! Stop trying to hit me and hit me! Homacha!
What other fun things have you played recently?
Oh god, you'll have to maybe. Oh, affect it. Oh, affect it. Ah, feckin'. Archer, coming down!
Yeah.
Got a gift for you down there. Oh.
And there he goes. Delicious.
Well, see, I've been utterly obsessed with a game called Hyper Demon, which is the sequel.
Hyper Demon.
It's the sequel to Devil Daggers.
Oh, cool. I thought that. Yeah, that title did sound familiar. Okay, yeah, cool.
For those of you who haven't seen it, you're a soul trapped somewhere, I guess, or a wizard. I forget. You shoot daggers from your hands. This one's both easier and much, much harder.
Interesting. How so?
Well, in the previous one, Devil Daggers, the goal was to survive for as long as possible with increasing amounts of enemies. So,
Right.
enemies always spawn in the same places. It was always a learn the patterns, learn how to deal with them, get better, get faster. This one's fascinating because it's all about essentially a score attack. There is only so long that the session goes for. And for each enemy that you kill, you get 3 seconds on the clock. Now,
Ooh.
the game doesn't end when you hit 0. You keep going. But the goal is to clear it.
1 second handbow for sale. Cheap.
Puns.
No strings attached.
I can't believe you've done this. Sorry, Puns was like, 1 second hand bow for sale. Cheap. No strings attached. But alongside this being a lot more forgiving, it's also a lot more technical. So you can do things like air dashes and like ground pounds and stuff like that. So like if you stun certain enemies and then crash into them, not only do you take them out, but it then hurls you up into the air, which gives you more options for how you move around. It's fucking brilliant.
Really is.
And the goal is to get the best time you can by killing enemies as quickly and as smoothly as possible.
It's got to be satisfying.
It really is. And the reason I make like the Street Fighter 3 comparison is because like now you can activate almost like Witch Time if you dodge enemies in the right way.
Ooh.
And it feels like relearning the parry system from Street Fighter 3, but yeah, as a sensory overload FPS.
I can see the appeal.
I had to ease up on that and Neon White because I hurt my hand playing too hard.
Yep,
Yeah.
that'll happen.
I saw Emmons suffering under the heel of my high scores.
Oh, good. I'm glad I'm not alone in that.
But currently, I think DJ and I are tied for most scores out of our squad.
I'm not surprised. I knew as soon as Dan Jones got in there that he was going to give you a run for the money.
He's currently the #1 person for the very first level of Neon White. Oh, and friends, even if you're not into like hyper stressful shooters or like competitive speedrunning, I do recommend Neon White just for its what if guns but puzzle game, and also its like whole aesthetic just being pure unadulterated anime.
Yeah, Neon White's great. The little bit I've played, I adored. It's one of those that's kind of like on my list of someday I'm going back to that.
It's okay. I hear you getting closer, and I'm trying to. I want to show everybody your ascent, but at the same time, I don't want to accidentally stab your corpse.
That is understandable. I'm really glad again that you've done some work up here to reduce the obstacle count, even just by 1 archer.
Yeah. Well, so Perios, that's the thing, is you're right, level 1 Neon White is where it's at. And Dan Jones, Heroes of the People, is currently the #1 spot. That includes you, that includes Sadlin.
Here we go. Okay, I'm up. Whew. I knew it could happen.
Yay! Woo!
Yay!
Woo-cha! Whatcha! Whatcha!
Chair's out of here.
Oh no! Okay, I didn't do the stabbing.
No. That was entirely on the. Ooh, that was nice to see.
I just John Wick that guy!
That was cool.
I stabbed one guy and flicked his arrow into the other bloke.
Ow.
Man, all I had to do was drink like a whole thing of coffee to myself today.
I really appreciate that they let you keep controlling yourself after death.
What did you do?
Oh no, I'm just dying.
that
I'm just
guy.
sort of still moving around.
Oh, piss the bed.
I'm excited for this
Sorry.
new archer-filled era of Happenlance.
Yeah. So Terrapin was saying that.
Got him.
Nice. Terrapin was saying that they felt Neon White's marketing made it look like a fast FPS and it hid the puzzle and running angle. See, I agree to an extent, but the reason I'm not I don't consider it to be bad marketing is because you can just play Neon White as a fast FPS, but it encourages you to speedrun. Like, it encourages you to get the better medals. And once you get past a certain point, the game shows you the tricks. So if you haven't played it, friends, is that once you clear a level, it'll unlock a little feature that will show you how you can do a skip. Getting you to start thinking about like moving around the environments in a different way, but not required. Like, I think it succeeds because you don't have to speedrun it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not the type of person who feels all that compelled to go and get better times, better scores in most games I play, but that one immediately got me wanting to go back and like, I could do a better one on that level.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's how you do. Oh, you could do that in that level. Okay, I gotta try that again.
Right.
Like it's real satisfying. It makes you want to do it, even if it's not your natural instinct.
The only feature I would have requested, if possible, would have been something along the lines of. I'm trying to see if I can get to fire some arrows into the wall. Give us some like extra hooks.
Ooh, yeah. Good thinking.
But yeah, the only thing that I would have liked from Neon White is to be able to have multiple ghosts of friends.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be great.
It kind of needed that, like, being able to chase the next ghost time behind you. Because I love it when it happens. Oh, my leg.
All right, I got a couple of arrows we can work with on this side now. Starting point, anyway. Yeah.
But yeah, that's the only thing I would have liked is so I could physically see the other person's run as I'm chasing it.
Yeah.
But the community around Neon White has been really... Ah, my face! Shit, that's what I get for chatting. But the community around Neon White's great, so you can literally just go, hey, how do I do... What's the strategy for this level? Oh, no!
Ooh, knocked him down. You're in lance range. Ow. Yeah!
I shall avenge you!
That felt great to watch. Any game where failure makes me laugh and not frustrated at any point is a special thing.
Okay, see, I wish I could play the QI noise without getting DMCA'd. Because, by the way, friends, game shows are really litigious.
Ooh.
But I've been thinking a lot about Trombone Hero. And it was what you were saying about, like, how, you know, the entertainment of failure, right?
Yeah.
But I realised that with Trombone Hero, playing it well is the least fun thing to enjoy.
Absolutely.
I've been watching a lot of people who have been doing like the funny covers on Trombone Hero have been hilarious. But now people are getting better and good at it. It's like, wait a second. This isn't that fun at all. It's just trombone covers. Okay, sorry, that wasn't a cohesive thought, but Trombone Hero 6. Oh, go.
You're right. You're 100% right. No, like the comedy of that game is that they found an instrument that allows you to correct your note mid-note, and it sounds inevitably always funny every time hearing an incorrect note become a correct one on a trombone. So getting almost there, but not quite. Oh, that almost worked.
That did almost work. Affected for us both. Oh.
All right, now let's see if I can catapulting works for us. Like maybe like
Okay.
15% of the time, but I'd like to think this will be one of the times. Yeah.
Yeah. And then if I can give
Beautiful.
you the ledge.
Yep. Hang on. Yep. Almost.
But yeah, the trombone noises wrong remains one of the funniest things about that.
Absolutely. Whoop.
Almost.
This is totally gonna work. Ah!
Ah!
Oh, almost.
Darn it. I gotta get a better grip on you before I start doing clever shit. But I noticed that once people started getting good at that game.
Yes.
There we go.
Woo! Teamwork co-op game.
All right, yeah, this was the bit I didn't want to do without you. So,
Oh,
as the guest, would you care for the honors?
I can see why. Yeah. All right. Let's see what sort of delight we can get out of this whole experience. Oh wow. Medieval cruelty rules.
Man.
I see why they were into it. Nah. I lanced too close to the sun.
It's just this cacophony of guys just screaming.
As was the style at the time. Okay, hang on. I got this. Just
There we go.
there we go.
Bring
Just
the box with us
there
just
we
in
go.
case.
Whoop.
I think it's a lot to do with the inherent comedy of a trombone as an instrument.
Yep.
Yay!
Chapter. Go team.
Go team! And when someone actually succeeds in Trombone Hero, it's just not as engaging. Which is
Definitely.
weird because it's the opposite of Guitar Hero, where when someone succeeds, you get to hear a track that you either know or is entertaining.
Like I feel bad saying it just because I know there's people who actually play the instrument and are incredibly good and skilled at it, but I don't want to hear a good trombone cover of anything.
Yeah, as a fan of ska, I get to hear enough good trombone. Oh, this is going to be a bastard.
Ooh, I can already tell. Yeah, this is a little.
I'm getting flashbacks from again. Forgive us for the term, friends, from the devil's anus from Getting Over It. Yeah, and caffeine. No friendly fire deaths so far. We are Lance pros.
So far.
But who knows what could happen, Lance? Ah. I said the name of the game, which means you had
You
to
said the
drink.
thing. Yeah.
I've had to stop myself from saying that when we're watching shows. We recently finished yet another run-through of Dark Souls 3.
Fun.
It was fucking great.
What kind of build did you do?
I find it hard to give up my strength. But I did go for the Abyssal Greatsword, so I got to do Animu bullshit.
Oh yes.
I couldn't say no.
And strength is one of the most fun things to do in 3 especially.
Though you can't do the broken shit you can in 2, where it's like, oh, I'm as strong as I can be, but now I'm full of faith. Let's go lightning.
I'm glad that that's back in Elden Ring in a big way.
Oh, this is definitely some Bennett Foddy nonsense right here.
I was not planning to get into faith whatsoever in Elden Ring, and then Elden Ring convinced me otherwise so fast.
Fuck!
Welcome back.
I'd say it's good to be back, but I would be lying!
Yeah, I know.
I will probably be the last one of our squad to do Elden Ring. But
You've got a lot to look forward to.
Oh, I know. Because your playthrough's still ongoing, right?
It is. Yeah, it's basically in its last 2 weeks. I've just finished recording it finally. Well, pre-DLC. I know I'll be back into it, but
Oh, yeah.
I've recorded the base game finally. Longest playthrough I've ever done on the channel by far, and just delightful. Like, it's easily favorite FromSoft game to play. I already want to play it more on my own time.
Hells yeah.
It is great, and it is You know how like some Dark Souls games have been more friendly to build variety than others, right? Like some of them just there are a wide variety of builds that are viable and that you can succeed in, and in others it's more like Bloodborne, where like this is kind of your build, basically.
This is how you got to do it.
Yeah.
Ironically, we're actually restarting Bloodborne this weekend as part of the heist. So
Awesome.
I was thinking of games that people enjoy watching on Twitch.television, and I was like, actually, I've not streamed Bloodborne yet, and yet everyone has to put up with me talking about it. So I'm like, you know what, Vega, let's go.
Bloodborne is a delight to revisit. I would have said it's my favorite FromSoft game until Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring has claimed that throne now, but Bloodborne is incredible. But yeah, a benefit like not only has Elden Ring made a wide range of build variety valid and usable and effective again, but because it is a much longer game, you will level up a lot higher, so you can kind of like multi-classing is inevitable. You've got points to put into stuff, so you're like, all right, well, I'll dabble in this other thing.
No!
And also, there's so many darn toys. Like well, that is our first bit of friendly fire, huh?
Lizzie was yelling at me for not tweeting about our escapades.
Oh yeah, let me know when you do. I'll retweet it out.
Let me do the thing. Does that pause it for you? Will I alt tab?
No, but it did send me. Oh, it just sent me like a little ways back.
Okay.
Not very far though. I'm here
All
again.
right, so I've got to do it on my phone while we're chatting. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No rush.
Yeah, a lot of points handed out there. That's what I get for looking away.
My only hope was to strike down Will before I was betrayed. Fred knows what's up.
Let me get my focus back for just a second.
Sure thing.
Ooh. Yeah, I wonder if it's just... Because, again, I'm the last person coming. What I did want to say is, I don't think this is the case, but if any of you are unaware...
Reactor online.
Hindle's here!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Whatto and welcome! If somehow any of you are unaware, Dan Floyd has several YouTube channels, both New Frame Plus and Playframe. New Frame Plus is one of the best breakdowns of video game animation stuff on your chobs, and New Frame Plus is something that you all deserve to have in your lives. And so you've just finished recording your Elden Ring run.
Yes, and the episodes of that'll be the final episodes of that'll be coming out over the next couple of weeks or so.
Reactor online.
It's been delightful.
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
There's so many toys. I knew it was a long game, and I thought as I was going into it, like, all right, I'll respec once or twice as we go through, just so we can play with a wider variety of things, and just so we can mix it up. There's so many toys I didn't have to. Like, even just as a strength user who was dabbling in faith, I had like 10 cool things that I could cycle between at any given time.
Oh god, yeah.
Like it's not even just down to like, okay, I'll be a intelligence mage build this time. Like, what kind of mage? There's so many kinds of spells and things you could do that you could specialize in.
I'm fucking down for it.
You're gonna have a good time.
I mean, I was one of those people that did enjoy Sekiro, and obviously I love Bloodborne.
Oh yeah.
So what I'd really love to see is essentially the Soulsian side of FromSoft kind of team fracture. I'd love to see them have the thematically focused titles and the big open titles as two branches. So as we get games like Elden Ring that are big open world experiences, yes please, love them. But then like those tight focused Sekiro, Bloodborne, where even the mechanics are telling a very specific story.
Yeah.
From what I can gather with Elden Ring, much like with Dark Souls, it's your character, it's your playthrough, right? But
very much, yeah.
In Sekiro, you are playing specifically as this one ninja guy, and you've got to learn how to play as the ninja guy.
I agree. I like that they have dabbled in... If anything, Elden Ring feels like it is Dark Souls plus DNA from all the other things kind of pulled together into a really effective mix. But I also do know what you're saying. I also really love Sekiro's much more focused mechanically focused design. Like there is a way to play Sekiro, and it is about not necessarily playing that creatively. It is about mastery of that specific design they made, and I like that.
And
even though I'm not good at it.
Yeah. And that's kind of one of the things that why I keep coming back to my love of FromSoft as a team is that they've been... I'm trying to think of a good term for it. Hey! It seems that we're in a triple raid here today. Flip, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. So we've had Aperios, we've had Flip, and this Plaframs brought in a raid earlier. Where was my brain at? Apart from saying thank you to Star and to Hindle for long sub sprees. What was I trying to say? Just that FromSoft's been such a wonderful iterative dev house. They didn't get big until the international success of the Soul series.
Yeah, but they've been around a long time. Yeah. I'm excited to see I know an Armored Core is in the works again. I'm really curious to see what modern FromSoft Armored Core is.
Yo, I cannot wait. I do. You're gonna have to let me geek out at all of you something fierce when that does happen, because I didn't get one with Armored Core 5, but the rest of the series is something that is baked into my DNA. You know, there's an Xbox 360 save file somewhere of a white glint that is tuned to perfection. God.
I'm excited. I don't think I ever played any of the Armored Cores, but I did play Chrome Hounds, and I liked Chrome Hounds a lot, actually.
God. Chrome Hounds was fascinating. And
right? It could only happen in that era before voice chat over other services was a thing you could do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. So, Alice, Watto and welcome. Flip was playing some Code Vein. That's feckin' cool. Despite every time I play that game, I scream about airdropping that entire cast like an industrial crate of sports bras. It is a fun game to play.
I've not been enticed enough by it to do a solo playthrough, but I think that's one that one of these days I'm gonna like me and Dan or something. I want to co-op that one.
Okay.
It's I feel like I have more fun with that one if I'm not expecting anything like a FromSofty experience, which is so often what I end up kind of wanting, whether I feel like it's fair or not, right?
Well, and the thing was, I loved their previous series. God,
what was their last one?
It was the Monster Hunter, but not as brutal.
Right.
You had,
gosh, I forgot about that.
Transforming weapons that ate people instead of carving. God Eater. Thank you, Eprith.
Wow, I've forgotten about God Eater.
Yeah. Which pre-Monster Hunter Rise had some of the best systems for multiplayer. If you didn't know, God Eater had this system whereby your guild cards that you take from friends could be summoned as NPC teammates. So
Smart.
So even if you didn't have your friends online at the time, their characters could come help you, which was a great way of getting people through the early frustration. I will say with Code Vein, as someone who does not have honking great big knockers, I had sympathy back pain for several characters in that whole game. But it was fascinating, and some of the ways in which they did the weapon and special designs was so good. But the thing that Dan was mentioning a second ago, Chrome Hounds, if you've never heard of that one, don't worry about it. While it was on the 360, it was super obscure, and it was part of Sega's attempt to push into the Western markets with a more, what they felt would be America-friendly giant robot game. It didn't do it, but it gave it a bloody good go. But it had this one cool feature which I've always been obsessed with. You're using Xbox Live to talk to each other, right? So headsets plugged into controllers, but you had to maintain comms lines to be able to talk with the rest of your team. So if you went too far ahead, or if the enemy knocked out your radio tower equivalent, you'd lose comms, which meant you could isolate teams and ambush them, which was so good.
And there was one role that you could play on the team that is entirely just sort of like the commander communicator who can see the more of those towers your team can manage to capture, the more of the map you have on your radar, the more you can communicate to your team, okay, here's what the other team is doing. It was real smart.
It was real smart. But unfortunately, I think it could work as a smaller budget indie project, but not with the same kind of large scale battles, because there's no... Why wouldn't you just use Discord to communicate with your team? You know?
Yeah. You just, like, that was a window of time where that was a limitation inherent. Like, we did not have alternative tools for that, so they could take the one built-in tool and actually play with it in a design sense, knowing that we probably weren't on the phone with, like, 5 other strangers or whatever on our team. But now, you can't really count on that sort of limitation.
No. I mean, you can do it with small session-based stuff. We're a big fan of Unfortunate Spacemen here, which I would never suggest as a video project, because you'd have to record, like, 8 or 9 people's perspectives. And I think even the idea of that has got Kerry balling up something prepared to throw at my face. But with those kind of short experiences, people are far more willing to, like, play with comms off and stuff like that.
That's true.
Crux says stabby when. Do you mean each other, or? Because I accidentally stabbed Dan and I feel bad about it.
And that will happen again. That's kind of inevitable.
Also, I did want to say, because Star threw in their 16-month sub, along with Hindle with the full 49. Thank you all for coming and hanging out for day one of the Great BEZOS heist. But yes, I did forget to do the tweeting part, which is why I'm looking at my phone. However, I have a striking picture of Lord Calcium Bonio for it. I also will not stop referring to this website as twitch.television, because it amuses me greatly. But no, the thing I keep trying to think of is I really dislike the term AA when discussing video game studios, because it only really refers to, like, an title that they put out. I want a term for teams like FromSoft, who are just a functioning, like, a working developer. You know, we used to call people, rather than not just character actors, but working actors. You know, people that do a job day in, day out.
The faces who you know, but, like, you don't know their name, but you're like, oh yeah, that guy. Who is that guy? I know that face. Yeah.
Kind of, pre-internet Tim Curry was definitely one of those.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and Lizzie, thank you. It'll be ready in just a second. And I've even tagged you in this, Dan, if that's cool.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I'll retweet it once I am up this. Oh boy. Oh boy, it gets gets dicey a little further up here. Mm. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm sorry.
No, this is good. This is good.
No, I got too overconfident.
Woohoo!
And now it took us both out. You can't just windmill. You have to be precise with it.
Yeah, this one definitely is requiring some precision. Oh boy.
It reminds me of the ice climb in Getting Over It, where you got to feel.
Yeah,
the notches.
a little bit.
Because if you look ever so carefully, you can see some of them. No! No, you piece of shit!
Welcome back to floor 1.
Yeah, and Cyborg Primate, we're not stuck on this so much as we got talking about Elden Ring, and so we're definitely not as dedicated as we were when we were stabbing people. Where was I? Oh yeah, I want to come up with a good term for teams like FromSoft. Maybe not so much now that they have like a AAA budget, but
yeah, they're bigger now.
Yeah.
I know what you mean though. There is something about AA that doesn't feel quite right.
Yeah. And yeah, Catastros, you're right. There's no time limit. We're not in a particular rush.
That one's hard. Oh no.
Oh, Durry was just mentioning that they're a fan of Barotrauma. I think that would be a heinous game to watch, but I've had so much fun playing it. I was hoping that it was like something deep in a deep or what have you was going to be like a two-player co-op Barotrauma, but it ended up being just a really fun kind of early access platformer. All right, mouse, you're doing some weird stuff here.
Yeah, mine's been a little goofy too.
But yeah, I do feel like it's one of the realities of making games is understanding how users will actually play your games versus how you want them to. Because you can want people to only play with in-game comms and like only play using the tools you give them, but you can't always guarantee that.
Yeah.
And especially in this day and age, like you can't ask users, "Hey, don't use Discord." Like they're gonna be like, "Feck off! That's where all my friends are." Like you want us to tell everybody in our communities about your game, and then you don't want us to use that very tool to tell people about it. Oh, so fucking help me! Ah! I do like how flicking the lance around is simultaneously success and failure.
That's true. It's a sort of a communication expression.
But, and I mean, okay, this is like the most tepid of takes, but it is one that I honestly do not see enough teams utilizing, even though it's right there, is absolutely not giving people the means to communicate.
Yeah.
Like, I do think the one thing that stopped everybody from just tabbing out of the Soulsian games completely is that, yes, there are toxic players in the Soulsian space, but they can't communicate with you directly. You know, they can do like the what? Like, they can laugh at your deaths or point downwards, but they can't send you a message or talk to you.
Yeah, they certainly not directly to you. They can leave a message to the world. They can invade you maybe and do an emote. But yeah, no, that definitely makes a world of difference.
That's fucking...
I've taken note of your attempted sacrifice and assistance. Yep. Oh boy. I feel like I'm doing more harm to you than you're able to do good to me.
All right, you know what? I'm just gonna stay here. We're good.
Okay, I just need to get some momentum up here because I'm just... come on. Maybe if I try from this... No. Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's all right. I was looking away. I was reading Vanderbeest and Prolo stuff and saying thank you to Asari. Because friends, like, when the Playframe raid came in and the huge train started, it was all at once.
Yeah, it was a lot. Yeah.
No, whatever it was, kind of, it dropped out of my head wholeheartedly, so I apologize, friends.
Hello.
But how we control how users communicate in spaces can be very, very powerful. To Afraid Naught, this is Happenlance. This is co-op getting over it with violence.
Yep.
And it's feckin' good.
It's really good, and weirdly a lot less frustrating than getting over it. Which isn't to say it's not at all frustrating. We've been stuck on this little spot for a little bit.
But this is like a... There's no trick to this. We've just got to be good.
Yep. And it's a good kind of it's a co-op where it can be like you can accidentally kill each other with the lance, so that's something you got to watch out for. Yeah. But you can... Any one of these can be surmounted with just one, like, solo. So the co-op element is strictly additive. There are ways where you can kind of help each other out in a cooperative fashion. And it doesn't always work, but when it does, it feels very good.
Which is where these kind of games really come into their own. Because I got playing... what was it? Oh, no.
you've gotten so far.
Yeah, but Lincoln Park warned us about this. Ah! Hey, Will, how did you burst a vein in your face on Twitch? Oh, well, I was playing this game.
Yeah.
Also, unlike Getting Over It, this has air movement to an ever so slight extent. Okay.
Yeah, this is actually pretty, like, fun, like, genuinely satisfying movement tech you can do in this. That makes it feel way less clumsy and frustrating to get where you're trying to go.
Not to be crass, but I am basically doing the equivalent of super Kegels, but with my bum. I have not unclenched my booty in the last 5 minutes. Right. Oh, no! Okay, no, we're not. We're good. It's just a little airborne. It's okay.
So good.
All right. I'm sure you're all making some great points. Lovely viewers. And we will absolutely address them in a second.
A lot of respect for these two knights just in fiction, because they were like thrown at a problem without the tools needed to solve it. We don't have the grappling hook that we clearly should have been given by command to do this mission, but by gosh, we're going to solve this problem.
Souls in game. Airborne.
Yeah, there is absolutely. Oh no!
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, there is absolutely a fucking mechanical blacksmith or a wizard with 2 grappling hooks waiting when we're going to show up. Be like, I thought you told these two we are going to give them the grappling hooks. Well, they rushed off before we could tell them, you see. I have not unclenched my butt!
There are 2 pikemen on the front lines who are holding grappling hooks, like looking at each other like, I don't know, what did they think we were going to do?
The king has said we shall do this using only our lances, and by Jove, we'll do it. No! Fuck!
Hello. Welcome back to the lobby.
Well, hello there. Now let's see if I can unclench my booty. Right. Whatever lovely points you're all making, you may have to throw them back into chat, dear friends.
It's nice down here.
It's lovely down here. Okay. Here's something that I heard about. Now, I've not experienced this because I don't tend to play a lot of the big AAA releases because they don't usually interest. Dude, I don't know if you've seen the level of fidelity on the new Call of Duty, but it is mind-boggling.
I do need to get a look at that. That's out now, yeah?
Yeah, just for the Amsterdam level. And to Argina, thank you kindly for the follow. But I've heard, and I don't know if this is just a bit, or if this is real, so I'd need some confirmation, that apparently in multiplayer they've added a feature where while you don't have comms with the other person, you get to hear the last thing they said right after you killed them in multiplayer.
Okay, that's pretty clever. If that's true, that's clever, and I'll give them points.
Right? Because that's acknowledging how people interact in those spaces and getting to hear someone going, "No, I can't believe they've done this!" After you've just buried a knife in their back. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. I like it. I know.
To Cyborg Primate, I have made games. While I was mostly in community management, I was in the games industry for 10 years. I've worked on an inordinate number of projects, none of which have seen... I've worked on an inordinate number of indie projects, none of which have been funded. But to quote the TikTok Slipknot meme I keep seeing, I did my time. Also, to those of you who just joined us, ho and welcome. If you're confused about this game, it's pretty much exactly what you think it is. Like, getting over it with sharp objects. If you're wondering what the bloody hell the BEZOS heist is, I am questing for that most glorious of... No!
Oh, hi. Sorry.
No, it's alright. Look, just got to get one of us up there. I am questing for the glorious purple tick this month. And yes, I do mean questing in the Gaia Online sense. And so, yeah, stick around, chat video games with us, watch two knights commit extreme violence.
The worst part is I sent you further down as well.
I mean, okay, the wall is brutal because there's ever so slightly these wooden slats sticking out. But you can't just spin, because if you just spin, you'll hit the wall, and the slightest tap on the wall in the wrong place throws you off to that side.
Yeah, you gotta be precise.
Yeah, and I got halfway up. There's an overhang bit later on, and I could not stop clenching my bum, as I have now said multiple times.
Yeah, like if you just one slightly stray connection on that wall, if you just kind of fling yourself just a little bit too far away from the wall, even if that one throw doesn't detach you and send you down completely, it has set you back in a way that, like, you may not recover from, no matter how many further flings you attempt.
No manner of precision or happiness is going to pull you out of that tailspin.
Yeah.
And thank you for giving us a retweet.
Absolutely.
Look at that skeletal face.
Yeah.
Dude, I've been trying to get one of those plastic skeletons for the flats since I've had a flat, and I always wait until, like, either just before or just... Oh, no! Dude, no!
Ooh.
I did not
juggling.
I didn't mean to corpse juggle, but I'm kind of impressed with it. Oh,
yeah,
no!
Look at us.
The brothers Stabuloso. But yeah, I finally managed to get one. So that's Lord Calcium Bonio behind me. But here's the thing. You have to understand, I was the epitome of, like, obnoxious kid in Target with that thing. I'm just following my long-suffering partner around, being like, yes, hello, it is me, Lord Calcium Bonio. I'd quite like to check out the varying Legos for me. I did not stop making jokes about getting eyeliner for skeletons. Actually, nothing I have to say! Ah! Okay, no, it's cool. I recovered it. You may have to talk to these lovely folks, because...
I wonder if that one voice actor knew at the time that they were not just, like, establishing the forever voice for one skeleton, but for all skeletons in fiction thenceforth.
Yeah.
Just as the canon skeleton voice. This is what skeletons sound like when they talk.
I haven't actually seen any interviews with the person who came up with Skeletor's voice about, like, the reasoning behind it, and I'd be really interested to know why.
That'd be fascinating.
An eerie calm falls upon the nights. Oh, no!
Oh, no. I've returned the favor at the worst possible time.
It's alright, we've got, like, a meaty pachinko thing going on. Oh.
Meaty Pachinko is a phenomenal band or album title.
May, I would get 2 tickets to go see Meaty Pachinko. Okay. Actually, so, I know Serena Slack is going more for a bit, but, because Serena Slack was mentioning your Papyrus voice. Now, here's the thing. We all gave Papyrus the same skeleton voice.
Pretty much, yeah. In fact, I like, every single person, because, like, I did my formal playthrough of Undertale on the channel, like well after its big rush, and yeah, like everyone gave Papyrus the Skeletor voice, like inevitably, of course, it feels right. It feels right for the character. So like I tried to do a very slightly different spin, but it's still basically the Skeletor voice with a very tiny different dash of flavor.
Yeah, here's the thing I put forward, is that even the Robo voice...
Sensors
Oh,
online.
hold that. Oh.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh hey, I'm a drop this year.
Come on, climb. No, the other way.
No, climb up! But Flip, thank you for 11 months. Even the little, like, the tone of Papyrus's, like, little noises, like the...
Yeah.
is evocative of Skeletor.
It's true. It does, like, it primes that voice in your brain without you even realizing it.
Now, Sans is a much harder one to get a vibe for what his voice would be really like.
That is true.
Because a part of me is like, oh, he'd probably have kind of like that jovial, I don't know, like jovial kind of like early SNL, like humorous voice, you know?
Yeah.
You know, planes, trains, and automobiles style. But then my brain's like, but what happens when he gets serious? You know?
Yeah, that's true. You need a voice that can believably be both.
And just quickly to Cyborg Primate, I think the art in this game is brilliant. It's like a lovely, like quick kind of sketchy style to it, but it's very clear what does and doesn't work, which I've never felt like this game has lied to me about like materials or what each surface is going to do. So
True. Even looking at this wall, you can kind of see a little bit of like the wooden bits that are popping out that are your... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. And here we are again.
Paching.
Paching.
And it does make little hearts when you...
yeah.
When you touch tips.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. God, I'm gonna have those themes stuck in my head. Have you done Deltarune yet? Or the newer
Haven't. Like,
Deltarune?
I think I've seen a good bit of Chapter 1 of it. I haven't watched any of Chapter 2. I've been tempted to go ahead and do Chapter 1 and 2 on Playframe sometime soon. Some folks have like suggested waiting until all the chapters are out, however many that is meant to be, if there's a set amount that's meant to be. I don't know if I feel like waiting that long, given they are being released in discrete chunks.
Yeah, it was also, I've seen the little supposedly part salesman, part spam bot character, and I'm fascinated by that as an idea. Okay, I did not help there. I made that situation much worse, and I'm sorry.
Well, that's only fair. I've been doing that to you much higher up this wall for the last 10 minutes. I feel like I should let you go up front. Like, I've been blockading your way for a little bit here. And you've gotten further up that wall.
Yeah, but at what cost? At what cost?
Yeah, I too am intrigued by that character. I feel like, so I'm torn. On the one hand, and I'm always torn about this sort of thing with timing a playthrough. If I wait to play it when it is all out, there is the appeal to people of seeing like, ooh, we've all seen this, but here's the opportunity to see someone go through it who hasn't seen it before. This is the first time that we can sort of experience it fresh by proxy. And that has appeal for people. On the other hand, like playing it like in the wake of release is when like everyone's talking about and thinking about the thing. It's when all the memes and jokes and the fun of it are happening. It's when the moment of the game exists and when people are most interested. And I don't know when the best window is. I've never figured it out.
Yeah, well, and for something like an Undertale project as well.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, that's such an asinine thing to say, but you know what I mean? Like, it is absolutely a sequel.
Yeah.
No!
Oh, no.
Eat farts with a spoon. Yeah, Red Burning Dragon, that little person. I mean, that's the thing, you can never tell with games, like when's the right time to jump on. I didn't think anyone was going to want to watch my dumbass play Sekiro back in the day, but they, you're stuck with. But then when Metro Exodus came out, nobody wanted to watch it. Mostly because people wanted to play it through themselves. I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. Like, sometimes I will feel like playing a game shortly after release has... Like, when a game comes out that people want to see from you, then, like, that can get some excitement. Like, I know when Silksong comes out, people will want me to play it pretty quickly and soon. The people who enjoyed the Hollow Knight playthrough anyway.
Yeah, well,
but I played Hollow Knight at least 2 years late when it was already completely out, all DLC, and it already had its fandom. So I was coming to it late as someone who hadn't seen it before.
I mean, dude, as you well know, like, because your playthrough was after mine.
Yeah, no, you got to before me.
And we were super late to that party.
Very late, and yet it's still the most popular playthrough I've ever done.
I got that shit tattooed on my arm. Now, obviously, the friendo emote that you might see here on the Longship is absolutely nothing to do with the grubs of Hollow Knight, and is a complete copyright-free, non-infringing bug of their own unique variety. Of course.
Of course.
But no, that one's going to be fascinating. Because I mean, I'm glad I didn't jump into Elden Ring from a streaming sense, because everyone did. And
yes, especially with those big ones, yeah. And that is what's going to happen with Silksong too. Like, not to the scale, but Hollow Knight now is much bigger and more known than Hollow Knight then.
Well, I mean, I guess moving on from the theoreticals, we've got Rainworld in January. Which includes 5 new stories with 5 new characters. And... Oh, my feckin' life. I'm doing this to me. I'm just going to hang here. I'll act like a little barrier for you.
This wall, though.
So, Cyborg Primate was saying, what should be added for Happenlance 2? More concise understanding of lives. And I'd like to see that if one person makes it to a checkpoint, both people make it to the checkpoint. But aside from that, like... Oh, you're right, I am sliding. Thank you, Sagebell and Peeps. But aside from that, no, I'm really enjoying this. And I'm so glad it exists.
Like, even we've been stuck on the stretch for a little while, and I think if I was by myself, I'd have frustration, but that we've got just, like, co-op chatting to do, it really does, like, change the feeling a great deal.
Yeah.
You're really protecting me here a lot. I appreciate that.
I am, but I wanna banter on this a lot. And again, I'm not trying to bully you into things while you're on camera.
No.
But one of the things that Rainworld has coming up is co-op, like proper in-team co-op.
Nice.
And so I think that might be one to get the squad together to get for,
That could be fun. Yeah. Yeah.
But I haven't decided how to do that one. Because peoples. Because especially with like the new characters, I'm gonna want to take my time and find all the new areas and things like that. And
a co-op playthrough has a very, very different energy and vibe that is not friendly to that time-taking, like, slow, steady, like, attentive speed.
Yeah, so I might not do a co-op playthrough until way after January. Because
I feel like that's smart.
But, like, dude, you haven't... maybe you have, but to all of you watching, if you haven't seen the new Slugcat characters, they're adorable! The Gourmand is this cuddly potato, and I just want to protect him and feed him sushi. The Artificer looks like they're having a bad day all day. They can make explosives, and boy howdy, they're ready to fight. And it'll be interesting to see, because the Survivor doesn't really have anything. They're just kind of the baseline. I guess the Monk doesn't need to eat as much, so they're kind of an easier run. And the Hunter gets 2 weapons. And can eat meat, which is very powerful. Oh god, I'm so happy to see Rainworld getting more attention, just because That story is so brilliant. But it was absolutely not the kind of game that either reviews well or that really looked like what it was.
Yeah, like even after getting a little bit of time in with it and spending time playing a little of it with you and talking with you about it, like it still is a game that I feel like I've learned more about, but there's still much more than I understand there.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Which is rewarding, but also hard to market.
Yes. Like, to even find out about some of the deepest deep lore, you know, having to transport pearls across the world to then give to Moon, who will translate them for you. Yeah, I guess that's a little bit of a spoiler, but nothing too brutal. The little pearls,
without context, it doesn't, like, it means almost nothing.
The shiny pearls in the world aren't just shiny pearls. They're data cubes, or, well, data storage devices. And depending on their color, depends on how valuable that data is. Okay, shake it off. All right.
I believe you've gotten up to that far enough to see that kind of like mean ledge at the top. That's
yeah, and if you try and speed hook it, it just flings you sideways.
Dang. I've gotten far enough to see that and realize that's going to be a problem.
Three Cats and Trenchcoat. I recommend Rain World, but the other thing that's worth saying, friends, is that they're adding more accessibility options when it drops in January.
Oh, nice.
I'm not suggesting that you need to play it how I did, but I would recommend the order of the OG characters. Do the Survivor, then the Hunter, then the Monk. Trust me. It's tempting to play the Monk first, but they don't make that much sense without the context. Guinea pigs are cheering me on. Fuck! Oh no!
Oh.
You remember the pogo we were talking about?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's always, whenever I hear the like shouts of dismay, there's like always the delay between hearing the shout and seeing the person drop to the bottom. And the longer you have to wait, the more like sympathy you feel. It's like, oh, they were far.
Yeah, Drowning Pool were very specific about this. Oh, that's lovely. Slack said that our guinea pigs activated their guinea pigs.
Oh no.
I think that's cute. When we were still fostering, because I
You
think
started a guinea pig cascade across the country.
Yep. It's like a circular howl, but cuter. But yeah, because we were fostering guinea pigs alongside ours, and I taught the foster nugs to sing on command, and it was because the foster nugs would sing on command, which would set the rest of them off, so I could get all 8 of them singing. Also, they'd sit and watch Pui Pui Molcar, and would squeak along with the guinea pigs on the telly. It was the cutest shit. I'm not 100% sure how we tackle that big one, you know?
I feel like I can, like, in the rare instances where I get almost up there, I feel like I can almost visualize my path. It's just I can't execute on it or get myself in a position to get the momentum I need. I feel like there's another tier of motion understanding. Like, the thing that makes it feel so effortless when you have the momentum is something that I want to figure out how to capture, because when you have that momentum, it actually like is really weirdly easy to navigate your way up these things. I think I need to figure out how to get that momentum more consistently instead of on accident.
That's why we're struggling, because we need that momentum back, don't we?
Yeah. Like,
it's just like the devil's anus.
Yeah,
ah! No, we're okay. It's minor damage.
We are.
Friends, sorry for the horrible term. The Devil's Anus is a specific section of Bennett Foddy's Getting Over It, which teaches you other ranges of motion. It's too tight a corridor to...
Sensors online.
Hey!
Limits online.
Whoa.
All systems nominal.
Shitaru, thank you kindly. It's a specific section where you can't spin the punch me lie. You can't spin the hammer around. So what you actually have to do is tap it back and forth and use the little hints of impact to get momentum to go up there. I guess this is teaching us momentum with precision.
Kind of a similar thing. Like, I'm getting the feeling like my goal should be to be flinging myself up to the next thing before I've started dropping at all.
Yes.
But that is a lot harder to get that kind of precision of like, because I overshot a little bit on this one and now I've lost it slightly.
Yeah. I mean, you have this kind of fulcrum launch, but then if you get that wrong, then you're going off into space. I am the moon. And now, if I remember rightly, if it gets too brutal, this game does let us skip areas, but I almost don't wanna, you know?
Yeah, like it is so satisfying eventually getting it.
Oh, I do want to say that, okay, this isn't the time to do it because we have loads of banter going on and obviously we have a lovely guest on the line. But I do want to say, if any of you are working on indie game projects, hit me up here. I will give you any and all knowledge I have and will be more than happy for you to turn that into actually a game you take to market. Not charging, this isn't a pitch for a consultancy. I'd have done consultancy stuff, but I like talking about video games, so... Because I believe... I have a feeling that Cyberprimate might actually be one of the devs on this, which is why they were asking about the art and how we feel about it. And here's the thing, I fucking love this game. I'm
enjoying it immensely.
I've been saving it for a time like this, with a, you know, where I can play it specifically with a friend. But the thing was, I love to the mountain type games. You know, where the goal is to get to the top of the mountain, climb the thing, do the one challenge. So, like, I haven't streamed it, but I love games like Spelunky and La Mulata. Is it La Mulacra? I forget. Love games like that. Muffet!
Sabotaged us.
There's cheeky graphics. Fuck me. Cheeky gravity.
Come on.
But yeah, like, if there's anything... La Mulana. Thank you, Naru. I love that one. I haven't streamed it yet, and it's one I will get to eventually. Because, dude, I still have the master list. I think...
The master list?
Oh, yeah. Before you and I started working together 1,000 years ago...
Yeah.
I drew up a list of every game that I wanted to stream. And I think at the time of writing it was like 300 games long. And then as more stuff has come out, I've started adding to it. But the thing is, the rate at which good games come out, and plus ones that we stream on launch, the list gets like longer and longer and longer.
Oh, yeah.
So that's time, like, anytime you're like, yo, what games should we play together? You know, like, I basically go down into my digital wine cellar and I look through all the co-op games that I've set aside for a special occasion.
I always love that. Like, the reason I always ask is because I know that you've got a lot, that you've got a long list and lots of interesting ones. And each time I'm also kind of curious to see, like, will this be the time where I recognize one of them? And it's very rare that I've actually, no matter how good attention I'm paying, it's very rare that I will actually know the title of one of those when you mention it. But it's always a delight, because then it's like, what? I've never even heard of this. Of course I want to play that.
Well, I think it's with, especially with co-op games, is that co-op games are very hard to... Co-op games are very hard to make and sometimes very hard to find. So it's kind of a case of, usually when I bring you something from the proverbial booze cellar, it's something that I've been sitting on for a while. It doesn't... A lot of the interesting things in the space don't always get a lot of coverage. I mean, it's easy to talk about, like, Alright, I nearly said something heinous then. I nearly said the sex of Among Us. I've never Googled that, and I'm never going to. It's easy to look at the post-success of Among Us, but Among Us has that board game vibe, like Amello and shit like that, where you can just be like, yo, who wants to come together and play the thing? Whereas with co-op games like this, you need to find somebody who's ready to get into the paint with you. Because it would be very easy to be like, no, this is frustrating and naff. I hate it.
Absolutely, yeah. This is not every one of your gaming friends is going to be up for this.
Yeah.
I'm trying as a wild Ateo. Hello.
I'm
Hey,
sorry!
I helped. It's amazing.
That's fucking teamwork.
On a whim, I grabbed a controller and I'm seeing how that feels. It does feel different. It feels like I'm seeing like advantages and disadvantages here, but
Hey, if
sometimes
it
I can get that momentum a little bit better with this.
It works.
But the precision is slightly lower, which may just be my amount of practice with it.
The Artsy Poe is saying, wine cellar, you say. So what's the equivalent of the cast of Will Can't Pronounce Adillo? You already know the answer to that. It is Final Fantasy IV. 10!
That is kind of true.
Because every person you bring in for a cask, you bring them in and then you close the door behind them.
Yep. You live here now.
Fuck, am I gonna do this?
I keep on, my muscles keep saying like, you should windmill. And muscles are wrong. You should absolutely not windmill here.
Nah.
If you hit the rock, you're doomed.
Eprith, I don't know what you're talking about. As they tab away briefly from Final Fantasy XIV. So Terrapin, it's not wind being introduced, at least I don't think so. I'm on a slant that doesn't have enough traction for me to stay still, so that's why I'm drifting down. It was something Sagebell noticed earlier. So I can counter it by tapping up, but now I need a way to get up there without... Alright, there's a spot. No. Okay. So we've got a good news and a bad news.
Yeah.
The good news is it is doable.
I've just saw on stream. Look at you where you are standing. That is an achievement.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to scream in everyone's ear there. I was there, and I fucked it.
I'm not moving from my spot. I'm watching you now at this point. Oh, that's so scary.
No! Fuck this shipping fuckery! The thing is, I can't blame anyone else.
I feel like a witness to the Icarus incident.
It's nice down here.
Thank you for the bits, Crux! With just, wow, it's nice down here. So the thing to catch at the end, that thing looks like a plug, is a swinging chain.
Oh.
It is a swinging chain.
That's going to be rough.
Yep. And there may actually be some wind effects at the top.
Oh boy.
Yes, I do want to apologise to all the headphone users there. I am sorry. Oh, okay, you're asking me if I played any good games recently, and I completely forgot. Dude, I need to tell you about Infra.
Infra?
I need to tell you about Infra. Came out a few years ago. It was originally a Half-Life 2 mod that was kickstarted.
Okay.
As a standalone project. And it is incredible.
Interesting.
It's a horror game with no horror aspects.
Okay.
You play a site inspector in a fictional, I believe, Finnish town. I should say city. Called
After you!
I'm sorry. In the fictional town of Strasbourg. And your job is to inspect initially a power plant and then a bunch of other places. So you go investigate, you find broken stuff, etc. The reason why I say horror game mechanics is all you have is a camera and a flashlight, and you have limited batteries on both and stuff like that. Oh, almost. No. You know what? That was me. I lost focus there.
It happens.
But
you're just sort of you're just an inspector, basically?
Yeah, but despite being a Source 2 title, it's gorgeous. The puzzles are phenomenal, and it has some of the best storytelling. It's a long-ass game, but it has ended up being one of our big weekly events.
Cool.
And I feel like it's one of those ones that getting a few little tips ahead of time if you were going to do a playthrough wouldn't be too bad. So things like making sure that you get the power plant working at the beginning of the game and stuff like that. But yeah, it amazed me because the reason I started streaming it is I wanted to show people what you can do if you take horror game mechanics and remove the horror elements from it. And what we ended up doing was playing it for 3 days and we're still going. And it's
Hello.
Now the plot's starting to unfurl properly. And it's amazing. It's absolutely
cool.
amazing.
You've gotten further than me so far. I feel like I should be letting you go up front here.
No, we gotta learn together. Unless...
Oh, no, wait, I'll be catching up. It's just you've had more luck at consistently getting further up there and banging your head against that problem.
I find it's keeping the specific amount of distance from the wall.
Yep.
I say it as I'm fecking it up now. Keeping a specific amount of distance from the wall, so you're just clipping it as you need to. Oh, and Catastros is heading to bed. Good night, friend.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just one of those, I didn't expect it, because, if I showed you a bunch of screenshots, it looks like a horror game, but with a very, very droll premise. No one sat around, thinking, wow, I wish I was an OSHA site inspector who has to document and photograph a bunch of messed up, workplaces.
Who doesn't expect to find ghosts and then doesn't.
But it ends up being so fascinating. Because you're partially discovering the stories of what has happened here, what's caused it to...
Ooh, that was close.
That was
Not high consequence close, just...
Oh, you know what? That was fair. I was faffing around. If you want to take another shot at it, I'll chat with these lovely mother hobbits. But no, I didn't think that would be so engaging as it was, and it's become something fucking incredible.
Really great. An experience that turns into something unexpectedly so cool that has so much more to it than it looked like it did outside.
And, in the age of, especially big video games getting deconstructed the moment of, it can be very hard to find those again,
Yeah, and the deluge of them coming out demanding to be, they're fun to deconstruct, but in the time it takes to deconstruct one, 50 more are out. So, it feels like each one only has such a tiny a window of time to get that kind of dedicated attention.
One of the things we got talking about a lot, because, we didn't play a lot of spooky games during October, because I feel like, everyone's got a certain maximum tolerance for how many horror games you can watch and or play in a month.
That's true.
But we got talking about how some of the best horror experiences aren't even in horror games. Because, horror is very much a subversion of expectation.
True. What were some of your favorite examples of that kind of a...
If I want to be a basic bitch, I always like referencing the Dunwich building in Fallout 3.
Oh, okay.
Fallout 3 is such a big, open, explore, kick-ass. It's not hard to get powerful in Fallout 3. And then the Dunwich building's lol, you thought you could handle this? No. Fred does make a good point. We did watch The Legend of Chung-Li, which was a horror movie in every sense of the word.
Oh no, that problem again where I fall.
Sorry, I can act as a barrier while we're doing this. Oh, sorry, here's me changing the topics faster than I can answer them. We're trying to watch every video game movie over the winter.
Oh boy, that is a.
Yeah, so
I've made mistakes, but that is a commitment that you've committed to. That there's not a lot of bright points in that library.
It's not as bad as it could have been, but it's not good. I mean, it's not as bad as like live action anime adaptations.
Ooh, that's rough too.
But yeah, we did Street Fighter, which is a phenomenal film. Not any of you need me to tell you that. Okay, not dead. Just very badly burnt. But we also watched Street Fighter: The Legend of Chun-Li, which is so bad. Dan Olsen did a whole video on it. Oh no!
I think I remember watching that video. There's something that like gratifying about like if a thing is terrible, if we at least get like a really good video essay breakdown from some very good creator, like that often makes it all feel worthwhile to me.
Yeah, it's like, have we lost? No. Okay, almost. I didn't have enough for a commitment there. I know it's a bit of another hyperbole example, but I often think that Metro Last Light and Metro and Metro Last Light are great examples of horror in a non-horror game. Like, they're survival stories about the tenacity of humans and, unfortunately, some of our worst traits. But when it goes horror hard, and it does it so well. You know, you have whole, good times murdering Nazi sections, but then you also, the bit where you have to try and find the ghosts because they cast a shadow from your flashlight, which is evocative of what happened to people when they got hit by a nuclear blast in places like Hiroshima, was some of the most powerful horror.
That's really good.
The one I guess I'm kind of getting no, I didn't commit when I got to the plug. Lol. But Shitaru. You know what? Outer Wilds. There is another example of doing horror inside a non-horror game.
Yeah. Definitely.
A caffeine with another. It's nice down here. Is it? Is it nice down here, or would it be better where the light touches? How's the controller attempt going?
It was going pretty good, but I started kind of like losing it. Like I've shifted back to mouse and keyboard just to see. Like, it is strange. It is. I feel like I need more precision on this wall, but I feel like I can get more of a powerful. I feel like I can get more power from an individual swing with the controller. Oddly,
It
but I don't have the
feels that way with the whip.
Yeah, but I don't have the same precision necessarily as I do
excellent example
with the
of
lance.
horror in a non-horror
It's
game.
tricky.
Oh yes. So Naru and Star. I mean, the Lodge absolutely, but there are other places of horror in Outer Wilds before you get to. Yes. Though the Lodge is definitely a masterclass in horror.
Oh yeah.
All right, it's good to be here. But Phyllis, and thank you for the bit, by the way. Phyllis was pointing out the cradle in Thief 3.
I've got first-hand experience with that one.
Sorry, I know most of you probably heard this, but I just fucking love talking about it. The cradle is often pointed out as one of the progenitors of modern horror video games.
Ooh, neat.
Yeah. It is, you have to break in and steal a MacGuffin, but it becomes pretty evident that the place you're breaking into is not okay. It's an old, asylum, and the creatures that stalk the halls are ready to do you a damage. And what was fascinating about it was that the rest of the game is always about sneaking in and being in the shadows. And in the Thief series, when you're seen is when things become tense because you have to sword fight. But in the darkness is when you're powerful. And the Cradle, in the simplest method, turns the darkness back on you.
Ooh.
And that's where it became so brilliantly powerful. But it did a lot in terms of like non-combative threats and things like that. You know, enemies that weren't powerful in the sense of... No, I didn't quite get it. That weren't powerful in the sense of like being able to murder you quickly, but were haunting and terrifying. Okay, yeah, Fearless, thank you. It was an orphanage that became an asylum. There was a fire. It got bad. Now, Star, I do think you're correct in that pre-Outer Wilds DLC is a better example of non-horror, because the DLC is very spoopy. But if you play it all together as one block, so people who pick up Outer Wilds now, I think the Lodge will be an interesting experience for them.
True, I wonder... Because I don't have that experience of playing them as one together thing.
Same.
I cannot imagine what it is like getting to the Lodge stuff while still sorting out all the other planets. Oh boy.
Sorry, please continue, Dan.
Now, the fact that I didn't see you falling past is encouraging indeed.
that was a victory scream.
Captain on the
Oh,
bridge.
hooray!
Floyd partnership stream.
Yeah! And Shackle, your timing is perfect. Oh! Actually, that was a thing I did want to ask, is without getting into spoilers too much, like, has anyone played the Outer Wilds as one whole complete thing? Like, bought it with DLC and played it all?
Yeah, is there anyone here in chat whose first time experience with Outer Wild was with the full altogether plus DLC version? And I'm very curious to know what that experience is like.
Is that you?
Eh.
Dan, did you take your helmet off?
I don't think so.
My god, it's Negative Dan.
Oop. Oop.
Well, I hope it's not you, because I just ran him through. Dude, there's evil Lanceman.
What?
Yeah, I'm sorry I battled that without you, but...
Oh, no, not at all. Listen, I feel like you're going to be without me for a little bit here.
That's right.
Because I'm still fighting this wall. And gonna be for a while.
He stabbed me in my my non-denominationals. Double kill!
Evil Lancemen are actually more intimidating sounding than the archers, despite the lack of range.
That's right. I'll send one of them down for you.
Because if if an archer misses, then they got nothing for a little bit.
Okay, so, fun fact. You can pick up the evil Lancer's corpses. You can hear Dan cackling in the other room. You can pick them up. That's great. But if you flick their lances up and they fall into your face, then they're just as lethal. So I'm not going to throw his body down.
That's for the best. Ah. It's wall, though.
Oh, you are fucking kidding me right now. Yeah, get fucked! Alright, I might send this corpse down to you. You know, DoorDash him. The sheer amount of time they keep screaming for does not stop being funny. Oh, darn it! I'm kind of decorating the crane with corpses.
This wall.
Oh, for those of you who have been in nerdery for a while, simultaneously a good money-spending opportunity and also a bit of sad news. Dan, I don't know if you remember Jinx, the Vijagamey clothing company.
I don't know.
Oh man, I guess it was just me. I mean, in fairness, I've always been really obsessed with... Oh Okay. I've always been really obsessed with like video game clothing brands. I don't have a lot of them, but piss. Sadly, they have announced that they are going to be closing their doors soon.
Oh, bummer.
Which is very sad, but, you know, it is what it is. But if any of you are, like, World of Warcraft fans or anything along the lines, they have loads of really nice, expensive merch, which is all on super-duper fire sale right now. It doesn't seem like there's anybody hanging out who's played Outer Wilds with everything together. And Star makes some really good points. Star is also a very good game dev friend. That there isn't a lot to pull a new user directly into that experience. So that...
True. Like, there's... Yeah, it's really hard to get into specifics without spoiling anything. You can get, like... You have access to more or less all the information you need to get there.
Yeah.
In the opening hour. But whether or not you'll put that together and follow that trail sooner than some of the more obvious ones is a big if.
Yeah. Also, what always used to make me laugh was the how long to beat for Outer Wilds used to be like 3 hours. And I'm like, okay, yes, but... So Happy Pie, I've done some game dev stuff live, and I'm always for it, but it's not very interesting to watch. Our good friend Eric did a panel at PAX on this very topic. Oh, dude, I might be able to get us through to the next section.
That'd be so rad.
Yeah.
Do it.
Hmm.
Free us.
I don't know.
Will it let you?
I don't rightly know.
Because we know that I can't eject without
Oh, no!
bringing you back to where I am. I feel like we had at one point figured out a hack for this, and I think it might have been that the... Like, I don't know if that death counter reset thing is...
Oh, try it with R. Like, try it with by hitting R.
R. I died. I respawned. Nah, it's still bringing me back here.
Darn it.
I keep on trying to respawn. See if we eventually hit the... limit.
Hey, I'm happy to be here pelted by both petals and snow. The effects are gorgeous. And it gives us a chance to chat.
True.
No, so Happy Pie, if Dan leaves and comes back, it resets the session. We have to start the level again.
Yeah, it wants us both to get to the place before... Okay, it's not letting me respawn anymore. I think we hit the death counter. I don't know. I don't remember what that means. What if you respawn?
No, it means I've frozen as well.
Okay, but we hit this before, and I'm hoping it means it remembers your position.
So it was restart level, not chapter select, right? Wasn't that how we did it? Or resume?
Don't know.
Hey, look. Worst case, we get to hang out here and play some more. I'm okay with that. Yeah,
That is true. Hey, we're here again.
I mean, we could say... Hang on, let me check.
You made it to the end. Let's see the next one. Just for the sake of our audience.
Sadly, it is not letting us. Piss!
What?
All right. So, friendos, now is a great time to grab yourself a snack, a cup of tea, because I'm going to nip to the loo in just a second. But, Dan, if you want to grab yourself coffee, bevy, or otherwise...
It's a good idea. I will go do that. Right back.
And I will chat with these lovely Mother Hubbards. But yeah, so Happy Pie, Eric, or Park Programs, you might know them in chat, organised a big panel at PAX, which was build a game in an hour. And one of the reasons that myself and Jake were brought in was to be entertaining during the more slow elements. Now, our good friend Thor of Pirate Software does stream on Twitch, like live development, but also does a lot of the work that's less engaging off stream. Cyborg Primate. So I worked on the Total War franchise. So I mean, I'm credited from Empire onwards, but it's probably better to say that I was on Shogun 2. Excuse me. I was on Shogun 2, Rome 2, and Attila were probably my big ones. Oh. Okay, and friends, caffeine is going to reset all of your bets. Actually, let me put some tunes on while we're waiting. There we go. Caffeine's going to reset all of your channel point bets, and you can once again throw those dice into the hat. Who do you think is going to stab whomst first? So Cyborg Primate, I cut my teeth in QA. Mostly did community management. My last role was communications director of a indie studio down in New Zealand, which is very cool. Okay, but Wolfgrad, we can't count that as a thing that I did. Sumo Digital made Willamus. I was just, you know... Sorry, to those of you who haven't heard this story like 1,000 times, I am a character in a Sonic racing game. That's my claim to fame. I am a canonical Sonic character. Hey Shackle, you've got to know the taste test. Are you really QA if you don't do the taste test? It's the first thing I did when I got my hands on a Nintendo Switch cartridge. Yeah, look at those keepy uppies. Yeah, balancing like a badass. Man, these knights have incredible arm strength. Sorry, friends, I've just been in a real Big Giant Circles mood today. And if you haven't heard Big Giant Circles, the wonderful artiste playing behind now, you should look it up. Delta Frost, have a lovely rest of your day. Excuse me. So sorry, friends. Once Floydo's back, I'll go get some water in a cuppa. I just drank a bit of coffee the wrong way. But yeah. So Cyborg Primate, did you work on this title? It really does feel like, at least from your questions that you might have, and yeah, if there's anything I can do to help, yo. I mean, you already have a game that is out. Like, I found it through... God, I think I found it through Keymailer. But that's because Keymailer lists everything. And you're right, I could do this level solo and load Floydo into the next one, but we've got to get through this together. That's feckin' teamwork. Do you know who said that? Tenacious D said that. And I think they know a little bit more about warfare than you do, because they invented it and then they perfected it. God. Also, let me be a shameless, self-promoting bastard. So, to those of you who have just joined us, hello. We have Dan with us for a good while yet, and we're going to continue going with Happenlance before we bring our adventures to a close. Tomorrow we are playing Sea of Thieves. So, friends, if you've not met our little corner of the internet, I'd love to introduce you to Ems and Fiona. I don't know who our special guest pirate is going to be just yet. Auditions are underway. I did inform John Cena that we wouldn't be allowing him to come play Sea of Thieves with us. He's too good. He's too good. It's just not fun to play. Both as a person and as also... as both a person and... I see you, Sage. I see you. He's also too nice, which he lacks the cutthroatedness of being a pirate. Though I have started to notice, friends, that when we do afters on Sea of Thieves, that tends to be when the real villainy comes out, and I still don't know how to feel about that. If you weren't with us last week, we played Sea of Thieves. It was calm. It wasn't too off the chain, but it was a lot of fun. And then I hadn't gotten to play Sea of Thieves as much as I wanted. Oh yeah, Damien, that's an excellent point. His invisibility makes him too capable as a shipwright. Yes. It's a balancing issue. Plus, if I'm streaming the game and you can't see him, I mean, that's just a waste. That's just a waste. But yeah, after we finished our Sea of Thieves stream, we decided we were going to play some more because I spent all my money on a fancy chair and table, and I had like 2k in gold to barely rub together. So we got Swarmaz, took them out on their first like proper Sea of Thieves adventure, and we did a crime. And there's no footage of this, so you can only take my word for it. But we encountered a team who were taking on an Ashen Lord. Kind of like a world boss. A big skeletal, fire-flinging demon. Able to summon armies of skeletons at a whim. We found another team fighting them. And so we helped them destroy that Ashen Lord. And then once the Ashen Lord was dead... Friends, I wish I could have seen it from their side as the HMS Alone in the Shark just slowly rotated. And Drunk Will was like, "You may fire when ready." I can only imagine the other captain had that moment, very evocative of Pirates of the Caribbean, of slowly walking down their ship as it just got raked with round after round. And Lizzie, is that Deus's video? Friends, if you haven't seen the video link that Lizzie put in the chat, it's Deus making us look a lot cooler than we really are. Obviously, you don't have to watch it, like, because I'm obviously incredibly cool in that video, and you know how cool I am. Dralial, they have not let me live it down. It has been almost a year. It's still going.
I'm glad I've returned in time to hear of the various sea crimes.
Well, the one that Lizzie posted is recorded for all time. And the other one was, yeah. In fairness, their ship's captain was very experienced. He was wearing one of the expensive paid skins for Sea of Thieves. But he did have 2 green beans with him. And we waited until they had finished fighting a boss. We even helped them fight a boss. And then we turned the ship sideways and just blew them out of the water. So, Bacon Avenger, let me go nip to the loo. And then I shall come back and ponder if we want Flamey Skeleton or Incompetent Ghost. Dan, feel free to chat with these individuals to your heart's content. Ask them what you will.
Certainly.
And I'll be back in just a second.
So I wonder, what sort of nonsense do you folks get up to when unsupervised in this chat? Because he's not here, so... None can witness whatever it is that y'all can do. Usually trains. Ah, that's good. Sneaky trains that he can't do anything to even like protest against. That's very smart. It's clever. Spooky ghost trains. The phantom train. Oh, that's very good. Real clever. Last time we were left alone with you, you got a cult title, and that's the type of nonsense. Yeah, that's true. That is fair. I guess it's not unique to the Longship unsupervised, but glad to see that there's consistency. Do I have any plans to go through Moss Book 2 with Carrie? We did see that came out, and it is on Steam now. So we certainly could. We've got a queue of games that we're kind of wanting to play, but we also are still living in a space where we can get a pretty decent VR setup going to record, so we should probably do it. Oh, and the Phantom Train has commenced. Very good. Like so many military school teenagers, you have summoned a Phantom Train into this battle. But yeah, Moss Book 2 definitely needs to happen. Because we liked the first one. And, like, I am acquainted with, like, the lead animator over there. To like, and I just want to see it. I know his animation work is really good. I'd love to see what he's been doing the last couple of years.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Then we have to suplex the Phantom Train. We're going to be in such trouble when he returns. Oh, I've got some worries about our ability to get past this level. It's encouraging for sure, seeing that Will made it to the top. But I have only gotten up to see that area that he was stuck on for a while once. Just do it real quick while he's not looking. If only. The best. The rare is when the train comes and goes and Will gets back and has no idea there was a train. The true Phantom Train.
Sneaky train.
Like a thief in the night. Except kind of the opposite, if you think about it. Getting good is an option I hadn't considered.
Clicking.
But then I haven't gotten good in quite a few years of life, and I don't know if I'm prepared to change that hot streak I've got going.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Opposite of the thief in the knife is Santa. That is basically true, huh? I hadn't really thought of, like, Santa being the antonym of thief. But if you think about it long enough, it makes a weird kind of sense. Call whoever's in charge of the dictionary and make them kind of annoyed, I guess. I suppose Hornet believed we could get good. Even then, it took us some tries. Thieves are like pickpockets and Santa is a pocket putter. That is sort of true, huh? Thank you for those gift subs there, Crux702. I won't tell anyone.
On the train.
This will be our little Phantom Train secret. We're all going to be in trouble. But that's okay.
Hey, Hornet believed you could get
Trouble
good,
is what we
and
do
you did.
here. The chaos alignment. That is what I should have expected coming onto the long ship. And it is what I expect. But it's one thing to know it, and it's another thing to see it. That's true. If we all start using a word, if we all start using
Train gets
Santa
lost to time,
as the
like
opposite
tears in the rain.
of thief long enough, then we put the dictionary in a tough spot where they have to add it. Because now it's part of language. I think we might have it in us to checkmate the dictionary, my friends.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, our 4 reptilian heroes, have
We are not
overcome
trapped in
the
this language
arch-villain
with
Shredder.
dictionary. Dictionary is trapped in this language with us. And it's the English language, so it's a painful room to be trapped in. It's like, yeah, what are we gonna do? Make
We're all
English
fucking terrorists,
function
the lot of
worse?
us.
Come on. Let us play with fire. There's nothing but ashes around here. The language is already broken beyond repair. Let us have fun.
I see they have unlocked
Kill
train
the
mode
scene,
as well.
We don't know
Tilda.
what you're talking about.
Oh, I see. I see. The job was coming from inside the flat. Well, you're all terrors, and thank you. Sorry for taking so long.
No, not at all.
Amos is in sleepy sad boy mode. That's our youngest puppy again. They put the stream on in the living room, so he kind of like made himself like a little like Jabba style nest, and has been snoozing to watch it.
Oh,
Flare sessions to take longer. Fine. I see nothing. I'll just pop off again, shall I? Oh, well, thank you all, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Oh, gives us a chance to stop and breathe before we tackle the mountain once more.
Quick, down your
That is true.
squash. It's the fuzz.
So Cyborg Primate, I guess. You know what I would recommend for Happenlance? I would recommend do a combination like title update DLC rather than necessarily do a sequel right now. So I forget how much Happenlance was.
Let us play with fire. There's nothing but ashes left anyway, so Dark Souls 3?
Yeah, so Happenlance is $16, which I think is fair. What I would recommend is for any of the title updates that you want to do for Happenlance 2, do those, do a handful more levels, and release that as maybe like a $5 or $6 DLC.
You see nothing.
I see nothing. Okay, thank you. That way you can do a big push of the title so that more people can see it, and then you can do a big discount on the main game, but still have people like myself who already picked it up, and then it will pick up the DLC plus the additions. Before we get back into Lancing, all of you, like, thank you again. That's really feckin' cool of you, alright? They keep me alive!
they do.
So Happy Pie wanted to ask if there's been any titles recently that have really impressed you in terms of like animation stuff recently.
Yeah, no, like every year there's a ton. The most recent, I think, in memory that have hit me are they're ones that I tend to like feature, just at least have to be little one-offs on Playframe, at least just because I need to show them off. But two of the indie titles that have hit me for animation most recently are Potionomics, which that's like the animation is what got everybody paying attention to that one.
I honestly thought they just hired a external animation team for the trailer, and then was like, fucking wet. They went this hard for the whole game?
Yeah, and they were really smart about how they structured it too. So like, as far as I know, I think they've only got 2 full-time animators in that, or I don't even know if they're full-time. They've got 2 animators on that team. Maybe I don't know if they outsourced a little bit or what, but they structured the game in a really nice way where they don't have a whole lot of a wild amount of animation content they have to make. They can reuse a lot of it, but it allows them to go very hard on the quality of that animation, and it looks just great.
Hell yeah.
Have a Nice Death is another one with some phenomenal animation that it's still in early access, so I guess it technically comes out next year, but beautiful.
Did you do OKF yet? The kind of the person who made Hyper Light Drifter. It's their kind of like part like concept album, part like story of friendship.
I think I did. OKF. No.
It's called OKF, right? I'm not completely going bananas. Ah, darn it! Affected for us both. No! I will always remember you. Ruined that for everybody. I'd have to look at my recently played to think about the ones that have really surprised me. Oh, the full game is called We Are OKF. Thank you.
Oh, that's what. Okay, that title I know. I have not gotten a chance to play it, but the title I remember. Yeah.
I figured it would be something that you knew about.
I guess I didn't know it was even out yet. I remember watching for it, knowing it was not too far away, but I had not seen the actual release happen.
Well, they did go for the episodic launch, which does lead to launch day confusion, but it seems to have done okay.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Oh, Damien, this is absolutely up your street. So, Happenlance is co-op getting over it with Bennett Foddy, but you use a lance instead of a hammer, so you can not only impale enemies, but also your friends!
Yep.
So Dan, Damien isn't... You know what? I'm really blessed with how many fucking cool kids come and hang out here. So Damien is one of my... has been responsible for some of my favourite games of the year.
Ooh.
Well, I couldn't say of the year because we played it this year, but it came out last year, which was Damien Crawford's Golfing Experience, a torturous first-person turn-based golfing game.
Phenomenal title.
It's a special kind of sadistic. You need to steel yourself to finish it.
It sounds like.
And Damien got to work with Zalavir on the most recent title, which was Purgatory Dungeoneer.
Ooh.
A game which, if you like turn-based RPGs, you will feckin' love.
I've enjoyed a turn-based RPG from time to time.
It has over 400 classes, including Juggler, Mimic, Emomancer, Centaur. Wait, I can't remember if Centaur's a class. Tourist. Tourists are a class. I feel like I'm not being very teamworky right now.
This particular stretch does not smile upon teamwork, I don't think. I think
Just gotta
enough distance to navigate is what you need.
Well, and also same for yourself. Like, I don't think there's a point in this section where I can help you. God, this game is good. But yeah, Purgatory Dungeoneer, which came out this year, which is absolutely fascinating. And yeah, if you enjoy turn-based RPGs and the clever shit you can do with them. So if you enjoyed stuff like Rain-Slick Precipice of Darkness, or I guess to a small extent Darkest Dungeon, but only in the sense that like boss fights tend to come down to like how cleverly you can use the mechanics to your favor. Oh, hang on. Give me... You can hold for just a... Oh, no. I fucked it. It's all yours. Oh, Damien actually wrote a class FAQ for Purgatory Dungeoneer and is looking to add it with improved notes and specific... Oh, no!
That's like a falcon hitting a rabbit.
Oh, no, you got me. Okay, I thought I was the one that... Yeah, dude. I was a vole, you were a barn owl, no survivors. Fucking hell. Where's the fucking safety on that thing? So, no, Floyd got me there. Oh, and Megalyn, I'm so glad there's no fall damage. That would be screamy rage.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's fascinating because Damien's done a lot with like design of mechanics that, frankly, I would love to see in more games. So it's things like... The Juggler is all about getting all the elements in the air at the same time and then hitting them with like a big KO once you get all the balls in the air.
That's clever.
The Mimic is like, God, reminding me of like Gen from Street Fighter. Or, so there was a better fighting game. Oh, Maxi from Soul Calibur. Each move with the Mimic turns the Mimic from one form into the other. So you need to chain up your attacks or your buffs so that you can do these big hits. So it's like you want to do the first move because it puts you into like an attack stance, then into like a debuff stance, then a buff, and then finally into like a big chaos damage spell. It's just incredible.
That is really clever. Yeah, like clever conceptually.
And the rest of Damien's games can best be described as isekai titles with great concepts. So games like My Only Skill is Leader, so I recruited 99 of my friends to beat the Dark Lord. And I always get the title wrong, but I'll try and get at least the heart of it correct. My sister left her PC logged in, and now I have to coordinate a raid, but I don't play MMOs. Which is literally that. You're given... Oh, go for it.
No, I was just saying, like that kind of literal isekai title brings me so much joy every time I hear it from any kind of in any anime.
Yeah. Also, I'm really sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. Like, I feel like the accidental killing deaths are weirdly the least frustrating, because then it's like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of funny though.
I'll wait till it. We'll get you right to the swinging chain up there. Oh god, and the swinging platforms. We'll just have to take those one by one.
Oof.
Yeah. Oh, Damien was saying that one got into PC Gamer. That's how well the did. Okay, and the game name is My Older Sister Left the Computer, so I got on and found myself trying to coordinate a raid in a game, and I don't play MMOs.
I love it. No notes.
And it's using those, like, the JRPG and MMO format for more than just, like, how can we do yet another DPS character? Like, how can we do yet another healer? The characters are something, you know. Their design says something. No, I'm sorry! Thought I had it!
I think it's good for me to be getting more practice at this stretch anyway. This is a stretch I need to get more consistent with.
Yeah, I'm getting real good at air brakes on slowing that one down. But this also goes back to the search engine optimization stuff we were talking about, and how, like, title pending, great game, right? Only you can't search for it online. Because if you type title pending, you get everything. Whereas, you know, you search for Damien Crawford golfing experience, well... Oh no!
See, it's still funny though.
Oh no! I mean, you avenged yourself. I don't know who wins in that round.
I guess it feels like chat did.
Double KO. I respawn so my guy's not just sitting there just groaning in disappointment. But yeah, I'm a big proponent in make game name interesting. And sorry if we talked about this last time you and I hung out, because it's been one of my bugbears. Because we often look at AAA games and go, oh, well, they called their game, you know, the such and such and did all right. It's like, no, they called their game something terrible and then poured millions of dollars in marketing on it. You know?
Yeah, that's true. That makes a pretty big difference.
I'll still bully Hunt Showdown because it has one of the worst... Oh, God.
I really thought that was going to be a death right there.
Me too. I will still bully Hunt Showdown because it has one of the worst titles.
It's not a good title. Sounds like a super interesting game. Not a good title.
Oh, and the other one I've been bullying a lot is Layers of Fears.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's awful.
The two plurals, not good.
Baby shark.
Doesn't feel good to say.
Baby shark.
Oh.
Do
Hardy
baby
bloody
shark.
ha!
Do baby shark just purchased Day of the Devs 2022 for £8.82.
Bad mouthfeel on that one.
Very bad mouthfeel. Though some absolute fucking terror has picked up the Day of the Devs bundle. I've not checked what's in that. Oh yeah, no, Lost Flowers. We bullied V Rising for ages, but that does definitely come down to language check, which is like, have you ever heard of like the 10-year-old test? The idea that you should say the name of your project to a 10-year-old, and if they start laughing at you, then you fucked up.
Good test.
Yes, because it might mean something stupid and you know, it might be another poo joke you've not heard of. Teenager's also a valid test on this one. V Rising, I think, was a title from International Dev Team, and they didn't think about how that might be Oh no! Ooh. Construed in other languages. I'm sorry.
No, I'm glad that you were still had pace to keep on ascending, though. At the same time, it didn't slow you down too much.
Well, I've been doing the thing where I just carefully feel out the little hooks, and then just try and keep myself nice and far from the wall. Just, it's not. Oh no, I'll affect that one.
That's one of my problems, actually, that I've been. I know that being too far from the wall is doom, but I think I've led that to make me stick too closely to it, and that's also giving me problems.
Yeah. So I would say Zalavir's newer titles I think are good. They're not the best you could name your game, but they're good. So Zalavir did El Paso Nightmare was his most recent one, and I think that one's good because it's all things that you can spell, but they have a very, the Spanish introduction based on the town of El Paso gives it a little bit of a flavor, and it makes it nice and easy to remember. And there's no confusion about, what kind of content to expect from it. Brigad, Oaks Acadia. I mean, that one's a bastard because it's hard to spell. Oh, Zalavir's newest game is in the Day of the Debs bundle. Okay. Well, that's fecking great because it's really good. Although I would say that because, sorry if I told you about this 8 times, Dan. Our dogs are in the newest of Zalavir's games, El Paso Nightmare.
Nice.
Both River and Amos.
Aww.
There's more babies. Even if Amos is having the worst time at the moment. His poor allergy-ridden self.
Tiny allergies.
So Orzine, anything that you have to drastically correct people on pronunciation is... And again, this is not taking into consideration they are titles that came out in other areas that are being released in English. That's a different matter. But then you do, as a publisher, have to deal with...
Actually got that far, though. I'll take that as...
Oh, no, I fucked it for us both!
Oh, no. I failed on my very own butt. Yarg.
Oh, Naru, our youngest puppy has a whole load of allergies, and he's had a really bad outbreak of something. So he's got to wear the cone of shame because his muzzle's all having a bad time and his paws and stuff.
Poor little dear.
Yeah. Sean really wants to use the name Comtancy in a game. Comtancy's some get. You know what? Go for it. And Lizzie's saying for the Day of the Debs bundle, you can get Gang Beast Psychonauts, the Rhombus of Ruin, regular Psychonauts, Scapegoat 2, Everything, Massive Chalice, Brutal Legend, Gnog, Fluff, 140, Broken Age. Wait, I don't... which one was... I don't see Zalavir's one in there.
Ow.
Oh, yes, no. He's away from the cone of shame. He's onto the donut of doom.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, he's not a happy bunny. But, we went to the vets yesterday, so he's got... Oh, thank you. So hopefully he'll be feeling better in a day and change. He's got a bunch of the good drugs. Oh, okay, so their game was in the bundle... sorry, in the showcase, not the bundle. Thank you, Star.
Good bundle, though.
Now, Shitaru, I would actually argue that the Kingdom Hearts series is a great named series because it's unlike anything else. It's really easy to spell and remember. And it has
Stop that incessant clicking.
Favor 6, thank you for gifting a sub to the Donut of Doom, Utera. But no, so Kingdom Hearts, it's easy to remember, it's easy to search for, and it's iconic. And yes, there are the games of like, Birth by Sleep and something X something days. Makes it harder to look for individual titles, but they already succeeded. They already won the branding wars, essentially. Once
you can wiki the rest.
Yeah. You could just go Kingdom Hearts DS, Kingdom Hearts Mobile. Do you know what I mean? Now,
yeah, and Kingdom Hearts as title, very good.
And Damien's saying, even I wouldn't dare call something 358 divided by 2 days.
I just utterly used you to get a little higher up there.
Honestly, I was reading Damien's comment. And I don't mean to pick on that particular comment. It's an interesting thing to think about, because naming conventions in games, when it works, you don't notice it. And when it doesn't, you don't notice the game.
Tell me your feelings on triangle strategy.
Oh, God. As a dyslexic, I cannot spell it. But the problem with triangle strategy is that it's visually very similar to Octopath Traveler, which is much easier to remember.
That is true, and actually feels like something.
Yeah. Happy Pie was saying Nier Automata's kind of weird with its naming titles. Well, Nier Automata was good that they added the Automata, because original Nier didn't work good. I know the international teams translating that one had a nightmare of a time. And because of the weird, funky spelling.
For a lot of good reasons, original Nier didn't do great. Much as I appreciate Nier.
I went down a rabbit hole behind that dev team and found out that they were like the team for hire for a lot of like weird, janky Japanese games for a while. They were the same team that did Bullet Witch.
That kind of makes a kind of sense.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So DX Man. Again, this isn't a diss on triangle strategy and stuff like that. It's just...
We're just strictly on like naming practice as a business in terms of making a title that is memorable, easy to find, marketable, good, like a good title. It's a hard thing to do.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a reason why it's a fucking art form, and especially when it comes to translating Japanese names that aren't themselves, Romanji, I believe is the correct term for like phonetic English Japanese. God, I had a great thought and it dropped right out at the back of my head. Now Cyborg was asking, how is Happenlance as a title? Well, in the UK, I'd say Happenlance. It's based on a pun and it's really easy to remember.
Yep.
It works.
Even if I don't have it at the top of my head, I usually only just have to think about it for a second to where I can remember, all right, it's a pun on lances, it's something that really Happenlance, there it is. Yeah, even if I lose it, I can find Happenlance in my mind again really easily. So I think it's really strong.
Much like our characters' varying beefcake arms.
Yeah.
Dustin says, classic game with a great title, Grabbed by the Ghoulies on GameCube. Now, ones that work on popular sayings or popular turns of phrase are good until you have to localize them.
Yeah.
And then it starts to fall apart. There's a feckin' art to this.
There really is.
Miyaki Sakura says, how would you rate Vampire Survivor as a title? It's fucking awful.
Yeah.
It's a terrible title. And they are very, much like with Hunt Showdown and V Rising and stuff like that, they're very lucky that it did as well as it did. If they were another, if Witch Survivor had come out on Steam and done gangbusters, and then Vampire Survivor came out after, no one would have given it a second thought. And that's not a diss on the quality of the game. It's
not popular because of the name. Kind of the takeaway.
it's started what will essentially be a bit of a micro genre for a while now. Read-only memory. How are you doing, friend? There's a name we haven't heard in a while. V Rising.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like something that happens to half the population's downstairs. I'm sorry, but it does not pass the teenage test.
Here's an interesting one. Like, I don't think Among Us is on the one hand, it is Among Us is not memorable as a title, even though I still think like there's a lot of aspects about the title that make it quite good.
Oh no, I absolutely agree with you, and I think that might have led to its initial failings.
Just not catching it.
Yeah, I mean,
not catching earlier than it did.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you look at like the mobile gaming market and what's available there, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, and I do wish, like, again, this is just a review of names. Like, I'm so glad
Entirely.
that they got.
I love a lot of the games we've talked about and are kind of dissing on here.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's okay.
I mean, Unfortunate Spacemen is slightly better, at least in terms of like the premise, and it doesn't sound like. All right, what am I doing wrong? It's like I've suddenly stopped being able to. Oh, I've been slain!
You have.
Once again, I am the body pachinko.
I know what you mean, though. Like, I will be thriving on a certain part of this climb for a good stretch, and then after kind of struggling either a little further up or a little further down, I will just not be able to capture it anymore, and I don't know why.
Yeah, it's almost like my hooks aren't getting the same kind of momentum. Oh, hey, so Cyborg Primate. The game is exceptional. Like, thank you for all the time that you put into Happenlance. It's feckin' great.
Yes. We're getting a lot of joy out of this. This one stretch specifically at the moment, but in general, we've had a lot of fun with this already.
Yeah. But it's that thing of, like... There's so many factors that come into a game doing well. And a name isn't the be-all and end-all, but that's definitely what helps you get out the starting gate. And if you don't already have something to get you out there, like be it a legacy or, or a huge marketing budget, your game name may have to do you a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, it's getting noticed in the deluge is kind of the big challenge now, just the sheer staggering quantity. And if you've not got something that can get its hooks in the brain immediately, a little bit at least with the name that's intriguing or memorable or something.
Yeah.
Like, it is unfair how devastating that is to your chances of being able to sell a video game.
Yep. I mean, we've had the thing where people try to use certain naming conventions to evoke more popular titles. So, because what Salem was saying was that Witch Survivor kind of kicked off the genre, but Vampire Survivors is the success story from that space. But now, a lot of those titles are calling themselves, like, Ex-Survivor.
Yeah. Which I get as a effort to, like... People are Googling games like Vampire Survivor. I want to be at the top of that list.
Yeah.
And if you have Survivor in the name, all right, then that's at least one word that's going to be in common. Vampire's got a whole lot of other things that are going to pop up. That is how I found a lot of the similar type games.
Yeah. It's worth
am I doing the right strategy for this part, by the way? This kind of idea here of
That's
bouncing
what I was
off of
doing, because I was hooking off... You see that little gap in the ledge?
Yeah, right there. I see.
I was kind of like edging myself off, lol. And then, there we go! There we go!
That's the idea. I see. All right. Not quite to that side yet, but all right. Wow, this...
Yeah. That's why I've spent a lot of time hanging out here and chatting.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but it felt nice to get there for once.
Yeah, and you see what I mean about the swings?
Yeah, the swing's rough.
Yeah. Oh, and...
That's doable, though. It feels like, all right, that's possible. It's in sight.
Now, Naru makes a very good point that the fun part of localizing a parody title of an actual game Naru is saying they used animal double crossing for one. Naru, do you work in localization? So Damien makes a good point that sometimes you do have to lean into the popular saying, because Damien was talking about 20 minutes till dawn and found that they were always Googling 20 minutes till midnight because that feels more snappy.
Yep.
So sometimes you've got to let the language carry. Oh, well, Naru, it's lovely to have you with us. If you have any thoughts or feels on localization stuff, please jump on in. I am not bilingual in the slightest, and while I have worked on, Japanese titles very, very tangentially, good old Jambo Safari, I don't know anything more on localization than the average video game or anime haver.
I always enjoy hearing localizers' thoughts on the craft because it's a fascinating job and a huge challenge.
Yeah. Now, Dustin says you got to thread the needle between short and sweet. I would disagree, but I understand what you're saying. Oh, and Dan, if you want ship names for possible Sea of Thieves stuff,
yeah,
Dustin's been a fucking ledge coming up with them.
Noted. I feel like I need some. At some point, I feel like I want to come up with a more fun name for co-op Dark Souls characters with Dan, and maybe little tag team names for our duo.
Okay. Well,
so yeah, I'll have to crowdsource some help with that one.
There are many great punsmiths that I think will be able to help us, including Pun Spectre and Rhymes with Moose. So here's the thing: games like Scorn and Control, I think Scorn was a terrible fucking name for that game. And the only reason they got away with it is because the other meaty, chunky game that was very similar came out way earlier, and they left enough of a gap between launch windows that the Geiger-esque aesthetic for an FPS-type title, or it's more of a puzzle game, but you know what I mean, that had time to breathe. But I think if they'd released Scorn during the busy period of this year, they probably would have stacked it. And Control is an awful name for a game. But it's a AAA game by Remedy. They get a break because they have a pedigree, they have a coverage. I genuinely think that game names like Creature in the Well, Kentucky Route Zero, Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator are great because search engine optimization, perfect.
Kentucky Route Zero is so good. That just sticks so well.
Every part of that is easy to spell, easy to remember, nothing else like it. Disco Elysium. Fucking brilliant. Okay, Dustin's got your first one. It takes two to Dango.
Yeah, no, I'm something Dan related, especially in that tag team name, very much feels like a must. I feel like I'm wanting for character names, it doesn't necessarily have to involve Dan in the name. I feel like anything that can capture good Venture Brothers villain name energy.
Oh God, yes.
If there was ever a show that was incredible at naming comedy superheroes and superhero villains, holy cow, Venture Brothers was A tier all the time. If I can get something even a half that good.
Piss. Sorry, mate.
That's okay.
Just because I biffed the swing for a while, so we'll have to wait a second. Finding out that most of the great characters in Venture Brothers was actually the two writers just ad-libbing back and forth.
Yeah.
Including the iconic Batman intro where he's taking all the stuff out of the closet.
Yeah, no, they're that show is it has aged in some definite ways, as a lot of kind of edgier comedy does. Even though I think those creators are, for the most part, pretty well intentioned and not aiming to be ever hateful, but there's some stuff and jokes and terms that have definitely not aged well. They their comedy has this great kind of like rough, unrefined, like they are two brilliant people who come up with great stuff together. Not all of it totally works and not all of it like is executed on perfectly well, but the raw creativity is just flowing in like just geysers of geysers of jokes, smart ones too, just nonstop.
Yeah, I can't,
super funny show.
I can't watch too much Venture Brothers all in one go because partially I'll start emulating the Monarch. But also,
that's really hard not to do. It's really hard not to talk like the Monarch.
If anyone needs me, I'll be in my room crying.
What a fun character.
But the other thing is that it's kind of like rewatching old Valve videos and just being reminded that I'll never write anything that funny.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, don't say!
It's okay.
Double kill!
Did we double kill again?
Yeah, it span. Wow. It stabbed me in the face. It was
beautiful.
Okay, we've got a few good ones. So, Dan Noodles, Floyd Owen Jones do a cooking show. Dan Hunter x Dan Hunter, that's your PvP.
Oh, that's clever. All right.
Dan Jabot is a good one for Sea of Thieves.
Ooh, that's true.
I do like, if you decide to go back to rounds or something similar, Dan Demonium.
Dan Demonium is very good.
Now, if no one said Danger Zone, that's money on the cable. Like, that's money, that's cash on your coffee table left out.
Yeah, that's very true.
If you ever do more of like a romantic game or something involving more of that, you know, Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer. You know what?
Okay, that's pretty good.
That was bad, and I'm sorry.
No, like that's... See, like there's a lot of these, like, anytime... Dan is a good name for punning on, and once you get going for a while, like you hear a lot of the, even the really good ones, you hear them kind of pop up pretty frequently. So hearing one that's just entirely like, I have never heard that one proposed before, even if it's kind of stupid, I am delighted by.
The Titanic, I do like.
Titanic is pretty good, especially for boat names.
Last Dan Standing is, that's a long tradition classic.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Dan Handled, Dan Hunter. Dolly Parton's great song, What Makes a Dan. Save the last Dans for me. God, that's good.
That's pretty good.
Oh, for the next time you and Carrie do a game together, take me dancing and carry me home.
Okay, all right, that's pretty darn clever. I've never heard that combo. That's good.
I am in awe at the people that choose to spend their time watching my dumbass, who are genuinely better punsmiths than. Oh no!
You know, if you gotta like die to a spear, on this bottom third is the place.
Actually, what I'm gonna do is whilst we're here, I'm gonna do us a quick restart level because we're both at the bottom, and that way we don't.
That's true.
We get 3 lives and we don't lose anything.
Yeah, nothing of value has been lost here.
God. And the thing is, like, we got Emmons as well, so now's the trio's back.
Yeah. It's true. So nice having all of us in the same town again.
And any time that, we reveal who the murderer is, we can have Dan. Again, that was terrible. Why do you put up with me? I'm a bad friend.
I love it.
I felt real bad because I didn't get to go to Dan's housewarming because we just got back from LA and we were both broke and broken. So
I wasn't able to make it either, so
that makes me feel a little bit
better. You're not alone. Yeah.
Yeah, we do have an orbiting much like how Saturn has the orbiting ring of like space debris, so do we have orbiting Dans of power. I mean, if you get into like old school Suda 360 games, we have Shadows of the Damned.
I love it that we're able to come up with some like extremely niche use case.
I was basically stealing Phyllis's Dan of the Dead.
Also quite good, actually.
God.
Come on.
I refuse to believe we have peaked already.
Impossible.
Or if we end up with too many Dans, we have the Dante dozen.
All right, pretty good, pretty good.
It was awful. Why do you encourage me?
The line between awful and very good in the pun world is nigh invisible.
Damned if you do, but damned if you don't.
Also very good.
Hey, look, this has been requested. Fuck off. There's caffeine showing up with a water bottle.
No
one appreciates my pun skills. Because, friends, I don't just do this nonsense for you lot online. I torture the rest of the household with terrible jokes. From dusk till dawn, I'm sure we've used that somewhere.
I feel like we have to have, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Stop falling down the mountain.
Dangerous liaisons. So yeah, if you do take up the Sea of Thieves, you are set for names.
Oh yeah, we will find.
But you have to make enough cash to be able to christen a ship, and that's when they get you. Christen your own ship, and you're like, oh well, I'll just keep playing so I can get some more ship stuff. Oh, I'll just get myself a fancy chair for my ship.
Yep.
Suddenly you're broke, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, and you're like, I just need to get this. I just need to get the treasure back. We just need to get paid.
The pirate's life.
Yo ho. But I'm sure this has come up now every time you and I have played or streamed together. But
It's okay, I forget every conversation I've ever had while streaming or Let's Playing instantly.
Okay. I just put blanket caveats because also same. But one of the things that has been really surprising me is just how good Sea of Thieves has been in a way that's not a AAA design philosophy thing. Like, for all the people that got into the Skull and Bones alpha test were very dismayed with how AAA it was. You know, how based around, skill trees and leveling and all that nonsense.
Yeah.
And then Sea of Thieves is like, no, there's no leveling. There's no progression system beyond cosmetics. All you do is go be a pirate and have some adventures. Oh, thank you.
You bet.
I'm sure we've done Dante's Inferno.
Oh yeah.
No way that one's been missed.
Danny Way You Want It is a pretty new one, though. That one I don't think I've encountered yet.
That's fucking great. Was that Dustin? Yeah, of course it was Dustin. But that's the thing that keeps surprising me is, like, as someone who... Alright, I'm definitely getting my... Oh, no!
Your toes!
My toes! My weakness! Scions of the Seventh Dan, says Prolo.
All right. That one's pretty... That one definitely speaks to my current obsessions and tastes, so bonus points.
And, of course, the city of Los Angeles.
Okay, that one's new as well. Yeah, so, like, anything that can, like, that I've not heard something in the ballpark of like that, the surprise on its own gets a laugh.
And the fact that your main channel isn't called Danimation is a great big lost opportunity.
It felt too easy. It felt like I think I was doing some like Googling around just to see like, all right, like the ones like that feel like I can't be the first one who's thought of that, especially at a space where anyone can make an account. Usually you will find somebody, like you'll find a 14 subscriber YouTube account that does have Danimation already, and so like the channel name's already locked in, they've already got it, you can't.
Yeah,
I figure, all right, I
point.
gotta find something new.
And if they haven't had much success with the channel, then it means it's just going to kind of sit there in a state of undeath.
Yep. Sadly, Playframe had the same situation. There is somebody who got to Playframe as a channel name before us. Their channel is not the one that you'll find if you're like using the search engine, but like it does mean that we can't use like Playframe as the URL. Yeah. Tragically. That's all right though.
There's that great structure, the Hoover Dan. And yeah, there are probably a surprising number of channels run by Dans.
There's so many of us.
Okay, has anyone done Dan's Labyrinth?
Weirdly, I don't think so. Shocking, actually.
All right. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna put myself down here. I was a little too close to your heels there, and we were looking at...
Yeah, I saw that caution there. Whoa!
Only Dan's was definitely been done.
Oh yeah, no, that one has been done. In fact, I guarantee there is an OnlyFans account with literally that name.
Shackle even threw in bits for this one as a submarine game of Dan the Torpedoes.
Solid, very solid.
Space Warlord or Dan Trading Simulator. It's a stretch, but we'll allow it.
Yep.
God.
No.
No, I think I'm just leaning in too heavily onto the walls.
I think that's been my problem too. I've been able to get up that first stretch. It's getting over that extra large ledge at the top there, and I think my problem there is just one of amount of momentum. I think I'm flinging myself up a little too sharply trying to get above that. I need a lighter touch.
Feck. Now, it does feel really cool when you stick your spear into the side of the wall to slow yourself down, and it works.
Oh yeah, it's because you don't expect it to, because it usually doesn't.
Yeah, after all my bragging about being good at Armored Core, I actually need to use some fucking air brakes. Has anyone done the Ordan Trail yet?
I don't think I have, no. You might be the first one on that one.
I can't take it. I was obviously someone much funnier than me. Oh! God. This reminds me of learning how to play a grappler on like Street Fighter, because I spent so much time doing full circles. But occasionally I'll get the spear stuck in the wall, so I don't get that hook sweep. It just ends up being like a little boing.
Yep. I'm occasionally getting that too.
But I mean, this is what's fascinating about it, is because it's checkpointed, it doesn't feel like it's all or nothing all the time.
Yeah, like it's really only for an individual stretch like this where there's a somewhat prolonged set of challenges, but we've already gotten to this chapter. We can't get thrown any further back. And it's co-op, so we've got someone else here who we can just be chatting and making silly jokes with the whole time. So even when you're stuck in the one stretch, honestly, having someone else to talk to and kind of distract you so you're not concentrating so hard almost helps.
Yeah. I feel like I reminded...
You're not overthinking it.
And Shackle, thank you for the bit on that one. Oh, for a Danish bakery. Dan, you feel the love tonight.
Very good.
Gundam Wing. Although we're gonna just give Gundam Wing a pass, because if we go into the Gundam, then we'll be here all night.
That's close.
Okay. Whew. Dynasty Warriors. Now that's a good one.
Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, agreed.
And of course, that cracking 90s movie, Independence Day. That was a stretch when I said it, and I'm sorry. Okay. We're both getting into the zone now.
I think we are, yeah.
Oh, no.
He said fallingly. I'm in your way right now.
That's all right.
That's not helpful.
I'm good.
Ah. And I'm further up that ledge now, so you can ascend at your leisure.
My favorite genre on Playframe, Dantroidvanias.
Shackle says my favorite genre on Playframe is Dantroidvanias. Caffeine with that other cracking 90s movie, Dan in Black.
Hello.
Here comes a Dan in Black. It's a formal black tie dinner. Clap, clap. Sorry, mate. That's the best I can do with that joke.
That you can construct any kind of joke of any sort while trying to ascend a sheer cliff.
Oh, we got the little hearts there.
I love that when that happens accidentally, without anyone dying. Certainly
Yes.
not on purpose.
I think we could describe Emmons as the international Dan of mystery.
He'd hate it too, which is the
Yeah,
best part.
I know. There's a certain part of friendship that's just involved with coming up with terrible pun names for your friends.
Yeah, it's
Sorry,
important
you know
to know who is going to be the most harmed by any pun you can make, so you can know where you can deal the most damage.
Oh, we're okay. It's a little bit of blood. We're fine. Whisking up the wall. Whisking up the wall. Just don't need to fully spin to win. It's just and whisk and fuck. Alright. Alright. I'm not even taking my own advice now. I'm just fucking up. Alright, when I fall down next, I'll read out some of these banging puns because I know they're waiting for us.
Oh yeah, no, that's a nice treat waiting for you. It's a good consolation prize, I think.
Alright. Let's have a look. Prolo, I promise nothing. Emotional damage, not bad.
Solid.
The land down under. Dan Grenade Origins.
I'll take that. Yeah. No.
Oh, that classic fighting game from the early 2000s. Def Dam. No, you know what? I was going for an overreach there and it didn't work.
Still, I haven't thought about that franchise in a while.
No one had. It was a solid fighting game. It had reactive environments.
Yeah, no, that was fun. It was basically, it felt like one of THQ's WCW branded games at the time, just with a entirely different context, and it was similarly fun.
God, I mean, obviously it must have been a licensing nightmare.
You don't get that kind of stupid AAA anymore.
No.
Like, you get stupid AAA, but not that kind of stupid AAA.
Yeah, I feel like we get dull stupid now. You know?
Yeah, we get annoying stupid AAA.
Like Ubisoft's Tom Clancy's Fart Locker or something. I don't know. Oh, I know Katamari Damacy has been done.
Oh, that has to. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, now I need to take a breath, take a beat. I'm spinning. Focus. And puns, we've definitely done Dance Dance Revolution. That one's
For sure. Oh yeah, that one. I have memories of that one from the from the old days of first
spin
tackling.
To win.
Yeah.
Yeah, tackling, taking turns, tackling good old Bennett Foddy's monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
where did we? Well, I know we didn't beat it. How far did we get in that? Do you remember?
We got up to God. It was the. We made it as far as the orange. I don't think
terrible. Actually, I would take that.
I don't think we made it much further, but we definitely made it to the orange. I was so mad, so mad. We had it, and then we hit the orange, and the orange is like, "Huh, I'm the first thing that moves." I'm the first thing that moves. What you gonna do? But no, I'm with Star that I was really sad as well that the new Saints Row wasn't good. Because they had the time and the cash. For those of you who don't know, so the Saints Row franchise was actually started unironically. It was meant to be a competitor to GTA in the time when GTA... Oh, God, which one was it? It was... I don't even know if 4 had come out yet.
But yeah, it was either immediately before or after 4, I do want to say. Yeah.
And it was very much to... I wouldn't say compete, but it was very much to... what am I thinking? It was very much designed to hit that same market, and it dropped at a time where there was nothing else. Like, the game was broken, it was buggy, it was a mess. But it sold great. Much like Sniper Ghost Warrior, just by virtue of being at the right place at the right time. And sometimes that's all you need. You know, the right game at the right time can make all the difference. Superman said that.
And which allowed it to survive long enough to become something with it, like with merit on its own. Because that first Saints Row was not good.
Okay.
It's like GTA 4 had its sense of humor exercised, and that reformed as Saints Row 2.
Yes. Well, and so people are correct. I was correct. So it dropped before GTA 4, but after Bully. So in that little dead zone when... it dropped to that little dead zone when...
We didn't have a next-gen GTA yet.
No, and Rockstar wasn't really sure what to do, because they're... Oh, no! I fucked us both! I'm sorry!
That almost worked.
I'm sorry!
It's okay.
I just don't want your death to be in vain.
At least I'm not posthumously killing you now.
I don't know. 1, deserved. 2, exceedingly funny.
True.
So Saints Row dropped in that little space and then did gangbusters. So despite being broken and buggy, it hit upon what people were waiting for. And then when they came back with Saints Row 2, that's when we started to see the humor and the silliness. And by the time Saints Row the 3rd dropped, like, the franchise was massive and they knew what they were about.
Oh, yeah.
So the thing is that you'd think with a full-on reboot, they'd have time, they'd have the ability to wait and breathe. And the character creator was once again brilliant. It seems they're still the best in the biz for making character creation tools. But the rest of the game just wasn't up to it. And the thing is, like, we didn't need a GTA Online caliber title. We needed a fresh coat of humor over a formula we liked. Sorry, that's such a contrite way of putting it. Obviously, the humor of Saints Row needed updating. Much like we were saying with Venture Brothers, like there's a lot of swaths of it that we've grown up a lot since then.
Yeah.
But they had the time. They knew it was going to sell. So the thing we were talking about earlier about, like, you know, name recognition and, you know, the sheer amount of great indies. Saints Row is not indie in the slightest.
Not even a little. Yeah.
even Get Out of Hell sold good. Not amazing, but good.
And Saints Row is a solid title too. Not that we're talking about that anymore, but pretty solid title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, they didn't need to...
After you, sir. Well,
I don't know.
never mind.
Because all I would have done was stabbed you in the face again. Okay, Grand Theft Auto Dan Andreas is a good one.
Okay, I'll take that, yeah. Hello, after you. Woo.
Happy Pie, I'm very sure we've done Silence of the Dans before.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was the year that Lily won. I forget, there were so many Dan puns. God darn it. Either I need to like bounce the title because it's not behaving like it was earlier, or my mouse keeps getting tangled and I can't work out where, but it doesn't feel like I'm whipping like I was earlier, lol. Oh, I'm sorry!
Okay,
No,
I was
I
being
took them
platformed.
both out! Fuck! Oh, and Happenlance is also very good. Downton Abbey, not bad.
Yeah.
Dan Francisco.
Solid.
But yeah, it was just... I don't know. I'm one of those individuals whereby sometimes when I have to deal with big AAA reboots, I can't help but think about how much money was spent. And
Yeah.
in the event that those end up being mediocre, it's so heartbreaking. Because there's so much potential.
And also there was so much more at stake, so a failure is like an underwhelming release now with the at AAA scale and the millions spent could mean a lot more could have much more like dour ramifications for that franchise's immediate future.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
when's Saints Row going to get another shot now?
that's a good point. I mean, you and I both know that we need to work out either how to make games like cheaper or in a different. I wonder if we need to bounce the title because I think I'm actually getting some lag. I was looking down at my.
I mean, we're back here. Let's try. Yeah.
Okay. So let's disconnect.
All right.
I'm gonna exit out. And
Same.
Then boot it back up. Okay, and it's making lots of PC noises at me. Because it could be a memory leak or something of that ilk. I did notice that my I'll bring it back to studio. I did notice that my CPU is climbing. It's like, what are you up to? Which of you cheeky mother hubbards is doing something you're not supposed to do? Give it a little breather. I don't know, Aperios, if anyone's dropped Happenlance yet.
Happenlance is good.
And Artipo, we've definitely had both Dan Kiss Dungeon and Darkest Dungeon. Definitely had those.
Very true. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon is definitely right there, and I feel like there was a temptation to even call the few episodes I did of that on Playframe that, but then I was like, that's not very searchable.
No.
I guess it is if you know what it is already.
Hagen Dance is very good. All right, let's boot the title again and see how we're doing. I'm sure someone's done the safety dance. I'm sure someone has.
Oh yeah, most anything like. So like when you're looking with these puns, there's like a few go-tos, right? Like anything that has dance in it is a pretty like immediate one. Like, because there's tons of stuff that has dance in it.
Yeah.
And it's just a slight alteration. Then there's like a few other words that you can go to that are easy swap outs, like man.
What ho Vikings?
And Lyris, what ho indeed? Dan Liverance, King Dan come. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, so it's like getting it into a space with stuff you haven't heard of is a challenge. Now, I will say the fact that no one... you know what? Dan Jones and Dragons was just the perfect pun, and I'm so glad to see that continue.
Yes.
Oh shit, how's that been going? Because I haven't had the chance to, like, catch up with that.
It's been great. It's been like Dan's a great DM, and everybody involved has made a really fun character who you simultaneously enjoy the comedy aspect of just like of their antics, but also they're interesting enough that you do care about them and want to learn more about them. And we got some really good role players in that group too, so I'm enjoying it immensely.
Fuck yeah. War Danner 40k. And Loris Watto, and thank you for filling the pint glass. Okay, so here's the question. Am I just a bad workman blaming tools now, or was there actually a memory leak? Because if I was having problems, then you as the joining the game might have had problems as well.
I was at that time not having any new problems, let's say. I continued to have the same vertical problem, which I now scale at this very moment.
Right, I'll skim down here and catch you if I can.
Is yours still feeling a little like wonky?
I won't know until I start hitting the wall, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Perio says human memory leak or computer memory leak. I am hurt and offended by that accusation. Hurt and offended. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we had Catch Me If You Dan. Dog Dan Afternoon's not bad.
Not bad, yeah. After you.
This might be going better. Oh, no, almost. Almost. Got too cocky.
Rah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Calm down. Calm down there, Lanceman.
Like,
So
with a
close!
with a franchise that's been around a good bit, that has comedy as a large part of its brand, I wonder if that inherently puts a, like, inflexible shelf life on how long that IP can exist.
Do you mean like with Saints Row?
With Saints Row or Borderlands or these others, like Borderlands in its time, like that appealed to a lot of folks. And it still does to a point, but they've tried to kind of shift the comedy a little bit of Borderlands as they've gone, not in a way that, like, it's not that it necessarily wasn't aging especially well. It's more just that, like, the flavor of comedy falling out of fashion, as it inevitably does. Like,
I guess...
Sorry about that.
No. So, like... Parody is incredibly hard to do in video games, as you know, because the speed at which life changes is much faster than you can develop a video game. So
yep.
I feel that because Saints Row's humor was very much like satire and commentary on both like the GTA style games, but also on like some current affairs, it doesn't quite land. If you go back and play GTA 4, and a lot of the social and political humor they have based on commentary at the time, it does not land anymore.
Yeah.
I think
like a good comedy game can remain good comedy forever. Portal is still funny as hell.
Yeah.
Psychonauts is still very funny, and I love that Psychonauts 2 does evolve Psychonauts humor without like changing its core.
Yeah, and it's that you have to be able to write and deliver comedy within the universe that you've created to create things that are a little bit more timeless. Like, Monkey Island is still incredibly funny. Borderlands is only... I'd only say Borderlands' humour is lesser so than... Because they worked out a formula of humour that eventually gets to a point where it's not funny. You can only have Claptrap be the foil because of being stupid so many times before you start wondering, like, wait, why is anyone even talking to this robot anymore, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas, like, Tales from the Borderlands, the original one, is still incredibly funny.
Yeah.
Oh man, I think I'm just playing like shite. The finger gun scene is still some of the funniest shit I've seen in a video game. And so it's creating humor in a space that can be timeless. One that was really sad was going back to Death's Bank, which sadly just isn't as funny anymore.
Yeah, like that feels like kind of a flavor of comedy that just like had its window of time where it seemed funny to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And that time is just so completely over that it like I don't think there is a market for that comedy anymore.
Yeah. And Prolo makes a good point about comedy that breaks the fourth wall is very difficult because while it can work for a joke or two, it doesn't work in a sustainable way because it just teaches the players not to listen to the characters.
Subversion is a short-term gain because it is subverting an expectation, and if the expectation isn't there, or if the thing that you're subverting is no longer the norm, then that the foundation of the joke or the change or the cleverness is gone. Like,
you know what? That was mean of me, and I'm sorry.
Oh no! I was doing that sort of thing where I was like, okay, I'm catching myself, but I'm losing ground every time. This is sort of like I'm already dead. I should go to the bottom.
Yeah, and specifically, friends, we're talking about like video game comedy. Like, I'm not a comedian. I know some very good ones, and at some point I'll steal them away to talk about comedy proper. But I want to talk about in video games because the amount of time between writing a joke and people actually hearing it and laughing is years.
Yep.
Like, this gets often forgotten. There are very few times when you can do things that are just off-the-cuff funny. I think that is where a lot of Portal's brilliance comes from, is that it's the kind of game where you can have quick-written, genuine dialogue because the core of the game is the puzzle. You don't need to have shouts and barks and directions in the same way for the most of it. You know, you can just hire... what's his name? I hate how I can't even remember the actor's name anymore. In my head, he's Cave Johnson. He's Cave Johnson. He played...
Oh, J.K. Simmons.
J.K. Simmons, yeah. Like, he's not even the guy who wants pictures of Spider-Man. Cave Johnson played the guy who wants pictures of Spider-Man. Okay, you got this. Piss. Alright, I live here now.
I believe in you.
I'm actually going to set up like a little apartment here. I live here. I shall live out my days. It will be great. But yeah, the amount of time between writing dialogue and delivering it is massive. Because if that humor has to contribute towards gameplay, that means that it has to be in lockstep with the rest of development. So you can't write a joke about, the active reload system if the active reload system doesn't get implemented. So you have to have those two created, like... I feel like Handsome Jack is another great example. His humor and banter isn't required for the experience. It's only semi-reactive. And Borderlands is a great example because if you put 2 and 3 side by side, you can definitely see how repeating the formula didn't create an example to use. And then, if you start looking at Tina's Wonderland, which is all jokes around, like, fantasy archetypes and tabletop, and you can do humor because the dungeon master, the narrator, Tina themselves will change things around for humor and otherwise.
Yeah, having some new fodder to make comedy with makes a lot of, even if lots of other aspects can remain somewhat formulaic, like you're right, claptrap, doing claptrap things can only be funny for so long.
And the manner in which they use him, just that too became formulaic. So if you knew the series, you knew exactly
Hall of the
what to
Mountain
expect.
King, the
Yeah.
Unicorn remix. Like I don't hear Hall of the Mountain King at work.
I'm sorry, dude.
Like, why would anyone make a AAA comedy game? It's not that I don't want it. It's just like that the level of difficulty that you are aspiring to there.
Like, it's hard
You have
enough
to make a good game and also be funny. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and you have to be funny years in advance.
Yeah.
Like, the only jokes I still find funny years later are the ones which I personally drive into the ground. Now, Damien makes a good point, because Damien has done some comedy stuff in the past, which is...
Claptrap peaked with Poker Night at the Inventory too.
Hey, lots of games peaked at Poker Night the Inventory. And Shackle, thank you for the bits. But Damien was going on to say that when you're subverting a genre, especially in games, you have to be entirely sincere with it. And maybe that's where, New Saints Row and Borderlands 3 really failed. They're not sincere. Also, that was a great transfer.
That really was. Wow.
If I hadn't...
And no one got hurt.
if I hadn't fucked up my next part... I almost feel like I need like a wireless mouse for this. Or I'm just becoming paranoid and I'm blaming the mouse, bad workman tools, etc.
Impossible to tell. Like I can't tell if I'm doing better or worse when I really concentrate and try to do stuff intentionally, or if I just like go by sort of intuition.
Yeah. And I want to articulate on what Fearless was saying, because Fearless was saying like what kept Handsome Jack both engaging and funny is he's not just an evil, faceless corporation, he's a person. And the thing that made him work is that despite the fact that he makes jokes about butt stallions and things like that on how rich he is, he genuinely believes. It's Raul Julia in Street Fighter. He genuinely believes in his cause. The character, that he's the good guy, As I said, we were rewatching the Street Fighter films, and yes, Street Fighter the movie is not a great film, but it has some brilliant parts in it. One of those being Raul Julia is in Bison. And it works because he gives this incredibly heartfelt speech about how he just wants to bring peace to the world, and you fucking believe it. He doesn't want to conquer the world because he's evil or maniacal or he's going to turn you all into, Soylent Green. He wants to conquer the world for world peace. He's a humanitarian. Handsome Jack is the hero that saved Pandora.
Sincerity really does go such a long way, and maybe that does explain why there's a lot of that comedy from that kind of death spank window of time, where like a lot of gaming webcomics were at their peak, where like lots of other kinds of more like sort of mean-spirited satire and stuff like that was sort of more in vogue in these windows. Like there was a huge fear of sincerity in that space, in comedy especially. Like it was just, there was taking anything seriously was for suckers.
And I understand the counter, because it was a counterculture to the, celebrity endorsement. Oh, you have to buy the newest and best thing.
I was finding a lot of that stuff funny at the time too. Like I'm not saying like, it was the flavor at the time, and it was popular for like good reasons.
Oh yeah, but no one quotes VG Cats anymore. And if it wasn't for the horrendous meme that shall remain unnamed, because I know it upsets people, but like Control-Alt-Delete persists because of the one time they went sincere in the worst way and fucked it.
Yeah, and in a market that was not looking for that at the time either.
No. But you know what? I still think about Order of the Stick. Because
every now and then too.
That was a sincere exploration of D&D and not from the point of mockery. But again, aside from sword chucks, no one talks about 8-bit theatre. Because
True.
it was just a... Oh, no! I stabbed
Oh,
you!
no.
Oh, sorry.
No one's dead.
Alright, it's just a little bit of blood.
And if they were, it's like, honestly, it doesn't take that long to get to this part.
Yeah. So,
This-
with a video game, you have to make a great video game and write funny and be genuine. Like, fuck.
Jeez.
Like, props to the new Monkey Island team for nailing it. Because I wouldn't wish that fucking challenge on anybody.
I heard really good things about that, yeah. Yeah.
And it also helps that with ones like Monkey Island is that we want Monkey Island to succeed, right?
Yeah.
So, like, even if Monkey Island hadn't been as good as it turned out, I think it just had to be authentic.
There's an inherent underdogness to any kind of title, like, that's never really been big, that it always feels like a long shot of them showing up in any fashion again. That you want it for them.
Alright, we're back!
Yeah, nice.
Okay. Damien's been honestly thinking of just writing a novel as their next project, because they don't have any art or music. Yo, Damien, have a look at the SCP secret, because there's a couple of spaces where the game parts are very limited, but I think would suit your style of writing very well. But that's a story for another time. Yeah, and I guess having that that genuineness underneath the other elements means that if the humor fails, that genuine sincerity comes through. Whereas, yeah, some of the more mean-spirited parody elements and things like that, they don't stay. But okay, I think it comes from the mean-spirited parodies are not without their uses, but they definitely come as a reaction, not as a creation. So, Scary Movie. It has some dumb fart jokes in it, but it doesn't work anymore because it was created as a reaction to a style of cinema that was prevalent. And I feel that with the... I'm going to blame the angry video game nerd. I've never met the gentleman, so I can't say what he's like as a person, but what he started was this counterculture to the IGN reviews of the time, which were either always incredibly positive, even if the game was bad, or, they never giving anything below a 6 out of 10. There was a feeling at the time that we were being basically told every video game is great and perfect through gritted teeth and wide eyes, as if all the video content coming out at the time on, like, GameStop TV was a hostage video. And so we had that counter. And I understand its prevalence, why people like Yahtzee rose. But as we moved away from that very corporate-focused style of talking about games into what we have now, which is, of the 3 spheres, 2 of them are purely genuine. Games media, static content, live content. So... you have the games media sphere, IGN, Kotaku, gamesindustry.biz, take your pick. You have static, which is yourself, Dan. I mean, partially, but you produce a video about a game.
Yeah.
Be it a deconstruction like your Sonic video, or a long Let's Play like, Elden Ring or what have you. But that kind of content comes from a very genuine place. Because you're not trying to sell the game, and you're not involved directly in the production, so you're creating something just because you wanna.
Yeah.
And then live content like this, which is about that live experiential. If this game sucked, we'd be saying it sucked. But it doesn't, and we're having a great time.
Yeah. We suck. That's not the game's fault.
Exactly. But this isn't a fucking hyper-produced video coming out of a multi-million-dollar media corporation. Like, I got a fucking gold skeleton, give me a high five in the background. And when more of the content that people are aiming for and wishing to consume is genuine, that mean-spirited parody just doesn't land. Like, I can't watch the Angry Video Game Nerd anymore because of, like, when he hates on the NES Turtles, and, you know, never giving anything below a 6 out of 10. You know, there was a feeling at the time that we were being told every video game is great and perfect through gritted teeth and wide eyes, as if all the video content coming out at the time on, like, GameStop TV was a hostage video. And so we had that counter. And I understand its prevalence, why people like Yahtzee rose. But as we moved away from that very corporate-focused style of talking about games into what we have now, which is, I remember the first time I saw that, and I was like, oh shit, he's actually talking about the fact that this was a really hard game and was completely unbalanced. Like, oh, and he's saying some curse words at the same time. That's so funny. But now I go back to it, and I'm like, oh shit, this dev team with fuck all budget and none of the license to the TV show, only license to the cartoon, made something that was challenging and different in an age of exactly the same thing every time. And I can't look back on those reviews and enjoy them.
Yeah. No, I am much the same. I feel very similar. Like, being on the other side of the creation of games and just seeing how doggone hard it is always makes a huge difference. But I understand where that stuff springs from. Like your assessment of like that kind of hypercritical, like meaner spirited criticism was giving voice to a sentiment that, like, a feeling that people who were fans of that medium weren't seeing spoken anywhere. And seeing someone speak it makes you suddenly feel, okay, I wasn't crazy. That was really stupid hard, right? like, yeah. It feels good to hear someone say it. In the same way as, like, Newgrounds thrives in an era where all the animated cartoons and stuff you see is entirely, like, produced by companies and entities that have to, like, sell advertisements that are all family friendly. And so the desire to see animation made by just individuals and people who aren't beholden to any of that stuff, who can just make whatever terrible, funny thing they want, is, like, really refreshing. Like, whoa, this is exciting. Now, like, we've, like, culturally, like, there's a lot more available than that, and it's like we don't need Newgrounds for that anymore. And going back and watching stuff that killed on Newgrounds is now like, oh boy, it's hard to go back to. But I understand why it blows up in that time, though. But it is temporary inherently as a reaction to an absence of a thing.
Hells yes. And especially what you were saying, like, with the Newgrounds, like, the first time you hear Pikachu say fuck, shout out to Aaron Hansen, aka Ego Raptor. God, it was so. And sorry, my facial stuff. Oh,
Forget the exact Mel Brooks quote, but to parody something well, you have to love it first.
Yes.
That's why most of his parodies still hold up.
Shaka was just adding that the Mel Brooks quote, a little bit butchered, but if you want to parody something, you have to love it first. And I do agree there. But yeah, like, it's easy to forget the time before, if you'll forgive the term content creators, but when all we were seeing was very, very produced content. Like, E3 is the big circus, games media is these huge media giants. Like, it's easy to forget how powerful IGN was, and still is. And, like, even the dev teams, all they were putting out were these hyper-produced dev diaries. And it felt very corporate. And then to see things like Newgrounds and, you know, God, the old Final Fantasy collaborations. It was incredible to find a community of people who knew what Final Fantasy VII was, let alone knew it well enough to take the piss out of it.
Absolutely, yeah. Like, I love how much I am glad that we have grown out of the eras where those things sprang up from. But but the void that they filled at the time was a void, and, like, I would absolutely not want to go back to the time before those things existed either. Yeah.
We're lucky that, like, you know, unlike a lot of other mediums, we've gotten to see everything grow up so quickly, you know?
Yeah.
You look at other art mediums, and it took them hundreds of years to go through all these phases.
Yeah.
Caffeine mentioning the hot pepper gaming era. Very troll. But it was something worth bringing up, like, that we did have these people creating stuff because they wanted to, and then it became successful, rather than it being very, very constrained. Let us not forget the whole scenario around Kane and Lynch. Oh,
yeah, man.
Used to be a dark time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm okay. It's a little fallen.
Hey.
It's still good. All right. Also, the idea we just hung out on the side of a cliff talking about games history. I love it.
Yes. Yeah, it's 2 nights just having a good conversation, remembering the good and the bad time. Nice.
God, yeah. It's been interesting to see like what Newgrounds has grown into as well.
I've not gone to see like what's happening at Newgrounds these days. What does today Newgrounds look like?
It's a lot of art hosting, still a lot of
Nice.
community, and a lot of like organized collaborations. So they recently did I say recently, I think it was actually a year or two ago, but did like a new Final Fantasy collaboration, which was very well animated.
It's wonderful. Because it seems like there's one of two routes it can go, right? Either it can like turn into a hive that tries to preserve all of the like sort of edgy, just toxic, gross elements that it had in its heyday, and refuses to change or grow, and just like doesn't even produce anything of interest more. It's just the place for the garbage. Or it actually grows into something even better, quietly better, but better even than it started. And that it has done the latter makes me very happy.
Although then again, I'm not too hard into it, so that aspect might still be there. I don't want to speak for it.
Oh, sure.
Oh yes, and as Immortal Len says, there's also a lot of naked individuals in varying positions.
Sure.
Actually, you know what, DX-Man? That's a very good element. DX-Man was mentioning that a lot of Homestar Runners' humor holds up better than the other Flash and Newgrounds stuff.
Oh, yeah. Can't believe how much of my permanent vocabulary that one internet show changed.
I don't know if it was but Live Action Pixel just brought in a raid of 25 people.
Hey, welcome.
Fucking yo! Coming in. Live Action Pixel was in earlier with our BEZOS help. And Lost Flowers, like, thank you for the reminder, but there's 130 of you all hanging out and listening to us wax lyrical and try and climb this mountain, so fucking yo.
The same part of it, too. It's amazing the stark change in progression from our first session of this to our second.
Yeah. And I don't want to drink espresso at 6 o'clock at night. I mean, I can, but I don't want to risk it for a biscuit. God, yeah. Anyway, so Live Action Pixel, how was your stream? What were you playing? Let's do a shout out. So Dan, Live Action Pixel is one of the friendos from back in the. And I can show you a guinea pig while we're taking a little shout out break. This is Cleona. She's our loudest guinea pig.
The loudest.
Yeah. Queen of the Banshees. Live Action Pixel is one of the main cosplay photographer people in the UK, and was kind of the progenitus of the cool sweeping shot.
She's being
Let's not be stunt nugget.
the stun nugget.
Stunt nugget.
Oh.
This is a guinea pig that once jumped off my head into Fiona's arms.
She was a bit smaller.
She was a
then.
little bit smaller back then. Still a cuddly potato. Also, what was that food thing? Because it's like candied bacon.
A little bit
Oh,
sweet and spicy bacon.
it smells so good.
Stunt nugget.
Stunt
Okay.
nugget.
All right, I hold you like this.
I'll have to ask one of the lovely mods if you could do a shout out for Live Action Pixel. That would be lovely. But yeah, so to those of you who just joined us, so Dan and I are still trying to climb this wall. I've done it once and once only. And to those of you who just joined us, I would like to ask of you a wee favour. I am being a shameless mercenary this month, and I am attempting to get a purple tick on this Twitch.television for the purpose of stealing money from Jeffrey Bezos. So if you would be so kind as to gaze your eyes up towards the URL, and anything that comes after the Viking blonde bit, which I think will be like referral raid or what have you, if you'd be so kind as to trim those, that would be lovely. Just because, again, we're trying to convince Mr. Twitch to acknowledge me, even though I've been making a living on Twitch for like 4.5 years. But that's another story. I will say, it's one of the things that I do love about Twitch is that it is a place that you can actually make a living. And the reason I bring that up is someone was mentioning the old Newgrounds 50-50 split back in the day, which was unheard of.
Yeah.
And from when we interviewed Stamper a million years ago, he was talking about how like Tom Fulp, who ran the site, had seriously good lawyers to kind of protect them, because the whole like everything everywhere it was like everything for everything by everyone, or I forget the terminology. But yeah, Tom was willing to actually, go to bat for the people creating content on the site, and absolutely did.
Awesome.
Peoples. I feel like every time we play these, my swearing either gets much worse, or I come up with something new. No! I'm sorry, Dan!
That's okay.
But yeah, live action Pixel, I apologise. I missed what you said when you were playing over on your stream. And Eric, I was talking about you earlier and your PAX panel where you made a game in an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, I heckled him the entire time. I even used the audience to heckle him. Ah! My butt!
Uh-oh.
You stabbed my butt! Don't stab my butt!
We also flung your lance very high up in the air, and I just kind of had this feeling. It didn't hit me, but I just sort of knew it's like, all right, karma's going to catch up to me on that one. In 3, 2, oh wait, there the lance goes. I'm safe.
Yeah, and the next prediction has been well out. But we'll call a veto on it. But it is worth saying, Prolo, that Something Awful was a part of the internet for a very long time, like well before Newgrounds. Anyway, the other thing I keep trying to, I guess, mentally solve is how we can get animation back to being fiscally viable again.
Yeah, it's it's a good question. I have no solution.
I mean, the cool thing is that more people are looking to commission more like it's no worry, more like animation work for smaller projects now, which is fucking cool.
Yeah.
And Eprith, yeah, the noises of these knights grunting their way up the wall does make for a whole thing. Wait till we start stabbing people, then it gets fascinating.
Yeah. But yeah, it's one of the slowest, most time-consuming, and thus most expensive mediums. I don't really know how you make that financially viable. At large, it seems like the only solution has been taking extreme advantage of the people who do it and paying them scraps.
God, yeah, I wasn't even thinking of it professionally. I was thinking of like people like Rubber Ross and people like that doing like independent animation. But hell, animation houses.
But yeah, like even independent, like that's the thing. Like even Ross is not doing much independent animation these days anymore. It just found like this is not feasible. I can't actually make money doing this, so I'll do other things, and maybe I'll make some animation now and then alongside the other things I'm doing that are actually keeping the lights on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see him doing fucking great.
Oh yeah.
First time I met him was the infamous Minecon of 1,000 years ago, when he was the person who made Dirtcraft was his claim to fame. I know, it's a strange thing to say now. But it's also weird to remember a time when no one knew who Egoraptor was, so...
Right.
I am fecking up at the basics. I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to breathe. Though it did strike me, Dan, that we have been going for a feckin' while.
True. I don't feel like I'm going to get to the top of this one.
No.
If I'm honest.
I've definitely... there was a point where I was there. I had that laser focus. And I think without doing like 3 shots of espresso, I am not going to see that moment. And Zeke, how are you doing, friend? Good morning to you.
You even got up there. Like, you got to the top. You got to the end of this level. Unfortunately, co-op kept you anchored down on that particular win.
I think so.
Tragically.
We should have been able to drag it through, but even the developer of the game was like, yeah, that should have been a thing. So hopefully we'll see a change.
Yeah. It may not be today. That doesn't mean never.
It doesn't mean never. And it is a great excuse to drag you back. Although you're doing a thing with the desert bus in the future, yeah?
Well, I am not, but Carrie is. Carrie will be desert busing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll be there for the entirety of it on, I want to say, the early morning shift, which is rough for. I sympathize with her for that.
Oh, hell's the hell, yeah.
Like that's the 6 a.m. to noon Pacific time run, I think. Yeah, it's. Busing a whole desert. She'll be there.
Well, here's a cool thing. So, friends, I would like to raid into Hero to the People Dan Jones after this. So I would love it if you all would stick around while we bring our adventures to a close. I have a lot of people to say thank you to. And plus, it's DJ. So, hang on, let me pop some tunes on. But yeah, I think I'm going to bring our Happenlance to a close because I think both of us have lost the eye of the tiger.
I think that's true.
Chris, thank you for the follow. But, I mean, mate, the conversation, as always, is exceptional. The game is brilliant.
I had a great time, man. Thank you for having me over for this.
Mate, anytime. I will annoy you for schedules of the mystical future, because I know you have shitloads going on.
Always.
But it's so good to catch up with you. And
Agreed.
Fucking great to talk about stuff.
Yeah, just being 2 nights standing on catching a rest on the side of a mountain talking about random things is it's a great way to spend an afternoon.
So to all of you who have come on by, like, thank you so much. Throughout the month of November, I am questing for that purple tick. So I am genuinely like politely asking. I am heist requesting your help on that one. So from I guess it's from 4 p.m. tomorrow, we'll be in the Sea of Thieves. Come on by, chat. If you haven't met Ems and Fiona, you get to introduce them to. Plus an as yet unannounced special guest. And then on Saturday we're doing a replay through of Bloodborne because Bloodborne.
Yes.
Well, the class of 2020 graduated from Dark Souls 3, so now we're doing further education.
64 Pride.
Beautiful. Oh, you're at one of the highest points too.
Yeah. And Kazaki, thank you kindly. I'm going to speed through the credits as quick as I can, so if I miss stuff, I'm very sorry. And then I'm going to throw you all over to Hero to the People, Dan Jones.
What's he playing right now, anyway?
Dark Souls 3.
Go! I bet he's practicing video.
He says Dark Souls 3 Soul Level 1.
Oh, that's much worse.
That's exceedingly worse. So I've already missed everybody who threw in cheers because I'm a horrible person. Friends, bits and donations literally keep us going. That guinea pig you saw, our pets, this whole household is kept going by all of you lot. So fucking thank you, alright? I'm sorry that I've missed everybody. You're fucking legends. Thank you to Caffeine, Rhymes, Moose, and Lizzie. No, don't sneak attack! I lost my point! Thank you to the mod team for being fucking brilliant. And for new followers, seriously, come by, hang out, natter. I will happily deconstruct and discuss anything and everything in the games industry. And by the end of this adventure, Mr. Twitch will have to acknowledge us. Alright? Because feckin' we. Yes, friends, if you're not already, I can't imagine how, please check out Dan over on Playframe Plus and Newframe Plus and Playframe Plus here on Twitch.
It's true. Thank you all for joining me, folks from my crowd who decided to join in today. Thanks for coming and hanging out. This has been very fun.
And I mean, Dan, thank you for bringing them.
Absolutely.
It's been great chatting with them and you. And yeah, there's no way Mr. Twitch will not be able to acknowledge how awesome we were today. Let me get that Hero to the People Dan Jones raid ready. Do you all have like a shout out for when you're doing Dark Souls stuff? God, the amount.
Nothing specific. Nothing specific. Usually, when we're in there, the biggest threat to us is a Dan Hunter.
Dan
So,
Hunters.
if anything, he's probably safer right now at Soul Level 1.
He's screaming through it and all. He's at Pontiff.
Yeah, that Dan can't be stopped.
Yeah. And Serena as well, you are correct. We had a 10.5 level super train, and I don't think I said enough thank yous for that. God, yeah, you can tell I'm all over the place right now. Right! I'm throwing you over to Dan. All of you have a lovely rest of your evening. I probably won't be on Discord this evening because of stuff and things, but I will be on there like throughout the week. So to make up for not streaming with you all as much as I have been, I'll hang out and probably inflict terrible video game movies on you. Right. Yeah. Please follow DJ and Floydo on all of the things. And thank you all for a cracking night. Is there anything you have going on at the moment to yell about until we meet again?
Not especially, just all the stuff we're that we're releasing and streaming on those various channels linked around. We're always making something.
Well,
but yeah, at this point, I direct all of your enthusiasm to Dan Jones at his poor little Soul Level 1 self, because I'm sure he needs everything he can get.
He just parried the Pontiff and stabbed him in the non-denominationals. Oh yeah, we need to go over there. All right, friends. I'll see you tomorrow for Sea of Thieves. The BEZOS heist has begun.